There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Bom dia and welcome, surf fans, to Praia da Macumba. We are live from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, and it's time to get excited because today is finals day. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, similar conditions that we saw yesterday and the day before, so these surfers are primed and ready to rock and roll. What are you expecting from finals day today?
Well, based off of what we saw yesterday, fireworks once again. It's much cleaner this morning in comparison to yesterday. Should have some slight offshores later today, which I feel is going to be really difficult to compete in such small conditions. But overall, expecting some big performances, knowing that there is a gold medal on the line here, Chris.
Yeah, gold medals for our 18 and under men and women, 16 and under men and women, as well as our overall team medalists. I'm Chris Cote, this is Mitchell Salazar, and this is the ISA World Junior Championship. So Praia da Macumba has really provided a lot throughout this long week of competition. First couple days, head high range. Last couple days, in the waist high range. But I have to say, this has been some of the best small wave surfing I've ever seen in my life.
I'd agree, and I think yesterday was a true testament to that, Chris. Anybody that's making it through with 11, 12 points in these kind of grindy conditions, especially with the pressure that we've been seeing applied from everybody else in the competition, it's just been spectacular to see a lot of these kids really prevail in difficult conditions. As you see this morning, 2 to 3 feet. The swell direction slightly changes again today from the south-southeast. A real slight wind this morning, only 2 miles per hour, but the tide's changing a little bit more. So a little higher on the low tide now at 11:50, so just around noon. But the high tide is going to be impactful once again. We should be finished by that point of the day, though.
Well, we did extend our heats to 20 minutes from 15 minutes. I think throughout the entire week, those 15-minute heats were really just rapid fire. The surfers knew they had to get out there and get busy. And now, a little bit more freedom to wait and see. Here's your opening, boys, under 16 quarterfinal. Heat number 1, Jamie Vaselko, Hans Odriozola, Rex Hennings, and Khalil Pineres. Colombia, USA, Spain, and Portugal represented in this first quarterfinal. Of course, you got a couple, surfing superpowers. And then you've got Team Colombia, who has been fielding stronger and stronger teams over the past few years. Excited to see what this young Colombian surfer, Khalil Pineres, has to offer for us.
And he surfed in both divisions in this event, too. Did great in the U18, surfing up. One of the youngest competitors still in the U16s, as you look at the Portuguese team right there, supporting Vaselko. Coming from a great surfing family. His father from Huntington Beach, mother from Portugal, resides in Portugal. But both him and Hans Odriozola actually spent a year doing studies over there in Huntington, last one. So they've gotten to know each other very well, compete against each other in Europe. And Hans, returning copper medalist to the U16s. He got it last year in El Salvador. I think he has a chance to win the gold medal. Both him and his brother still in the event on finals day too, Chris.
Yeah, and his sister, a WSL World Junior Champion. So the whole family rips. And we've seen quite a few brothers and sisters competing on the same teams, and just adds one more layer of what helps make these events so special. And the first ride of the day goes to Rex Hennings. Big snap there for Team USA, but goes down. So an early error there for Rex in green. But it just feels like the tempo of these heats is going to be a little bit more standard, even with just 5 minutes added.
Truly does, and he just wanted to get a quick wave on the board right there. And 20 minutes, there is an extension of the 5, as you were mentioning. I don't think you still want to be able to surf a 20-minute heat like you've been able to do throughout the course of any other event, just because you're at a moment in your career right now where you are truly surfing against the world's best surfers. And strategies and the way people apply those strategies coming from different parts of the world change, Chris. The way you compete changes depending on what region you are. I feel like a lot of European surfers tend to compete at a lot of beach breaks. They're very well experienced, but Hennings coming from San Clemente, we all know what they did this year to qualify for the championship tour. I'd have to say the best surfing town in the world right now. And the Portuguese team, they're looking to get another gold medal. It's been a good ISA event for them overall. They're still in contention for the overall team gold medal, but I'd say getting an individual one would be huge for them. Could be seeing Veselko take it later on today.
So just one wave ridden so far. Waiting. Well, the score comes through. It's non-consequential. So basically the heat hasn't started yet. I mean, if you would have made that turn, threw the tail out a little bit, it'd be a different story. But I do like that Team Portugal has showed up in force, the entirety of the team on the sand. And that's what it's been like all week long. I mean, for most of our teams. Most of our teams that have a full roster have been here on the sand from dawn all the way till dusk.
Yep.
Celebrating, consoling. We're going to see more of that today.
Oh, cat and mouse play out there right now, Chris. Nobody wanting to really get on a wave in these first 5 minutes. Beside Hennings, he saw the one section right there, has a great air game too. Kind of surprised he didn't try to go for the air on that opener. Here's Khalil now.
Khalil Pinares, Team Colombia. Quick snap there, showing us a flash of his fins. So nicely done for White. So far though, slow burn.
Yeah, and the Colombian who lives on Maui, great surfer. We've seen him do well on the forehand and on the backhand, as you can see right here on the left. Throws a tail, like the explosiveness on the first turn, and calms it up with the second snap. So should be a good score, riding a Channel Islands underneath his feet. And really like the way he was able to fade and use the entirety of the pocket right there on that one, Chris. No doubt the best score of the heat, and a great start for the young Colombian surfer who's already getting his best result in ISA competition. Quarterfinals, looking to be the first Colombian finalist here at the ISA World Juniors.
Team Colombia definitely improving over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
In ISA World Surfing Games, Team Colombia always shows up strong, and for the past 3 or 4 years as well, they have basically fielded all young teenagers in the ISA World Surfing Games, which is the big leagues.
Yep.
So it's a good sign for the future of Colombian surfing. And that score coming through is a good sign for the future of Khalil Pinares. 3.33. So that is your benchmark of the day so far.
Oh, he's got a taped foot, too. Didn't see that yesterday. Hopefully everything's okay. Didn't seem like it was harming him or hindering him on that opening ride that he had on the left, Chris.
That to me, and this is, shouldn't even make guesses, but the way it's taped like that, to me, it looks like maybe stepped on glass or something.
Right.
You know, like it doesn't look like a ligament, but we'll leave that up to Khalil. If he wins this heat and gets that post-heat interview, maybe he'll explain it to us. For now, with 14 minutes, 17 seconds left, the one good thing when you have consistency like this that I like is that it makes the last 2 minutes of these heats so radical.
Yeah, a lot of ways written. I know the judges don't appreciate it too much. They're like, oh, you had to leave everything for the end, didn't you? But we've seen people win events being all taped up. I remember Kieran Perro winning the, pipe event. I think it was in 2010 over Joel Parkinson. I mean, he had both of his hands taped up with duct tape, both of his feet. He hit the reef a few times leading up to finals day, and ended up becoming a champion and got his biggest win out of his professional career. When we're talking about
Just glued, taped together.
a very successful surfer too, so goes to show you that with willpower, everything is possible, Chris, and your adrenaline can go a long way in moments like this one too.
So far here in quarterfinal number 1, it's all Piñeres, and now we see Rex Hennings, Team USA. There's the completion he wanted. So I like that aggression. He went up into the lip, and as he snapped it, you could tell he let the wave kind of do the rest of the work for him. Obviously not a lot of power out there, so you're really going to have to rely on technique today to make these waves shine.
Fully agree, and both Veselko and Odriozola right now are just neutralizing each other. As we look at the replay here of Hennings, the one big snap right there on the closeout should be a good score given the conditions today. And as you can see right there, the one deep bottom turn into the top turn. It's the best score of the heat because of that one section on offer there, Chris, a 4.17 for him. But just speaking of Veselko and Odriozola, both great competitors. Jamie actually went down to the repecharge in round 1. Has had to surf his way through many different rounds now. So big standout performance for him. But look at what they're doing to each other. Nobody's caught a wave because they both want to be on the best one that's coming through in these first 8 minutes. But because of that, they're letting both Hennings and Piñeres kind of get out to an early start and an early lead. Next thing you know, you're playing catch-up, and 8 to 10 points is difficult to get out there given the consistency of these waves and the good sections, really, Chris.
I think Rex, in a way, helped them out because that last wave with the one big turn kind of helped them realize, okay, well, it just takes one big maneuver. Like that, Hans Odriozola starts off with a nice combo.
Oh,
Almost gets the strong finish, but right there, a little deceiving. The wave goes onto dry sand. We have seen surfers ride out, and then kind of beach themselves to get a little bit of extra credit. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit of a stinger for Veselko.
This was a good wave too, Chris. The one tight snap in the pocket right there for the first one. And then, unfortunately for Hans, pushed a little too hard. That inside rail catches, and Khalil now up.
Backwash got him there. Rex Hennings, though, finds himself on a little runner 3-turn combo. So now it'll be telling to see what exactly the judges are looking for today. So you saw Rex's previous wave, one big snap, got a little airdrop underneath his board. That one, 3-turn combo.
And nothing flashy, Chris, but real good working man's wave right here. Actually
4-turn combo.
So difficult to be able to fit in that many maneuvers in a short space like that. And Khalil right here on the forehand, just incomplete. He was already thinking about down the line. It was really just the one section right there for the Colombian in the white. So the one guy that started off real quick, and see what it did, Chris? It put him into a rotation every single time there's priority established. He's been in a good position for a lot of these waves, and he's going to have 2 scores on the board that will keep him in first place halfway through the heat. So both Odriozola and Veselko may be waiting a little too long. Luckily for Hans, he does get something in the 3s. But Jamie right now, just a throwaway. He does have first priority, but needs to be on the next best wave that's coming through right now, as we are still waiting on the last score of Hennings, a surfer from the U.S.
Yeah, so inside of 10 minutes, Rex Hennings, as you mentioned, part of that San Clemente cyclone, surfs T Street a lot, and if I'm looking at this,
Yeah.
this is basically T
Perfect
Street
practice.
on an average day. Of course, T Street is just the breeding grounds for incredibly talented surfers. And here we go. Veselko, big snap to start.
There we go.
The weight may have paid off. Love the intimidation factor looking towards the beach. Give it to me.
Yeah, and I think he just needed to get a wave on the board too. That opening fall put him in a good position in the priority to be able to get this one right here. And fortunately for him, it paid out with what seems to be the best score of the heat too, Chris. And Hennings, we are talking about T Street being so influential to a lot of people surfing right there in that location. That wave has developed a lot of the careers of those young surfers that have come through the rankings in both the amateurs and the pros. I think Kalohe Andino's probably the one that stands out the most. Chris Ward, and if you even go back to a generation in the mid-2000s, Mike Lostness also used to surf T-Street a lot, and we all know what he did in both his competitive and free surfing career. So really difficult wave to perfect, and the score's in for Veselko. BOH, Chris.
Yeah, that's a biggie. 717. So the wait was worth it so far for Veselko, but Rex Hennings jumps into a decent lead here with a 617 and a 417. Double digits on quarterfinal day, not bad. We'll see if that's going to be enough, as indicators are showing us that Rex is back at it. So that right there was a wave that was ruined by backwash. And you had said it yesterday, Mitchell, that when the tide comes up, sometimes the backwash increases it, but some surfers able to actually use the backwash to their advantage. We'll see if that happens this morning.
Wow.
It's Odriozola now. So now we see, okay, the tactics, right? Wait for the sets, get involved early. It's kind of been a split in this heat. It's Veselko now. You can feel a bit of a momentum shift. We'll see if Khalil Pineras can bring it back his way. Good turn there to start. So Pineras, all right. Tightening things up for sure.
Yeah, and brought some variation with that opening carve too. Just some amazing stuff right there for the Colombian in the white jersey. I really love the way he was able to bring that turn around, and Odriozola is also going to drop a major score and a big competitive heat right now. Veselko had the best out of the exchange coming into this last one, the 717. Needs to be careful, though. Don't know if that last turn that he did was going to be complete or not. And unfortunately for him right here, a missed opportunity right there. But Henning's still in first. I mean, it was the quick start that put him into a good rotation. Given, though, that it is finals day, you know that you're going to be surfing at least 3 times if you do make it to the final. So it would be smart if you're able to pace yourself. Today's going to be huge in terms of hydration, just getting yourself out of the sun and into the shade too. So as of right now, I like what I'm seeing from him, but he needs to be converting a lot of these waves that he's going on into better and bigger scores. So waiting on the last of Odriozola, I feel like it's going to be a great one. And then the last of Khalil too, he's only looking to improve on a 3.33 as his best score. And still plenty of time, Chris, just under 6 minutes now.
Well, you were right about Hans Odriozola. 6.5 and a 3.7. Puts him into second place. Veselko now drops to third. Khalil, who started out this heat in control and command, now slips pretty far behind in fourth place. We're waiting for one more score for Pineras from Colombia. A little bit of texture starting to flow through the area, which actually, in my estimation, a little bit of texture in waves at this size can actually help you.
Yeah.
Because it can give you a little bit of like a chip shot kind of effect when you're taking off.
Your entry
Adds
point
a couple
into the
sections.
wave. Yep, I agree. It don't look pretty sometimes, but it is easier to surf when it's like this. Ooh, Veselko turnaround.
All right. A little bumpy on this one, but making it work. He's trying to get rid of a .93.
Well, he needs something in the low 3s for second. And remember that one fall that he had with the forehand snap, Chris, that probably would have been enough to keep him up into the top 2. So good conversion right here on a wave that Khalil let go. It was a smart move by Khalil, but Jamie converted on a way smaller one. It's borderline whether or not he gets the score that's required right now, just given the 3.33 that we saw from Khalil on his opener. But luckily for everybody, they've got a score above a 5-point ride right now. So they're all in the mix. Just don't know if I saw the same kind of sections on offer on this last score, and it feels like it just falls short.
Yeah, just under. So the situation going to stay as it is now. 4 minutes to go. Big day today. Starting off with boys under 16. We're going to go back and forth. Boy, girl coming up next. You've got girls under 16 quarterfinals. And then it's into the semifinals and all through the day. Starting at 8:30, 2 podiums going to be running. The girls under 16 and the boys under 18 quarters going on at podium 2. So a lot of surfing still happening today on finals day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
You got to be prepared for a day like this, Chris. This is where you're making your money. This is where medals are won, and every single moment of preparation has led up to this point right here. So make sure you're emphasizing every single turn. If you need to sell a little bit, go ahead and do that too, because
pull out all the stops.
It's where it matters right now. So definitely need to make it happen. As I like all of the haircuts that we're seeing from everybody this week. Hans got a new fade. A couple of the Spaniards have fades. Followed my lead, Chris.
Yeah. They do haircuts on the beach, right on the boardwalk right here. There's a couple haircut stands. Pretty cool. 2:47 to go. Rex Hennings now gets some speed, shows his fins. Fangs out for Team USA. Rex Hennings trying to better a 4.17. We'll see what the judges give him for that one. Veselko now goes up and into it and goes down. Now is where we're going to start to see a little bit of more urgency.
Yeah.
As we see the current second place surfer, Hans Odriozola, goes inverted and gets smashed.
I love to see that, though. He went for it, truly, and the backwash right there just got the better of him. And with 2 minutes to go, I think that was what he was needing at this point in time, Chris. You get a big score just off of one turn. You move up into first for somebody to be able to catch you. As we've seen Hennings with those 2 scores back-to-back, nobody's been able to get up into his heat total besides Hans just underneath it. And now Veselko still with the best score of the heat in third. And Khalil, who opened up with a 3-3, then got his 5, hasn't been able to get something above that. And we're down to the last 90 seconds. A lot of people needing big scores right here towards the end.
And look at Team Portugal. You can almost feel the nervous energy coming off the beach right now. 1:24 to go. Oh, the team is unified. Oh. So Veselko had a paddle for that last wave, so that drops him into 4th priority, which I think that's where he started anyway, but he may have some distance between himself and his competitors. Just the wave did not let him in.
Well, with this high tide decreasing throughout the morning, Chris, really difficult to get into a lot of these waves, as it seems like Hennings with higher priority going to let Hans go, and that's a paddle too, so priority's going to switch again. And look at Hennings. I think he's going to move over to Veselko now. This is a smart play because he recognizes that Jamie has the highest wave of the heat, and for him, he's been playing defense for the last 15 minutes after getting his 2 scores. Jamie needs to be on a wave right here, though, Chris. Needs a 3.03. He's been needing the same score for the last 8 minutes. And Khalil needs a 5.21. This heat ain't over. Khalil's got first priority here with 20 seconds.
Well, Veselko, with the calculated gamble of going way down the beach, trying to get away from his competitors, but may have put himself in a place where the sandbar's just not catching the swell that's rolling through.
It's not breaking. He needs to come in. This is it.
5 seconds left. Will this wave come in time?
No. I think it was after the buzzer, Chris.
Wow. Near buzzer beating potential, but the wave lets him down. So one of the favorites to potentially medal here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Jamie Veselko, just missing out on advancement along with Khalil Piñeres, but congrats to Hans Odriozola, Team Spain, and Rex Hennings, Team USA, getting the win there. A convincing victory for your surfer in green with a 6.17 and a 4.23. Big number there. Credit from the team. So USA still rolling, but you can tell by the look on his face, his job is not done yet.
He's like, hey, thanks for the high five, guys, but we got 2 more heats to go. I still need to win both of them.
We got work.
So hard to time. Did what he had to do.
So it's Team USA and Team Spain moving through. There's the team cheer. So as we reset this lineup, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are straight back into it. This is Guillermo Lemos, local from here, Playa de Macumba. He's been going off all week long. Really put himself into the spotlight with his early heat performances. A star of post-heat interviews as well.
Yeah.
Here's your lineup for your boys 16 under quarterfinal heat number 2. Guillermo Lemos, Tomas Patane, Matias Reynoto, Alvaro de la Fuente. So Spain, Portugal, Costa Rica, and Brazil represented here.
Well, they already got one surfer through, Chris. So building a momentum right there, probably going to learn from the mistakes that Hans made in the first heat. And this kid, the Portuguese surfer in the green, I love his style. He's one of the favorites to me to win the whole thing.
He proved you right with that first snap. Great way to start. I mean, we've seen so far today the first quarterfinal really, I would say, taken control of on the strength of one big turn by Rex Hennings. So with 17:20 to go, it's going to be Tomas Patane.
It's good pressure by De La Fuente right there. Force him to use priority on that one.
Yeah, a little sales tactic that worked. One of our all-time faves from the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. They've got a lot of team spirit.
Yeah, they do. They do. In every single discipline that you can find at the ISA level, too. Shortboarding, longboarding, parasurfing. As we look at Kanoto here, I just love his style. Shades of Medina to me. And when you look at Gabe's career and his trajectory, it started here in 2009. He got second to Keanu Asing in the U16s. And then you mentioned this kid, Lemos, on the backhand, one of the 2 local surfers that we have in the event. And I think he's just been very smart in the way he's been advancing throughout a lot of his heats so far throughout the week, Chris. Really love the way he's competed, maintained his composure. And for a lot of surfers, they can learn from him. All it takes is just keeping a balance throughout the week. You don't want to get those big highs or those big lows. Just meet yourself in the middle.
Contest format is as follows. If you have fielded a complete team, there would be 3 men in your 18 under division, 3 women in your 18 under division, 3 under 16 on each side as well. Standard rules apply, top 2 waves comboed up for your final score. We had record participation this year. 365 athletes in our 4 divisions. Rising percentage of female competitors.
Nearly
and
half.
Our new nations, Czech Republic, Hungary, Ukraine, and Romania competing here for their first time. The junior level, we have seen a few of those teams at the World Surfing Games, but this is the stepping stone. This is where you start your path to potential Olympic glory. So we could see a Romanian surfer competing in the Olympics someday soon.
Definitely could. We've seen a German in Glatzer before, and who would have expected him to be able to make it that far? As we see the Portuguese team right there, well prepared as always. Out of every single team we've seen so far this week, Chris, they are always wearing their uniform.
Yeah.
At dinner time, on the street, you know, at the beach, at competition, outside of it, they are always wearing their uniform, and they wear that with a lot of pride.
They're representing.
Yeah, we see them at dinner time, very quiet, real cool kids, always say hi, but they go to dinner, get out of there real quick, back to sleep, and one of the first teams on the beach.
Well, the discipline is showing, and it's paying off for Team Portugal so far. Their surfer in green in the lead. It's precarious at the moment, just a 2.90, followed by Lemos with a 2.5. Alvaro, just a quick ride, 0.57. Patane, same deal, 0.20. Do you have an updated team rankings? Your overall team points for now. Australia in the top spot. Spain, second. Team USA, third. Portugal, 4. Brazil, 5. Japan, Hawaii, France, Peru. Rounded out by Team Canada in the top 10.
Ooh. Canada once again getting a top 10 result heading into finals day. Brazil, as you mentioned, just outside of medal contention right now, number 5. A victory goes a long way in terms of points, though, Chris. So you get Lemos over there on the podium. Makes a big difference, especially if you get... Oh, dude, imagine if you get a gold medal at your home break, where, first of all, how many times can you say that you're going to get an opportunity to get an ISA World Junior Championship at the very place you surf every single day, at home, and on a pathway, as you were saying, to either Olympic or CT stardom, too. So it would be really cool to see him win. He's got a long ways to go, though. We're in the quarters right now. Still at least 2 more heats to surf.
13-12 left. Slow cadence in this heat, but as we saw in the previous heat, you get down to 6, 5, 4 minutes, things get pretty wild.
Dicey.
I'm sure that's going to be a trend that continues through the day.
No doubt. So it does seem like we have a look here by Pathenai.
Just easily gets over some big lumps coming up the face of that wave. One turn was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Get intensity, nothing extremely explosive, but read the wave well. It's going to be his best score. Might even be the best of the heat, too, just given the great bottom turn discipline right there, as we have a set incoming here, Chris. Seems like Canoto interested on the left, but he has to give way to the De La Fuente.
So De La Fuente rolling the dice on this one. It actually kind of paid off for him.
Mm-hmm.
Did not look like much when he stood up, but it had a good inside section. I feel like a closeout section can be your best friend today.
Yeah.
If used appropriately. I think Alvaro did that.
So one thing that I'm noticing when it's smaller in comparison to when it was bigger, when there was actually swell out there in the water, Chris, the rights were obviously better. The lefts today are big factors in terms of scoring.
Here we go. Lemos gets the section he wanted, belts it.
It was tough, too.
There's a lot working against him on that wave.
Yeah.
But he made it look nice and clean. Speed, power, flow. General equation out here. We'll see how Lemos did. I mean, the paddle in right there was pretty
very confident.
Skillful.
And you can see just by his ability to get into the lip line and manage the backwash right there, this is a guy who surfs here frequently. As Pathenai here drops a 3.57. So before the last of Lemos, this was the best wave of the heat. As you said, a lot of ribs on the face of that wave. Real tough to navigate the bottom turn. And good conversion here by De La Fuente. Everybody else kind of pressured him into getting this wave. One setup. And good timing for the second one. So nothing incredible, but when you talk about pressure being a privilege right here, I feel like he understood the assignment well. Great combination right there on the forehand. And it's much more difficult to be able to generate speed on the forehand like that in a real tight section rather than on the backhand. As it seems like Canoto here having a look. We're going to go to Lemos, though. Ooh.
Pretty similar to his previous wave, which we have not seen the score for yet. But Matias Canoto, Team Portugal, doing some work on the left. And here we go, current leader. We're representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica, Tomas Pathenai, 15 years old, from Tamarindo. His favorite break, Marbella. Surf fans are showing up in force today here at Playa de Macumba. Those Costa Rican flags have not stopped waving, and I'm here for it.
It looked like Joe Wilson from Samoa flying the flag right there every single day. That was explosive by Lemos. If you've seen so far this week, Chris, he's been riding the same exact board, whether it's breaking on the outside and a little bit larger, or given the conditions that we have today. Same epoxy as we see Pathenai here on the left. Good opening setup right there. Good variation, goes up into the lip line, but just gets a little hung up coming out of it, and it might cost him in terms of the completion. So little dirty right there with the finish. Canoto was also up and riding. He only has a 2.9 in a scoreline. So slow start to the heat. 9 minutes to go, and we don't normally see patience being a virtue by a lot of these young surfers under the age of 16. The maturity that a lot of them are presenting, Chris, very noticeable. And it goes to show you the amount of experience a lot of these kids have before they even graduate into the U18s. Pretty impressive stuff. 30 years ago, 20 years ago even, you wouldn't have been seeing a lot of these kids compete the same way as they are today.
I'm right there with you. It's a good board selection for the day. Looks like a good, fun day to ride your skimboard. Here we go. Making it look easy, Alvaro de la
Ooh.
Fuente. And just as I say that, his board tries to hit him in the face. Looks like he's fine. Shakes it off. Didn't look like much on that wave anyway, so might not have been a critical error for Alvaro, and looks like he escaped unscathed.
It's a sneaky move right there by Lemos too. Last second paddling in front of him, and yeah, it just seems like his front foot slipped off. So an unforced error right there for De La Fuente. He did use priority on that one though, so could be costly towards the end of the heat. Here's Canoto now on the backhand.
Trying to fight back here, quick snap. Navigating over some bump. It has a good section to work with through this inside. Gets a third turn.
I haven't seen him fall this week. I mean, he's so solid in terms of his foundation. Just great base overall.
7.5 left. Guillermo Lemos in the lead for now, Team Brazil. Followed by Tomas Pathane from Costa Rica. Spain, well, they don't look too worried about Alvaro de la Fuente. He's got a 4-4 total, really leaning heavy on that 3-8.
And then this kid right here, still waiting on his previous ride, which was the left-hander. Good setup turn. Look at his positioning on the board, too. Just picture perfect. Always centered right there. Not a lot of weight on either rail, and, I mean, just impressive stuff for a kid that's under the age of 16. Told you coming into this heat that I felt like he was one of the contenders to win gold. He's looking sharp right now. Just love the way he's able to use that speed and his flow to his advantage at a very weak break like it is right now, Chris. One of the taller kids in the U16s.
Yeah, I feel like today is going to be really a big day for the coaches. Not only settling the nerves of these young surfers, but also just helping them decode and decipher the lineup right now as we see Alvaro de la Fuente from Team Spain, 2 turns out the back, so recovering nicely from a previous slip. There's your coaching technique. Yell, point, whistle, do whatever you can to get the attention of your rider, to get them to where you think will give them the best opportunity to shine. 5:48 now to go.
You brought up an excellent point yesterday, though, Chris, in terms of who they need to listen to.
Right.
So don't try to give them too much information, because then you get them overthinking. They have to process way too much in the moment. So before you paddle out, if you're the person in charge of the team, you need to let them know, hey, I'm wearing this. You need to be looking at me and only listening to me.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
Look right here.
Captain Phillips right
there.
there.
The team can cheer all they want, of course, but you've got to have a clear line of sight to your coach if that's your strategy.
And that was poor advice right there, I felt. They sent them a bit too far outside, and a lot of these waves seem like they're going to be breaking a little too far out, but they still always break on the same bank all the way on the inside, Chris. And a big mistake right there when you consider what he was needing, a 5. So with just under 5 minutes to go right now, drops down to 4th priority, and the 2 people that don't need to improve on their scores, they're in the top 2, they got 1st and 2nd respectively.
Interesting looking wave right here. The backwash actually can help pump it up a little bit, but then does the reverse effect. So it looked like that thing was going to crumble way past where these surfers were sitting.
That's 2 sets in a row now.
Look at that reverberation coming from the beach. It's rough.
So this is the last of De La Fuente, 2.33 right here. And I think they've kept him into the smaller range of the scoreline, Chris, just because a lot of these turns much flatter. The sections aren't really standing up, as you saw that wave right there, breaking very far inside. And this is the 4.8, the best score of the heat for Canoto. Excuse me, this is his last, just a throwaway, 0.93, so they didn't deem that one turn incomplete or complete. And as of right now, still in 2nd place, but look at the strategy now. Seems like Lemos went over to cover De La Fuente or Pathanai, and Canoto going to be covering the surfer in the white Alvaro here. So I think it's a smart play given how slow it's been with the good scores. Last heat, the two surfers that moved through got into the double digits. Right now, you just need to do your job and advance out of this one.
Yeah, I think this backwash is going to wreak havoc on a lot of strategies heading out there.
Yep.
Because we've seen already throughout the morning a couple times where the backwash actually helped kind of pump the wave up a little bit, give some excitement to the ride, and then the reverse effect just a minute ago where the backwash actually made the wave completely disappear.
I don't mind this kind of attitude by the Brazilian team either. I think being calm in the moment, let your surfer do the thing, and do their own thinking too. Especially you're putting a lot of trust into a kid that lives right here. So he knows the break. He knows how to compete already. He's a multiple-time national champion here in Brazil. Let him learn from the decisions that he's making. And you look at a former professional surfer that was at the highest level too in Paulo Moura. He's the head coach for Team Brazil. If that guy's trusting you to make your own decisions, well, he's putting a major, major trust.
Yeah, we didn't see any signaling or stress, really. And when you look towards the beach and you see your entire team there supporting you, you got to be able to soak that in and use that. You and I have both been in team competitions before. It can be nerve-wracking because you're out there for yourself, you're out there for your team, and the thought of letting your team down can be crippling, but apparently not to Guilherme. Blast the front three. Can't hang on to it, but it's already sitting on a double-digit score for his total with 1:30 to go. He's looking good for advancement for now as we see Alvaro de la Fuente. Needs a 4.97. A little bit of a languid pace on that last wave. Pathane. Great style.
Yeah.
Big turn there. Recovers from a little bit of a nose dig, but blew the tail out. Judges like to see your fins. They like to see spray. They like speed. You give us a little bit of all of that.
Yeah, and that looked almost like a skate move right there, where he slid the tail out, had some good control. And I really like this maneuver right here. Just great selection based off of the single turn that he had to have. Digs the nose a little bit. I actually thought that added to the intensity and even elevated the turn a little bit because it showed some difficulty.
A little drama.
Yeah, and still needs a low 5. I don't think it's that, but if he improves on the 3.57, still has 40 seconds where the paddle back out is clearly very short, you have a chance. And luckily for him, there is a set incoming right here. So 30 seconds, let's see if enough time for this wave to come through.
Of course, this is going to make things interesting here.
5-minute drill, Chris.
One of the bigger sets we've seen of the day. 20 seconds left. It's going to be in time for at least one of these surfers.
Ooh, Canoto let Pathanai go. Lemos going to block him, though.
Yeah, Lemos right here. Basically controlling this heat for the last 5 minutes. Big fin ditch there. 3 seconds left. Here we go. Last chance for Alvaro de la Fuente from Team Spain. One turn out the back. Gets the closeout snap just barely. So needed a 4.97.
Body language doesn't indicate that right there.
He wasn't selling it, was it?
No. But you got to look at the positives, though. You make it into the quarterfinals. It's a great result overall. When we talk about one of the most difficult and challenging events worldwide, probably the ISA World Juniors, you had to compete throughout many different events. So got to be proud about performances from both Patanay and De La Fuente. But it's the Portuguese and the local boy once again taking another victory, Chris.
So more team points towards your overall team standings.
Brazil right outside of team medals, number 5.
I mean, that mathematically, I'm not going to need much help to you here, Mitchell, but anytime you get a surfer through at this stage on finals day, your points increase drastically, and your chances at an overall medal do as well. There you see team camaraderie for Brazil. One of the only kids in this entire event that can go home and make a sandwich and come back down to work. I doubt he will because Team Brazil has been a complete squad on the sand from day one. But more action to come here on Finals Day at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Just looking at the world today, it's very clear that what we need the most is peace. And today, we are a proof of peace and a better world through surfing. It is my hope that in these 10 days of surfing competition, friendship, camaraderie, to hate, we answer with love. To violence, we answer with peace. And of course, we answer with surf, which is what we love.
The amount of happiness of bringing this all together. I personally surfed this event twice before, and it changed my life, like it's gonna change your life.
Now that the world can hear, it is my greatest pleasure, my greatest honor. This is what I love to do the most. To officially declare open the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil! Okay!
Welcome back to beautiful Praia de Macumba here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. I'm Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We've been enjoying getting to know most of these 365 young athletes from all over the world. If you want to know more about them, you dig into the bios at isasurf.org. A lot of great information there. I mean, pretty much every kid in this contest is a national champion at some point in their young career. Ooh. And looking like he wants to be a world junior champion.
Yeah.
Alejandro Bernales, Team Peru. So this is going to be another big one. Lucas Skinner has been on fire. Tiger Abuba, same thing. Alejandro and Anwar Chia. So Brazil represented again. Peru, England. A lot of people saying Lucas Skinner is the surfer to watch, and he has been doing big things. But right now it's Anwar Chia, Team Brazil. That right there is something to celebrate. That was one of the best rights we've seen all day long, and a good sign of things to come.
For sure, and he's building off of confidence from his teammate in the previous heat too. Kind of one of those people that has just been slowly grinding through a lot of heats throughout this week. See the 2.5 right here, the opener for Lucas Skinner. We've seen him have a great air game so far this week. The one setup snap, I mean, you can just see the intensity that he brings with every single turn, and really love the way this kid surfs. First time seeing him in person. And then Tiger right here on the backhand, that sharp eye looks great underneath his feet too. That's actually his mom's board that he's riding. Excellent combo right there on the backhand from the kid from Team Hawaii. They're the defending gold medal team, so he wants to be moving into the final. And we got a heat on our hands, Chris. I mean, look at this combo right here by Chia, too. Love the way he finishes up with the floater. You mentioned many different times during competition, floaters are underrated.
Yep.
And that was a great moment to kind of showcase that right there. Skinner right here, I think he kind of got sold on this one, Chris. Real flat. Good pressure there by Bernales. But we do talk about the great air game that he has. Could see it on display in the last 15 minutes of this heat. Hasn't lost a single heat so far in this event. He's been one of the, I'd have to actually say, the gold medal contender, way ahead of everybody else.
And this may be the first time in history that we're seeing 2 surfers in a 4-surfer heat, one on their mom's board, one on their dad's board.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's happened, but either way, it's pretty cool. 15-14 to go. While our surfers get themselves reset in the lineup, we get a chance to go catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Happy Finals Day morning, and congratulations, first of all, to the local young man here. Welcome back. The best surfers in the whole world are able to find the chaos amongst the storm, or the calmness, sorry, amongst the chaos. What is it for you that finds you that peace before you compete?
É o último dia do campeonato e os melhores do mundo, e é caos antes da tempestade ou a paz antes da tempestade. O que é para você?
Cara, muito feliz em estar vivendo tudo isso, em estar entre os melhores do mundo. Esse era meu objetivo, estar aqui, chegar no último dia. Já estou bem satisfeito com o meu resultado, então o que vier é lucro. E eu estou muito feliz, só tenho a agradecer a Deus mesmo e vamos com tudo para cima, agora é semifinal.
He's happy to be here. His main goal is to be in the final day. So now he's looking forward what comes to him.
So pressure off the shoulders, ready to attack. For the rest of the world that have just tuned in, all the different surfers, all the different teams that are watching this right now, does he have any words to say to them?
Então, pressão nas tuas costas, né? Outros times, outros países. Você tem alguma palavra para dizer para eles?
Só para tomar cuidado mesmo, que o Lil Purple tá com tudo.
He said, take care of me because New Purple is on.
I knew it. I can feel it from you. There's this calmness, a beautiful performance. Good luck. Well done, Brazil. We'll let you go back to this heat in the water. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jess. And yes, he's been a standout for his hairstyle as well as, and more importantly, his surfing. Guilherme Lemos, put him in the conversation when you start talking about potential medalists right there. That young Brazilian surfer has been ripping. So with 13 minutes to go, his teammate, Anwar Chia, 14 years old, from Matinhos, Paraná, Brazil. And I like his bio. He says, I'm a happy guy. I love surfing every day, and I love traveling to surf good waves around the world. We agree, Anwar. And if we could surf like you, probably be a lot more fun, especially in waves like this, because he's making it look pretty effortless as you see a stoic, quiet Team England. I don't think they're too worried. They know how good Lucas Skinner is. They know what he can do if given the opportunity. He's sitting in third priority right now, so he's got to figure out some tactics to get himself back into that top of the priority order as we see Tiger Abubo now. Blasting the tail out. Get up! And that is a completed maneuver and an insane tail sliding layback right there. Turn of the day so far, at least.
I would agree.
I mean, maybe of the event.
Yeah. And when it most matters, too. Here's Bernales now on the backhand.
So far, this heat has had the best waves we've seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of opportunity out there for at least 3 of 4 surfers. Right now, though, Lucas Skinner, who we've been touting as one of the surfers to beat all week long, sitting on a 2.5 and a 1.5. We'll see what he did there with 11:30 to go.
And he mentioned Chia being a young kid out of the northeast of Brazil. Great surfer, young, and he's been able to win major events in the Open already here in Brazil. That's a huge accomplishment. But there you see Chris Martin, one of the coaches for Team Hawaii. They're the defending gold medal team, Chris. They want to be taking it out again. And you mentioned Skinner being a young prodigy. We haven't seen him in this position so far in this event. Goes for the tail high reverse.
Oh, yeah.
And he pulls it too. Wow. That was ridiculous right there.
That's why Team England didn't look worried.
Yeah.
They know how good Lucas is, and just that one opportunity is all he needed to go off.
And
that was so rad.
His completion rate, too, Chris, is through the roof. I mean, you saw him fall in the first few waves. Poor wave selection, I'd have to say. And then he gets onto a closeout right there, gets 2 pumps, and throws a tail-high air when the waves are 2 feet and with very little push. I mean, he goes out there and he truly is a natural-born killer. Love to see it, but we have a major heat on our hands. No doubt the most competitive one we've seen out of the first 3 quarterfinals. I love that combination from Abubo. I mean, just the way he was able to handle the pressure and go for a big section when he needed it, too.
Speaking of big sections, Lucas was looking for one. It's almost like you want a closeout today.
Yeah.
You want at least room for 1 or 2 pumps. And then that big, meaningful section that Lucas Skinner took full advantage of. He dropped an 8.6, but right after he got that number, Tiger Abubo comes through with an 8.33. So just when you thought things were going to be a steady diet of nothing, boom, 2 massive scores come through. Tiger, Team Hawaii in the lead. Skinner, red, representing England in second. Barnales third, needing a 6.78. And Warchia from the home team of Brazil, needing a 6.11. Here goes Skinner again. It's a no-go. But how good must it feel for Skinner, not only to have earned that score, but how he did it. You land a big air in a quarterfinal heat, you're feeling good.
And your confidence just soars, and he oozes confidence for a kid that's still just under the age of 16 too. There you see the Brazilian team now, still very quiet, very patient, but look at this again, Chris. I mean, the amount of speed he gained right there, and look at how high that tail got too. I mean, quick rotation, just beautiful and amazing stuff. I love this combo though from Tiger. Down the line snap, and look at this layback. Woof! I mean, fully throws it. And the difficult thing about that is that the wave goes flat, so for you to be able to have enough core strength to not have enough push from that white water, that kid is strong, Chris. I mean, well-earned 8.33 right there by the kid representing Hawaii.
I mean, straight up risk being rewarded as well. I mean, it was like when we were talking about Phil Collins, the Tarzan soundtrack, right? He didn't have to go that hard, but he did. Just like Tiger Abubo did right there.
Yeah, and at a moment where you're trying to send a message and tell everybody else, okay, you want to be world junior champion, you have to go through me first. That's what Lemos just said in his post-heat interview, and guess what? He probably just saw these 2 scores right here by red and blue, and they're thinking to themselves, okay,
they're saying,
I see you.
Who's Phil Collins?
Well, have they seen Tarzan? They should, because it's a masterpiece. The soundtrack is even better.
They're probably just a little bit more worried about that 4.17 that Tiger Abubo is sitting on. It's a good score. I mean, if you look at the backups, it's better than any backup at the moment.
Well,
and he's got a big lead. It's just you can't help but feel like every position is precarious right now because we know what all 4 of these surfers are capable of. I'm not counting any chickens yet.
Let's be real, though. You got 16 points today, Chris. You're surfing on a different planet, otherworldly. I don't know if anybody's even going to be able to get into that range today. Just the consistency of those good waves, to be able to complete a maneuver like that under pressure, and that's why it's so impressive that we've seen 2 8s in this heat. I mean, one kid drops the 8. Lucas probably saw it, and he's like, okay, I'll one-up you. I'll do the air on the closeout section. And I really love to see people being pushed to their limit because it shows you their best surfing. And overall, that's what we're here for, right? World Junior Championship, go out there and prove that you're the best surfer in the world during this period of time.
That's what it's all about. And I like to see these surfboards shining as well. I mean, the boards all of these surfers are riding, all custom, of course. In the case of Lucas Skinner, his dad actually shapes these boards. And this thing looks perfect. Now he's just playing because he's sitting on that 8.6. While he does need to get rid of that 2.5 to feel any semblance of safety, I like that he keeps pushing it. I like that he keeps hunting ramps.
Yeah.
Because it makes it fun to watch, of course, but it's going to be a huge reward if he lands another air like that. Big heat coming up next. 2 surfers representing Japan. Fletcher Kelleher from Australia, Ryan Coelho. So this is going to be another big one. Quarterfinal 4 coming up next.
Well, look at this. Brazil has all 3 surfers left in the U16s heading into the quarterfinals. I know Chia's in a tough position right now, needing a low 6 to move up into second. But points-wise, that is huge. They're able to move all 3 of them into the semifinals. They're for sure going up into the top 3. And right now with 5 minutes to go, just going back to the topic of equipment and especially the boards, Lucas's father, Ben, great longboarder. We all know him as a top 10 finisher this year. One of the greatest surfers to ever come out of that region of Europe, I'd have to say, too. But a lot of people don't know how good of a shortboarder he is. And I think as a shaper, being so good at different disciplines within surfing and knowing how a surfboard works, to be able to present that somebody that you love, you trust, you want to see them excel, that person's putting in a lot of effort to give you the best kind of equipment possible. And after years and years of experience, it seems like him and Lucas have found the perfect recipe here for their boards.
Skinner now, quick float, snap.
Should improve.
Adds a little bit of flair onto dry sand. Looking to get rid of a 2.5. Probably did that, if only by a little, but
yeah.
A nicely surfed wave. And I think that's just a sound tactical strategy. Just chip away. If you're not going to be out there in the top priority spot, battling out for set waves, come inside, do a little bit of work, put that in the bank, and then get back out there.
Oh, and what a heat by Tiger Abubo, too. Opened up with a 4, then got the 833, and this is just a masterclass of how to compete out there, too. Only 2 waves ridden. That's all you need. He probably knows and has expectations to make the final and win. All it requires is 6 waves today, Chris, to become world champion. So overall, great pacing. Love the stoic nature that we're seeing from him in this heat. And just when it comes to competing, really goes to show you that Team Hawaii came prepared this year. Abubo doing great stuff out there, as it does seem like Skinner improves just slightly, as you were saying, at 2.63 instead of the 2.5. But that puts more pressure on both Bernales and Chia, who, by the way, after hearing the 8s being dropped right there, we're talking about 2 world-class surfers. They've been very patient, haven't even paddled for a wave, because they know they're not making it out of this heat with at least something in the mid-6s.
Yeah, we're not done yet. Every position is risky right now, and that's really due to the backup scores from Abubo and Skinner. Lucas Skinner improves just slightly, gets a 2.63 in his last effort. We want to know how you're watching. Where are you watching from? Who are you cheering for? Let us have it. At ISAsurfing on the gram. Don't forget to use the hashtag ISAJuniors. We'd love to know who you think is going to be our overall team champion, our boys 16 and under champion, our gold medalists. Tell us how you feel. Maybe your surfer will prove you right.
Perhaps.
Being proven right on social media is great. Feels so good.
Oh my.
2 minutes to go. Tiger Abubo in the lead. Currently in third priority, as you see Lucas Skinner kind of sharking around on the inside. He's not going to waste a second of this heat. We know if he gets a good section, he'll blow up just like that. Just like that. Lucas Skinner. I mean, we've been shouting his name from the rooftops all week long, and look at us being proven right by him.
I love this kid. I mean, sharking around on the inside, as you were mentioning, smart strategy being in fourth priority, and here's Bernales now, who's probably going to be needing something at least in the 8s. Chris goes for the big air. Incomplete, but he was kind of forced to do that right there. Chia, though, up and riding.
Is this a 6.24? Little glitch when he took off. That's a better turn. He's got a section to work with here. Belts it. Frees the fins. Gives Team Brazil something to cheer about. I don't know, though. Was it a 6.24?
Well,
was it better than this wave?
And you have to think about how much Skinner's going to improve on his low score with this one, too. Throws the tail around.
How?
Picture perfect positioning.
How did he do that?
Yeah, it was flat right there, too, where he landed.
That was incredible.
Just to be able to ride out of that with the speed that he had, very difficult. Setup turners, he was mentioning, much better right there. Great angle that he took for the one carve. And a good finish, too, managing the backwash, but you can just see with the body language, not very content with that one. Waited a long time for that wave, too. Still has 20 seconds. And then the air attempt right here from Bernales. Well, he just knew that if he didn't go for something big, no way he's making it out of this heat. And just never really got the grab on that one right there. I don't think it was the adequate amount of speed either.
But go down swinging, right?
Exactly. I mean, the only way you're making it out of this heat if you're doing something massive. And good effort by him. Big result, his best so far in ISA competition. But look at the score that drops for Skinner.
So Skinner improves with a 4.73. That means right before the buzzer, Alejandro Bernales would need an 8.18. So turn, backside air 3. His feet were
glued,
wildly flying, and then reconnecting to his board.
What a heat. What a great one.
But like you said, a masterclass in tactics, in small wave surfing, and for Lucas Skinner, in poise, right?
Yeah.
No nerves. And
True.
He waited a bit for his first wave, but he made the field pay. A couple of big airs. Skinner.
Oh, man, that's a great feeling right there. I mean, being embraced by his dad, being the first one, big congratulations right there. Nothing better than that, Chris.
Team England doing big things here in Rio. Lucas Skinner on to the semifinals along with Tiger Abubo. Unfortunately, we lose Anwar Chia and Alejandro Bernales, but congrats to both of those young surfers on a job well done. We've got a lot more action to come. Big ramps out there. We'll see who steps up next. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to beautiful Praia de Macumba. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we're straight into it. Fletcher Kelleher, Team Australia. Doesn't look like he's affected by the backwash. That way he surfed right through it.
Not phased whatsoever, and kind of one of those surfers that's just been going unnoticed throughout the rounds too, Chris. Great surfer out of Australia. We have two Japanese surfers. First time we've seen two surfers in the same heat throughout finals day. And another Brazilian, Ryan Coelho, out there in the whites. Gonna be a great one. And the big difference between today and the rest of competition in the last few days, 20-minute heats in comparison to 15.
Yeah, five extra minutes on paper doesn't seem like a lot, but in the span of a heat, it's got to feel like a lifetime. These surfers have been surfing 15-minute heats throughout the entire competition. So the technical team adding 5 minutes to the heats for finals day. Great decision.
It's made a big difference today, I can tell you that.
And as usual, some of the biggest, best, most exciting scores drop in the last minute. I'm sure that trend will continue throughout the day as well.
Meat and potatoes right there from Fletcher Kelleher. 2.17 to open up. Couple of decent carves on the forehand, Chris, and just some good surfing right there from the young surfer representing Australia. And if I'm fully honest, I actually think it's way better to be flying under the radar the entire time and just have your best heat once you make the final too.
Right.
So don't have many people talking about you. It's kind of good. Keep your presence of mind like that. Then once you get into the final, have the best heat of your life, and you're going to be a gold medalist at the end of the week.
Pick the right time to peak.
Exactly.
As if you could choose, right?
It's the times where
but
it's
you can
like,
just
hey,
switch that on whenever you want.
There's times, though, where you just see somebody every single heat and throughout the week, and you're just like, yeah.
Well, it puts a target on your back, too.
It does. And then you have expectations of yourself. And that's why you don't want to let anything get to your head. And it's way easier said than done. I've seen a lot of people crumble under pressure. Saw it earlier this year, I'd have to say, at one of the surfers' home breaks on the championship tour, as we see Okano here, great surfer representing Japan.
Crisp, clean style. Has a nice little runner here.
Has a nice haircut, too.
Yeah. Cool looking surfer. So nicely done. It's a medium tempo for blue. Right behind him in white, Ryan Coelho. These kids do not surf like they're 14, 15, 16 years old, do they? That's why, I mean, it's hard not to be confused when you're watching these heats. You're thinking, what level is this?
You know, what's funny is that you think you're the king of your beach when you're back home and you're like, oh man, I'm going to go out there, be the best surfer in the event. You kind of surf your best wave ever in a competition in New Jersey here at the ISA Juniors. You're thinking, oh, I'm getting a 7 for sure. Drops in as a 3.5, and you're like, okay, rude awakening. Need to step it up a little bit.
It's a big world out there, and there are a lot of great surfers. Here's one of them. One of my favorite styles of the entire field. Ryo Ono. Blows the fins out. Can he hang on?
Yes, he can.
I feel like that was a completion. But I like how it was all one line. An unbroken line of S's.
A lot of flow involved right there. I feel like we've kind of lost that in a lot of senses, especially at beach breaks. You know, you see a lot of people just wanting to go to the air real quick. And finding the flow, the right wave available to be able to do that at a beach break like this, it's very difficult. As you mentioned, probably the best board to be riding today on finals, Skim. Great beach to do it too.
Good day for it, as they say in Australia. 14 minutes, 50 seconds to go. We're waiting for probably two of the most impactful scores to drop in this quarterfinal matchup. And it's going to be Ren Okano with a 6.33. Japanese stylist comes through with a big number, and here's that last one from Ryo Ono. Yep. So much flow, Mitch.
And the pacing, too. Smart, in the pocket the entire time. Probably could have pushed a little harder on that second one, but it was because he wanted to set up that finishing maneuver. And, I mean, the difficult part about reading that as a judge is that the wave just ran out. So do you count it complete because he actually rode out in front of it, or is it incomplete because there was just sand there and no more water? So it's going to be a tough one on their behalf. We saw the turn right there on the back end for Coelho. Just beautiful read of this wave by Okano. And a really narrow stance too, Chris. I don't know if you've noticed that, but a lot of kids nowadays tend to have that wider stance because they want to have the completion rate with the big maneuvers on lockdown. Okano's one of the few surfers in the event that kind of has that knock-kneed style, very narrow.
He surfs like a young Bruce Irons,
yeah,
in my opinion.
It's a good call.
13:30 to go here. Ren Okano in the lead as surfers wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood.
Well, there's not much to say about that performance because there's no words to describe the masterclass you're putting on out there, Mr. Skinner. Early on in the warm-ups this morning, I was watching you. There was only a few kids in the water and one guy landed a little air rev and you squealed and ran to make sure you got yourself in the water. Talk to us about how you feel in pre-finals day warm-ups.
Yeah, I rocked up to the beach this morning and the waves were firing and I was frothing. It was quiet, so I walked onto the sand and I seen one of the, I think, Japanese kids do a little air reverse and I was so frothing, so I was just ran straight in my wetsuit top and I was out there. So just trying to get myself excited but still pretty calm and yeah, super happy.
How serious are you about kind of chasing down this pathway? I mean, you're well and truly on the road right now, but do you look into the future and kind of see yourself doing this for the next 10 or 20 years?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, before these events, I'm kind of falling asleep dreaming about it all, but I try not to take it too serious, just take it day by day, and yeah, I'm just having fun, so yeah.
You said the social aspect of these competitions might help fuel up your energy at least as well. What is it that you get? Do you get it off the competitors or the teams?
Just like being in the environment of the competitions, it relaxes me and I'm in the same boat as everyone with the waves. If the waves are bad, just socialise. Everyone's kind of feeling the same. And yeah, I think my dad's the same. He's like pretty social around the contest. So I think it's just something that I've always done before my heats, and yeah, it works for me. So I'm going to keep doing it.
Well, for those quiet days back at home, you can re-watch those YouTube celebrations from Team England because they were loud and they are proud. Congratulations. Good luck going to the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you. Love you, Mum. Love you, Levin. And Lucy.
Love you, Levin, Mom. Big.
There you go, guys.
Oh, you gotta love it. Oh, great moment there for the Skinner family. Some explosive action. This is from Coelho.
Kind of gnarly right there on the second turn. Big proud dad right there, skin dog.
It's just those little in-between moments that really make this event that special. Here we go. This is Ryan Coelho, Team Brazil.
Setup snap, and that second turn was nasty. I mean,
there's a lot to unpack there.
Put it up into the lip, and he had to deal with that backwash and dealt very well. I mean, strong legs just to be able to ride out of that last section right there, Chris.
And is that a case of backwash potentially helping what would have been a decent turn, just a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more showy?
I'd say so, yeah.
So he will get credit for doing something unique?
Well, because you're scoring the section, right?
The critical
exactly.
section, yeah.
And just to be able to navigate out of it, that adds a degree of difficulty. So a lot of risk going into it. As a judge, you're probably thinking, okay, just another turn. We've seen a lot of those throughout the week. I mean, how many 4s or 3s have you seen that have been almost exactly the same? And right there, it's a significant point of difference. So that little extra 0.5, maybe even a point, could go a long way in a heat like this.
Let's see what happens next. The current leader is 14-year-old Ren Okano, representing Team Japan. And yeah, you want to see a list of the who's who in modern surfing? Here you go. Your previous champions here at the ISA Juniors. Some pretty big names on that list, I would say.
Well, Poulos and Bunch had great years on the Challenger Series.
See Aaron Brooks there, 2022 under-16 champ. She got gold.
Katie Simmers, we all know what she did on the championship tour this year.
She's a little. She took that gold and ran with it, didn't she?
And then Gabriella Bryan, former Rookie of the Year on the championship tour, top 10 surfer yet again, Chris. Kamiyama, one of the few Japanese surfers that's won a gold medal at the ISA level. And Eve Wong, also a surfer on the CS this year. You know, interesting to point out right there that there was a 3-year gap for the juniors between 19 and 22. They didn't have an ISA event for 3 years due to COVID, and just have to say the level of skill sets, the improvements by a lot of these kids, great stuff.
It's a list of our returning medalists. I like that. Future Olympians in bold. I agree. So these surfers in 2022 in El Salvador, in a wide array of conditions, mostly pumping.
Yeah.
Double, triple overhead even at times for some of the field.
Well, and
they had to earn it that year.
The only returning medalist still in the event is Hanzo Drussola. He's into the semifinals. He's looking to get back-to-back medals and get his first gold. Brother Kai's still in the event too, competing in the U18s. Talk about a family event, a familiar event, Chris.
So we're after this heat. Our semifinals will be stacked, and then we're going to flip it over to the women's side of the draw. Some big names will be competing. This is close quarters here.
Tough competing against your teammate too.
Yeah.
We're seeing it in the water right now, and
you gotta have individual and team strategy.
Separate little camps right there. Overall, I mean, clearly you would love to have both surfers move through, but in the end, there's times where you got to put yourself first, Chris, and just say, like, hey, I love you. I know you're my teammate, but
I got to do what I got to do.
Exactly. Who's going to be the future Olympian, you or me?
Team Tahiti is ready.
What a beautiful place, too.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful and menacing as we head to the end of the road, Chiahopo site, Paris 2024 surfing, the Olympics. Careful what you wish for. Ooh, wow. That was a near miracle for Ren Okano. That's why elite level surfers wax their boards all the way up to the nose.
And
almost made that.
Looking to improve on a 3.172 as a Japanese surfer, the heat leader at the moment. 6.5 minutes on the clock, Chris. This heat has flown by right now and scores in for the second of Coelho, a 3.97, so a solid backup as of right now. Ono with just a 3.93, needing something in the low fours. And Fletcher, who opened up real quick with the 2.17, he's been very patient waiting for his second scoring ride, needing something close to a 6. And just want to talk about the use of priority today, Chris. We've seen it be a major factor at the end of the heats when it comes to the first 6 days of competition. I think today is going to be huge to have priority in the first rotation. We saw Hennings in the very first heat of this morning get a quick wave, get a score, and then get into the first priority rotation afterwards. He ended up winning the heat. I think those people that can get into the rotations as quickly as possible are the people that are going to be moving through. Ooh.
Ooh. Sharp. Backside surfing from Ren Okano. Young Japanese phenom. Silky smooth style. And obviously nerves of steel. Doesn't look one bit worried. And if you surf like this, what would you have to worry about?
It's not much. The quick setup right there, and how's that style too? Little
So
steez. Something reminds me of Taro Watanabe a little bit too on the backhand right there.
So if you're being compared to Bruce Irons and Taro Watanabe, it's a pretty big compliment. There's your current overall team leaders, the Irakanchis. You know they bring the sting.
So, the question for me, how do I get one of those hats? I've always thought that
you gotta earn it.
They've had some of the best hats in the game, and that's true. They just don't give them away to everybody. Some of the coolest ones out there. Talk about a powerful nation when it comes to surfing too.
Oh yeah.
How many world champions do they have? They have the OG world champion at the ASP level too, PT Peter Townend, Robert Bartholomew, Mark Richards,
Barton Lynch.
Yep, co-broadcaster of ours. Gotta say, Mick Fanning, also one of the most influential, and can't forget about the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore. The best style in all of surfing. 4 minutes here, Chris, and Kelleher, I'd be worried right now. You wait this long to catch your second ride. You've been waiting with first priority forever. Okano kind of using these waves to his advantage. His small frame has helped him out a lot in this heat. Ono has the single score of the 3.93. But here, the surfer in the green jersey went left on his opener. Would be thinking that the strategy, the smart one, would be to be able to go right here, use the backhand, get a couple of turns in. As the Japanese team is always very smart and disciplined. They want to get their second surfer up into the top 2 spots. Doesn't need much, a 4.04, and he does have second priority at the moment.
So there you see Japanese teammates Ren Okano in the blue, Ryo Ono in red. Wondering if positioning right there is by design.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to keep that surfer in the position they're in. Once he catches his wave, then you're going to be able to move over and block the other 2 surfers. The only way that strategy works, though, Chris, if you're able to convert on the next wave you catch, if you're Ono. So Okano won't be able to move over and block both Coelho and Kelleher unless Rio is actually able to get the score that he requires. And even if it's close, say it's a wave that's well surfed, you still move over regardless.
2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Here's where the drama really starts to build.
You can see the priority board right there too. That's been huge throughout this week.
It's a great low impact event site.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're tucked away up on the boardwalk, giving this natural reserve area room to breathe. And then the sand has been popping with people.
Yeah, we had a good afternoon yesterday, spending it on the beach. Beautiful afternoon, nice and sunny. Water was refreshing. Was crowded though.
The magnetic pull of the beach in Rio is something else. Here we go. Ren O'Connor lands in the flats, goes down. Fletcher Kelleher, Team Australia, needing a 5.80. Backside float, big backside turn. Can he fit a third? He does. So patience may pay off. But what did Rio Ono do out the back? As he continues his serpentine path toward the sand. Fits in a couple turns there.
Well, it seemed like he might have gotten caught behind right there at the beginning of that wave, Chris. And now a huge moment for Coelho. This wave has a shoulder on it. Might be a good one if he can get into it.
Like that Ren just kind of like edging over towards him.
Yeah, you're playing with fire for doing that, though.
All right, was this enough? This could be a huge difference maker.
Well, let's talk about the poise and the composure. Floater, speed, hit down the line, lot of spray, and one more major maneuver on the inside right there. Talking about a U16 surfer just being able to keep his poise right there. That was a smart move by Coelho, too. Just duck dive right underneath him. Kind of have him make him go around you. So the setup snap, one more, and I think those sections just a bit too flat for my liking for the score that he needs. It's going to come down to Kelleher's wave, as it seems like the buzzer's sounding right here, Chris. Is it close to a 6? Just when you compare it to the 6.33 of Ren O'Connor, I feel like it's right around there.
I think so. The second turn
was nice.
Was a blaster.
Yeah.
And he did a variation of major maneuvers, right? Floater, snap, pocket whip. Who will make it to the semifinals? Safe to say, Ren O'Connor will be there.
Like, the question you need to ask yourself right now, it's close to a score in the good range, near a 6. Is it good surfing, or is it mid-level surfing? If it's good surfing, he's getting the score. But if it's something average, you're probably thinking 5.5 or less. So I'm going to be seeing a lot of people right there on the border. We might have a split decision with the panel, but I think it's right around there. I mean, they made a decision on Ono, not even close to enough, 3.17. And Kelleher right here, I mean, he just rolled the dice on this last one, waited for a long time for that second scoring ride. But once again, talking about the composure and the poise for a kid under the age of 16. Nerves of steel right there. Close to a 6, Chris. Close to a 6. It might be just what he needs.
I love these moments, too. You can feel the nerves, the tension, the excitement. Did he do enough? 2 waves ridden. First wave was a 2.17. Best single wave score in that heat was a 6.33 from Ren O'Connor.
That's the comparison right now.
It's a big moment for the Irakanjis.
That's right. You mentioned they were coming into finals day as the top team, and there's the score, Chris.
So we'll wait for the reaction from this young surfer. Nearly did enough, but it comes through at a 5.33. So you were right, Mitchell. Right there in the mid-range. Second turn was great.
I think the floater at the beginning was maybe just a bit too conservative. I felt like he needed to go a little larger right at the beginning, show some more risk. But once again, poise, maturity, great composure. He's got to be proud of himself.
Yeah, win or lose, Fletcher Kelleher is an amazing surfer. So is Rio Ono. But in the last quarterfinal, it's going to be Ryan Coelho and Ren O'Connor making it to the semis. We're going to flip the script, send it over to the ladies. We're going to bring Jess and Shannon in on the call. We'll be right back.
Day number 5 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, Rio de Janeiro.
Off the bottom right there, set up turn into the lip, much better. But look at his positioning in terms of his shoulders, always looking down the line.
An 8.5 goes to Team Canada's Wheeler Hasberg.
So yeah, I went to do the first turn, and after the end section was there, and I just let myself kind of do the work and, hit it.
With this wave, Pierre Lamont from Team France scored a 7.67. An excellent score of an 8.67 goes to Team Spain's Annette González Estebarre.
He cogido la bomba, el serie del día, y he podido ir desde arriba hasta abajo. He hecho un carving, un cutback y he podido terminar la ola.
Team Australia's Sierra Kerr scored a 7.83. Tune in tomorrow for more action here at Rio de Janeiro.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's finals day, and we are into quote-unquote the quarterfinals for the girls under 18s. It does just have 3 heats in it, but it'll be the top 2 surfers from each advancing through into the semifinals on the girls under 18 side of the draw. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Jess Grimwood to call the action. And Jess, we've got a great looking heat to get things going for the girls. France, Canada, Spain, and France out in the lineup.
I am dressed for finals day too. Thank you, Shannon, for alluding to that. I'm ready to go. We're suited and booted. It's already been a huge morning of surfing, and you can just see like the level of energy on the boardwalk is high. I mean, they're serious and focused, but the celebrations are like deafening. I can hear them through my headphones when I was standing on that sidelines the whole time, over the top of your commentary, which is full level volume, or the boys at least. It's intense what's going on the boardwalk right now.
Very exciting way to finish things off. We've got this swell that's come through this morning, Jess, which yesterday afternoon was looking a little questionable once again. We knew it was going to be tapering off through the Thursday, hoping that it would actually show up here on Friday morning, and it has arrived.
Do you know, I almost sent a message in our group this morning and said that it was flat because on sunrise, there wasn't a lot of energy visible in this podium and on the heat bank. Here we go, though. There's a lump.
All right, using first priority, Janire Echebarri out of Spain on her opening ride. And Sanoa Olin of Canada getting her campaign underway as well. She's already got a score on the board in a 4.83. Sarah Leiciaga out of France with a great backhand attack to start off. She's got a 0.5 on the board for her first opening, just quick kick in and out, and another score to drop. We do have a 3.67 on the board now for Anai Blanchard out of France as we take a look at some replays, Jess.
Yeah, this lady's been a standout for me the whole event. She's got the best looking backhand style, and she just looks composed. She's done a lot of work as well for the team. She's been translating all the post-heat interviews. Here's the future Olympian, though, Sanoa for Canada. She's been methodical in her approach throughout the event so far. The Spaniard, Janire, great slash, really creates herself some money on that section, which could have easily just been a 1, but she's going to bank a score on that first ride for her, and there's a nice comparison coming through for the opening score, Shannon. That first one for Sanoa was the 4.83, the very first one. There's a second score to drop for her. I'm interested to see where it banks against Sarah Leiciaga's. She had the conservative end, but she had that bigger start, so let's see what that score drops in as.
We got competitors checking in for their heats. Grabbing those jerseys, we got Zoe Chait, who will be paddling out in the next heat for Team USA.
How helpful are the Brazilian beach marshals too? They pretty much helped her put that thing on. I mean, there's not many places you go around the world and the beach marshal helps you put the jersey on. So you can tell it's another level here in Brazil, surfing wise. It's another level of passion of what they bring to the contest site. And for them, performance as well this morning. I mean, they're not in this women's under 18 heat, but overall performance for them has been pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's been a really solid way for them to, especially coming after yesterday. We do have some updates to our team standings. Team USA was sitting down at, I believe, number 6 on the standings yesterday with Team Hawaii in 5. And the USA overnight jumped up into that 3rd place position. So they're currently sitting in that medal contention coming into finals day.
One thing I'd like to unpack too for the French team, I've been listening, of course, throughout the whole contest. I'm not sure if someone's been able to get to the bottom of it yet, but they have the laminated scoreboard. Here we go. Live action for Sarah.
There we go. She started out with that 5.13 for her second wave. She's now had a fall on the turn for her third, but that 5.13 puts her in a great position, Jess.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice score to open up in the first quarter of this heat. But for that French team, they've got this laminated binding folder of numbers, and I've been seeing them use them, and I'm not sure if it translates the message to the surfers of what number they think that last performance was or what number they now need to be looking for. So I'd like to dig into that a little bit more. I was reluctant to chase them down in the morning free surfs and try and dig up that part of the dirt, because you don't want to get in between a team and their vibe and their strategies and stuff at this point in competition. It's better off to be an observer, but I would like to know what those numbers represent to the surfers when they show them.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of change that we see developing from opening day of competition, where everyone's quite relaxed and feeling free on the contest side, as we take a look now at Anai Blanchard on her forehand. Just kind of that setup turn to start, hits the end section to back up her 3.67 Jess. She's looking for a 2.24. Taking a look now at Sarah, just at 0.77 for her last wave. Now this is going to put her into that leading position. Taking a look at Janire on her forehand with a great powerful snap. You can really see the intensity levels slowly rise over the week, as teams start to kind of have surfers eliminated. But once it comes into day before finals day, like yesterday, we saw it kick up a notch. Today it's next level when it comes to that intensity. Those teams wanting to focus, keep their eye on the ball of that gold medal today.
Yeah, and Janira is a perfect example. She was a guest on the Spanish webcast, and from all accounts I can hear is she's got the highest analysis of her own performance. She'll be processing this straight away, a little bit of a bog turn at the start, but she recovers and she sets up once again. She creates a score for herself on something that's not super critical. There's a quick in and out for last of Sarah. Here's the replay for Anais, the other French competitor in the water. Kind of checks setup turn. She cuts the bottom hand turn short though, because she's eyeing off that end section, so that's going to crucify her a little bit in the judging scale. You can see it here. She doesn't drop all the way down to the bottom because she sees she might be a little bit too late to that end section, and the judges are going to make them pay for that all day at this level in finals day for competition.
Well, we got 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sarah sitting out in front for Team France. And let's go down to catch up with the winner of that last heat on the shoreline with Mitch Salazar.
Ren, congratulations. You're into the semifinals of the boys U16 here with your team manager, Junior. He's going to be doing the translating. Coming into finals day, a lot of teams are in contention for the gold medal as a team. But overall, individually, big performance by you as you went up against your teammate. What was the difficulty like of competing against your teammate out there?
今ね6チームがすごいひしめき合ってて、非常に混戦している中で同じチームメイトとリオとヒートに出た時どういう心境で出てましたか？何が難しかったでしょうか
？2回戦でリオに負けてて、でまた一緒に当たったんですけど、でもメダルを団体で取ることが一番の目的なので、リオともちろん一緒に上がって。セミファイナルでファイナルでもう一回戦いたかったんですけど、とりあえず1本目決めれてよかったです。
Yeah, on the round 2 I had the same hit with Rio, and then I lost to Rio. But my biggest goal is to get a gold as a team. So I'm very happy to be contributing to him, and I wanted to be on the semi-final with Rio and go to final with him. But yeah, and then I would like, but the best thing is I could catch the first wave and get a good score.
Now, Team Japan, the selection process, as Junior knows, is very difficult. You're able to maintain yourself in the elite of Japanese surfing. When you came to the World Juniors and you got the notification that you qualified, what was the reaction knowing that you had a chance to become a gold medalist at the end of this week?
日本チームで選ばれるのは非常に難しかったし、それでその中で来て、で大会に出て、この金メダルを取るに関してどのように今心境を持ってますか？
もうここまで来たんで、もう金メダル取ることだけを意識して頑張ります。
Yeah, I came to this point. I just want to focus on to get a gold medal and go for it.
Well, congratulations, best of luck. Anything you want to say back home?
応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。次勝って絶対ファイナル行くので応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigatou gozaimasu. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Ren Okano. Small surfer ready to blow down some doors out in the water, though, bringing that power, that technique into his surfing, and he's into the semifinals for the under 16 boys. It's exciting to see that we could be, we'll be seeing new medalists guaranteed. We could be seeing new gold medalists in the conversation as well today. We did have a few scores or a couple waves being ridden during that last heat. So just to update our audience, we're down to 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We do have 20 minutes on the clock for all of our heats leading up to finals, with the plan to run 25-minute finals if the conditions should hold. At the moment, Janire in the green has jumped herself into that leading spot. Open on a 4.07, put a 5.4 on the board behind that. Sarah sitting in second for France. She is sitting on a 5.13 and a 4.0. Very tight between first and second at the moment. Blue Sanoa for Team Canada, sitting on a 4.83 for her opener, has only backed it up with a 2.17. And Anai for Team France in the white jersey on a couple of threes has her sitting in that third place position, Jess.
Look at this positioning right here from the French woman Sarah underneath Sanoa, and the second and third position in the heat, and Sanoa with priority. There's a perfect example of how intelligent these young athletes are in the heat situations. To be pulling the trigger on strategy this early on, 7.5 minutes on the clock, may be the only questionable thing about it, but she's got the 5.13 and she's got the 4. And she's now sitting so close underneath. She's going to try and force Sanoa into a bad decision, or to pull the trigger on something and then to capitalise, take first priority and then replace that 4-point ride. That's what I can envision that maybe she's thinking about, but here goes Anesh.
Anai on her backhand, snap to start, setting herself up around the first section. Now, tries to line it up for that finishing, Jess, but she'll be penalised for not being able to get up and squeeze in one more turn. Can see a little bit more separation now as this set is a little bit bigger. Janire gonna take off, and in the whitewater, that wave just runs away from her really quickly. That'll be a learning opportunity for everyone out there. Sometimes you're able to get that little chip in behind the foam and race around to that open section, but with a little bit more size today, it might be more difficult. And Sarah up and riding quickly still means that Sanoa is holding on to that first priority. And for Sanoa chasing down that 4.31, she's a very savvy competitor, especially this year, Jess. Sanoa Olin has been on fire. She had great results at the World Surfing Games. Now to see her getting that Olympic qualification as well at the Pan American Games for Team Canada. She'll be heading to Paris 2024 in Tahiti. She's one of those surfers that, though she's sitting in that third place position, her holding on to first priority is a real threat to the lineup.
Yeah, I guess across the free surfing in the week as well competition, the only difference that I see in these two competitors, Sarah and Sanoa, at the moment is that realisation and the confidence. Here goes the replay, though, from the other French lady. That's a nice little snap on the backhand. A great scoring manoeuvre for her, too. If she can connect that with a final manoeuvre, she's going to be looking at really good numbers. Look, nice and tight, throws a bit of spray. If she can just jump on that front foot a little quicker and a little harder, and with a bit more of her natural free surfing confidence, she's going to be able to connect with the second turn, and then those high threes are going to be looking at those maybe low fives or high fours, and she's going to be back in that. But back to what I was saying about Sarah and Sanoa, I think there's this point in a lot of these young junior athletes' careers where they don't quite know what they're capable of. Even though when you watch them surfing, I mean, Sarah and Sanoa are in these conditions hit for hit. I don't think Sarah's had that realisation yet, what she's capable of as an athlete. She's still yet to maybe process that validation and feedback. But I think Sanoa, the difference in her around the contest site is that confidence and the poise when she's walking around. She's had the attention, she's had the validation, she's now got the results, and she's got the clear-cut road, what she's going into the Olympics next year. So it's going to be a huge one if Sarah can hold on over the top of Sanoa, but you can't count out either Sanoa or Blanchard at this situation.
Yeah, I love that Leiciaga is just sitting so close behind her once again. Really, like you said, applying any sort of pressure that she can. That to me speaks that she's learning. She's learning within that confidence. I love what you're saying about, for someone like Sarah to be able to get a huge result here on the international field for the World Junior Championships. It's something that's going to continue to kind of bolster her results moving forward. Sanoa finally deciding to take priority. We could see that Anai had to pull out of that wave as Sanoa was down the line, and that 2:17 is going to be long gone.
Yeah, job on now for the rest of the ladies in the heat. I think you said it earlier in the competition, Shannon. She really does remind me of Safi Vet a bit on that backhand. Right? Yeah, look at this technique too. Look at the power she has. Whips it so quick, and the transition on the rails there. I mean, that just shows how much preparation and training she has been doing in the last, 6 to 12 months, probably 6 months since I've seen her surf in person. And it's, you can just see next level surfing, very similar backhand to Safi Vet, the other future Olympian for New Zealand. It's on right now, 3 minutes. Blanchard needs to get herself moving and find herself a situation to put herself back into the mix.
Well, there we go. Scores are in for that two-turn combination of Olin. A 5.73 drops in as the highest score of the heat, Jess. Takes her above that second place into the lead. And now there's a requirement on our surfer in the green jersey holding on to first priority for Janire. It's a 5.17 that she'll be chasing to take herself into first. And Sarah did a great job of trying to apply that pressure to Sanoa, right? The last 5 minutes of this heat, she is stuck to her like glue, trying to really get into kind of that mindset of things. But unfortunately for her, Sanoa just held it together. She performed well on the opportunity that she had. And now Sarah, for Team France, is down into that knockout position, chasing a 4.35 to get herself back into the conversation. And at the moment, it's the two French competitors sitting in that 3rd and 4th place spot. You can see they've also decided to take opposite ends of the podium here, sitting on different sides of the beach and really just give each other that space. Having a look, Anai down the line, she decides to pull out of that wave. Sitting under 3rd priority, looking for maybe some of those underneath the rest of the pack, but would have been a little too deep. Having a look at this wave. 3rd priority, Sanoa, feeling maybe a little more freed up now as well, that she's in that leading position to try and build in the scoreline. But coming down to 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, Jess, what do you think she should be doing at the moment? Live waves, though, as we take a look at Sarah. 4.35 in front of her as the requirement. Two strong turns to open up with. She's going to have an end section as well. And this is, that backwash just times it perfectly to work against her. And a 4.35, 2 strong turns to start, Jess, but do you feel like it would have needed that finishing maneuver complete in the eyes of the judges?
100% she needed that last maneuver, but I'm wondering, I think it's going to be in that 3 or high 3 range. They're really beautiful calves. I'm not sure because, from the front, it may have looked more critical and more top to bottom. From the angle following, you could see her biomechanics really clearly of the upper body, but you couldn't quite appreciate how deeply she went into the calves. So it's going to be, I think, I like the idea of her getting the rotations. She's got the most number of waves ridden on the board, but here goes the fellow competitor.
Been riding on her backhand.
Ooh.
Nice snap to start for Blanchard. And she just doesn't quite get that projection on the finish onto the shoreline.
She's got that first whip in the pocket, though. It's so nice. It's really tight. She does it really quickly. We've been saying it already throughout this whole heat. If she can follow it up with that second turn, she's going to find herself in the 5s. But Sarah's score is the one that we're waiting for right now.
We got a paddle for green, and she takes off into a meaty-looking section, trying to hold on to an improvement on the 4.07. I love that she charged that. Didn't quite get that completion.
Oh, she's the one that's in danger at the moment, waiting for Sarah's last score. I don't see it going to the 4.35, but I need to have a re-look at Sarah's last 4. the judges would be doing
Yeah.
that. They'd be looking at the 4 and they'd be looking at the last wave of Sarah's and comparing it. But for the young Spanish surfer, amazing performance. She's got the whole package for me.
Well, that advancing position still open in question. We're going to give you those results when we return. More action from the World Junior Championships. And will it be Spain or France advancing through behind Canada? We'll find out right after this. Was really hard. As we've got scores that have just dropped in, we're just discussing the fact that Sarah Leciega has taken away that advancing position in second. Jess, when we were looking at it, it was kind of a difficult angle, having that eye off from behind her heading into it, and the judges with their front on angle able to really see that score deserved that 4.37, and there we go with Sarah into that advancing position.
Oh, it's hard to admit it, but I did get it wrong, Shannon. And I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus there, because we were having a hot debrief after that heat, and I switched the mic straight back on because I just couldn't handle the situation anymore. Putting you under the pressure too. I mean, I guess it was the rail work, it was the full extensions that she got rewarded for, and in comparison they would have had the replays of Sarah's last 4 that it came in just 0.03 of a point higher, 0.03? 0.04 of a point higher. I'll leave the quick maths up to you, but here's the next heat.
Next heat in the water. So it was Canada and France advancing through in that last heat. Now USA, Australia, Tahiti, and Venezuela in the water with Zoe Chait in the red jersey, Coco Cans in the blue jersey, Kohai Fierro in the green jersey, and Valeria Ojeda from Venezuela wearing the white. No waves ridden from what we can see on the scoreboard at the opener of this heat. We do have 20 minutes, Jess, on the clock for the opening heats of the day, all the way through those semifinals. After that, we're going to be heading into 25-minute finals, which adding in that extra 5 minutes, even just in these 20-minute heats, has really changed the game out in the water.
Yeah, and look at that set rolling through too. I think I was saying it just before earlier, and I didn't finish it. I almost thought it was flat this morning, and then the sun came up, and about an hour through everybody's free surfs, it just started to pump, and it seems to be getting better and better throughout the day. So great news for the finalists.
Up and riding now, Kohai Fierro on her forehand. Great looking snap to start things off. A name that you would be familiar with because her older sister, Vahine Fierro, is an Olympian. She'll be heading to Paris 2024 to compete at her home break in Tahiti. Very exciting, a surfer that's been very, very close to championship tour qualification, and if they would just increase the women's numbers, Vahine would be on tour without a doubt over the last 5 years. And now Kohai has been putting together an incredible result here for the ISAs in making it through into this round, and what a strong start for her.
Yeah, and the newest episode of No Contest just came out, and it has Vahine and this big, it's about 25 minutes on Tahiti, and the whole culture and everything that goes on behind the scenes and all the prep going into the Olympics. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, it's amazing.
Valeria now on her backhand for Venezuela into a big section, and she tries to hold on to it but gets bumped off of her feet. So she's got 2 throwaway scores to start off with, already has a 0.87. And there you can see Team France feeling it because Blanchard was unable to advance through, but celebrating with Leciega after a great advancing position.
Great show of sportswomanship as well from fellow teammate Blanchard. That just shows her maturity and the team environment there. She has to process her individual loss and then also celebrate for Sarah. I wish we could hear what they were saying there too. I wish, because that was right on the money there. I mean, she surfed it to the exact score. She didn't perform higher than it, and I think it could have gone either way for her. So that's a nice one to scrape through, and onto the next
And
round.
even thinking of where it went in that mid-range 4, had she finished that final maneuver, just gotten that little extra projection, she could have been looking at a 5.
Yeah, she left the door open for sure. It's gone her way this time, and congratulations to her. She's earned it throughout the whole event.
We got a score in, a 5.33 for the opener of Kohai, as we take a look now at Zoe Chait on her forehand, driving into that section. She has been proving herself to be such a strong competitor coming out of that Northern California region, surfing big waves when she can, but also proving herself to be a great small wave surfer, as Coco's now up and riding on her forehand. Nice snap for that second maneuver, hits the end section, and she'll just kick off right there on the sand. So this heat's going to be a tough one. I think across the board we're seeing a great opening exchange. Everyone's finding a little bit of that momentum as well, aside from Valeria needing to put in a better score. And we've got 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the shoreline to catch up with Sanoa Olin, who takes away the lead after a strong use of priority in that last heat.
That is right, Sanoa. Congratulations. You're into the semifinals. Your last year as a junior here at the ISAs. I've been at the two most important moments of your career this year in 23. You made the final with your sister at a QS 1000 in Central Coast, California. And then when you qualified for the Olympics over in Santiago 2023. What's been clicking so far this year in comparison to the other few?
Yeah, a big thing this year for me has just really been finding belief in my surfing and knowing that if I can create the opportunities for myself, that I've put in the work and that my surfing will come through, and just, yeah, really just trusting my ability and like putting in all the work. So like when it comes down to the moment, you really know that you did everything you could. Yeah, that feels really good when you go out for a heat.
Now, talking about the heat in the water, it was a come from behind win. Difficult out there right now, a lot of closeouts. Identification of waves today in comparison to other days. What do you see out there?
Yeah, there's almost a bit more power in the waves than there has in previous days, but it's a lot slower and a lot lullier, and with the higher tide there is some like backwash, so it is like it's hard to pick the right one, but I think just because there's less good ones, it's easier to tell what the good ones are.
People watching back home in Tofino, anything you want to say to them heading into the semis?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom, my brother, my sister, my grandparents, and everyone back at home in Tofino or in Canada watching. I love you guys, and I'm so grateful for all the support.
Best of luck, Sanoa.
Yeah, Sanoa, semifinals.
Well, 14 minutes on the clock, and Sanoa, she's going to be a tough competitor to take that leading spot away from today, Jess. I feel like she's just locked into the zone. She's got a great support crew behind her as well, and that unit has been putting in so much work in the lead up to an event like this. You can see them doing great on the team rankings and really showcasing the strength of that contingency in the last few seasons with the teams that they've been putting forward. And now Sanoa looking really positive out in the lineup. We're down to 14 minutes, and we've got a big score that has dropped through, as you got Team Tahiti down on the shoreline.
I'm watching the toes closely of that front Tahitian member there, the nervous little toe wiggle going on in the sand. Notably about the character of Fiera, I want to point out, I know she said in an earlier post-heat interview, there's not that. Oh, here goes the replay for her, though. Let's have a look at this one first. Such a slicing snap in the lip there. You saw her fins briefly. It's a really, really confident display of surfing for her, but last to Coco Cairns goes into the lead.
All right, so Coco in with a 5.57 for her opening wave. We've got a 4.33 on the board for Zoe. A 5.33 for the opener of Kohai is now backed up with a 4.7 and sets her into that leading position. And for Valeria out of Venezuela, just a couple throwaway scores to start things off. She's got that first priority next to her name, though. We have seen Valeria just come out guns blazing in so many of the heats so far. There's a reason why she's here into the quarterfinals on the women's side of the draw, and I will not be surprised to see her find herself in an advancing position by the end of this one.
Look at the pride too. That's a serious job throughout competition, the flag bearer for each heat, often mixed with the signalling, so big responsibilities for that young super frother bearing the flag for Valeria. But Coco Cairns as well, I want to say that 5.57, wait until she opens up a little bit. I mean, we've had the benefit of watching her surf through a lot of events in Australia. She's had experience against some of the top Challenger Series surfers. Here she goes. She's incredible on a retro board as well. Look at the flow. Wait till she settles into those rails and fins even more. I mean, if she's able to post a 5.57 on that, I know for her, I would imagine that she's processed that and she's just like, that's just kind of like a warm-up wave for her. There's Team Australia.
There's Charlie Stokes and Isla Huppets, Miller Brown, Kira Buckpitt all watching.
Kohai with a quick kick in and out. Keeping yourself busy under priority. You can see everyone starting to move as there's a set coming in. We'll have that tide dropping out through the day. It should continue to improve the situation for waves and consistency. We got a little bit of a light breeze this morning already, Jess, as well. It's not that super clean glass. Likely we'll just continue to pick up with that onshore nature, and it should just provide some great coping for the surfers as we head towards finals. Valeria on her forehand, snap to start, and sets herself up now for a second turn. She'll kick out clean, and she's finally going to put herself into the conversation with half of the heat to go.
Yeah, she made herself a score there. There's the team. They're cheering her on. They were down here nice and early as well, getting the warm-up reps in. She's manufactured that score. I don't know if it's going to go into that 4.71 range, but she's going to get herself back into the flow of this heat. Still 10.5 minutes. Now if she finds a good wave under priority or even with wave choice, she's going to have like a big open face, and she can click it a bit harder and settle into her rail as well. So similar things, maybe a little bit of nerves coming into play in the first waves for a lot of these young surfers. But this replay here shows she just pushes it. She manufactures that first section, manages to complete that second, a bit messy, but still going to put her back in the range. And she's got a 3.43.
10 minutes on the clock. We can see Valeria there with that 3.43 now, starting to move herself away from everyone as well because she's under priority. Now she's got a small requirement on the board. You can see heat leader sort of just checking out of her peripherals. All right, there's some movement. We've got one of the surfers starting to split herself off to different peaks. She's going to kind of follow alongside, and we're going to have the two banks starting to be defined by those two surfers.
I'd like to see Coco open up onto that forehand. I think that's what she's hunting down, maybe that little bowly right that comes through. She has this Stephanie Gilmore-esque tweak about her front wrap, and it's so nice to watch. But there's the Tahitian team. They're just checking scores, checking time. They're looking at the priority board. Kohai's got a nice looking lead for this, 10 points total. It's got to feel good. It takes the pressure off her at this point. She already looked like the most relaxed surfer in the lineup. So with 9 minutes to go, trying to replace that 4.7, she's got to wait for the chance to take off on, the next set. I think there's going to be one before the end of this heat. Zoe has to convert on her next opportunity, and it's going to really put the pressure on the rest of the field as well. I mean, Zoe has that priority situation. She's sitting underneath a little. I'm not sure about her positioning, but I haven't questioned the strategy of Team USA throughout this whole event so far, and I'm not going to start now at the 8.5 minute mark because they have strategically been very dangerous.
They certainly have. They got themselves out of a bit of hole yesterday when it came to those team standings, had some better results in competition and kept themselves moving forward, heading towards finals day, which jumped them from, outside of those medal contentions for the team's medals into that third place position. So they're going to be trying to fight themselves into that gold medal spot by the end of the day. It was still Team Australia that was holding on to that first place finish though.
Look at this, the scramble for this set coming through too. This is going to really define the next part of this heat. Oh.
Quick in and out for Zoe, and a loss of priority. Can sense that frustration from her.
That's an example, I think, from the competitors saying that it's so hard to tell which way is actually going to open up and be a scorer. And you saw that in the last heat. Sarah from France had to just get the reps and the reps and the reps. So here goes Coco.
Up and riding on her backhand. First snap into the section. Sets herself up around it. Another quick backhand turn as she goes in for something bigger on the finish, Jess, but the nose bites in.
It's still going to help her situation. She hasn't got that second score yet, so now she can take the pressure off. She can relax a little bit more into her own style. She can bring the power in. Maybe she can remember those moments she's had against those top Challenger Series surfers over in the Australia qualifying region, and she can draw maybe on some of that for inspiration. There's the Stars and Stripes though. Feeling patriotic, Shannon. They're flying high today.
U.S. flag is flying very high today. I feel a bit conflicted because I'm, living in Australia and have lived in South Africa for many years. It's always a bit of a thing of just feeling so connected to so many different teams, which is a fun place to be in when it comes to calling heats on an international field. and just wanting to, see the best coming out of every single surfer out in the lineup. We've got Zoe now up and riding on her backhand, driving off the bottom into that first section, and she's going to start to just reset herself. She lost that priority, but now she was able to at least make use of that wave by getting a completed maneuver. She's going to have a backup score on the board, as we see Coco now up and riding on her forehand, setting up that rail, and snap into the section. She's now looking for a backup score, so that's going to be her second score to back up that 5.57, and that's going to make the requirement much higher on our third and fourth place surfers, as Valeria on her forehand flares it up into the section, gives a stare back to the panel as well.
Yeah, that was way better. That's what I'm talking about from her. If she picks the right wave in the right section, she doesn't seem as affected by the pressure at this moment in time for me. 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. That last one from Coco, still I think you could see with the close-up, she's just trying to analyse the section that's been offered up, and that's what we've heard throughout the event. It's so hard for them to pick which wave is going to convert for them into a keepable score. I liked last of Zoe Chats. I thought that was a great display of confidence. She kind of reminds me of Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, with the stature, the aggression.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, the way she's attacking now. She has made maybe that priority mistake on that first closeout, but I think she can recover, and I think she can come back. Let's see, 5 minutes to go.
Important moments here for that last exchange between Coco and Zoe specifically, because that's going to give kind of the standard. Coco's wave drops in as a 2.4. We've got another one now, and she's up and riding on her forehand into that frothy section to finish. She'll kick out after getting one last tag on her backhand. So she was able to improve on the 2.4 with a 2.83. That's her backup score for now. And we've got a quick in and out there for Kohai. That does mean the requirement went from a 1.25 up into the 4s for Zoe in that third place position. And now a high 4, nearly a 5 for Valeria in that fourth place position. We have got scores to come for that last wave of Zoe. We've got a score to come for Coco, and we've got a score to come from Valeria, except for that of Kohai just coming in as throwaway scores.
Let's take a breath. Let's have a look at this warm-up. Tiara van der Hulst from the Netherlands. She was doing this in the free surf. This is not new. This is not just for the camera. This is something that she's been practicing every morning, getting her into the zone, getting her ready for this next heat.
3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Fierro up in that first place position. Off to that very strong start as well with the 5.33 and a 4.07 to back it up. She's had a few opportunities to try to get herself, increasing in that leading position, but hasn't been able to make the most of it. Coco in that second place position is sitting on that 5.57 as the single highest score of the heat. Hasn't been able to back it up with anything very strong, just a 2.97 as she slowly built. And Zoe with a beautiful looking ride goes in for a huge layback snap into the lip. That would have been sick if she'd pulled it off.
That was going into those, 7+, excellent range for sure. The speed, she settled into her rail, bigger looking wave. Look at the speed she gathers through that section. If she had pulled this thing, nice big release as well. And I think it just kind of hits her out off that lump. There's that weird lump going through it as well. Great vision, great angle from the drone operator too, and that's an almost amazing moment for Zoe. Let's see if she can find another one out here.
Valeria on her forehand. Slow start for that first turn. You can feel like she really wanted to lay into it, but it was just a bit of a soft section. That finish, though, was very, very strong. She's into third now, chasing a 4.12, and we've got surfers just trailing close behind each other. Current situation, all scores are in aside from the last of Valeria, chasing that 4.12. It's just a 2.73. So situation remains the same, Jess. 2 minutes on the clock. Green in first, blue in second, white in third, and red in fourth.
Look at the last wave, notably for Valeria. It was a 4.43, the second last wave. And that was that bigger, cleaner, crisp section. She's trying to oversurf bad wave selection to get that 2.73 was the last score for her. So she just needs to be able to maybe shift a little bit out of that froth junior surf mode and go into selection mode. Find herself another big section. She's going to find herself a 4 or a 5 with her forehand alone. One turn can get her there. Here goes the heat leader, though.
Up and riding Kohai, beautiful, graceful style as she comes in that first turn, tags the section on the second, and she'll go down. Paddle now for Valeria on her forehand. Deep behind it. Now looking to try and get to that open face, but it's not going to happen.
She just needs one chance. Here goes Zoe's, though. 4-2-2. Is it this wave, Shannon?
Zoe with the paddle. And could the wave give her the quality? Great opening turn. She needs to make it around into that open face again, though. She's going to have to do something explosive on the finish. Is it going to line up for her on the sand? But it goes really soft.
Oh, I think she might have it here. I'm trying to think back to last of Valeria's 4s, mid-range 4s. We know that Zoe needs a 4-2-2. That was a really deep set, committed bottom turn. It was a nice top turn. I think she gets it on this. I'm going to give her the nod. However, we're sitting in the webcast booth. It's up to the judging panel, expert panel across the board, head judge on the line as well. Let's see what the numbers lock in as. 18 seconds. Is there going to be another chance? Both, or pretty much all 4 competitors are going to want another sling at this because it's still kind of wide open.
First priority, and she'll have plenty of time to get into this wave up and standing well before that buzzer's going to sound, but just a tag on her backhand for Coco, and she now falls into second place. As scores are in for Zoe Chait, it's a 5-point ride that takes her into second momentarily. She hears it. She's feeling pumped and excited. She's got a bit of India Robinson in her as well.
Yeah.
There's a great couple surfers that this woman is kind of like pulling off of in her style and her performance out in the lineup. And USA jumps up into second. We are waiting for the only last score is that of Tahiti's Kohai Fierro at this stage. Coco and Valeria for Australia and Venezuela with scores that aren't going to be enough to change the situation. And we will officially be seeing Tahiti and USA advancing through into the semifinals for the girls under 18. Kohai doing well on the finish to improve her situation in that lead with a 4.93. So showing that she is going to start strong, she's going to finish strong as well. And Team USA has got to be feeling pumped on that final effort of Zoe.
You can see the moment that Coco realised the team were looking at the scores, and then this moment right here for Zoe, she did enough. I think it's a really well-deserved score. You could see the depth, the foundation, that bottom turn, the power, the poise through the manoeuvre as well. I think it's a well-deserved score. Unfortunately for Coco and Valeria, they really, really put themselves in some really good opportunities, but they just weren't able to find that settled, cleaner-looking, bigger section ahead of them, and so they couldn't showcase the top part of their surfing.
Well, let's go to a short break. We've got Tahiti and USA advancing to the women's semifinals. Coming up next, Nicaragua, New Zealand, Netherlands, and Japan with a chance to make it to the semis.
Here we are, day 6 of competition for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship here at Macumba Beach in Rio de Janeiro. And this wave earns Team Spain's Hans Odriozola an 8.0. Team Australia's Fletcher Kelleher gets a 7.83. Kohai Fierro for Team Tahiti, 8.0.
Staying in the moment, that was part of my technique, and just having fun and trying to get like really good score on the board, and it's been working, so I'm happy.
Linnea Mons for Team USA with an 8.0. So that wraps up day 6. Join us tomorrow for more action.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Anon Matsuoka for Japan. Out the gates early. Nice snap on her backhand, sets it up for the second. Now tees it up for a strong finish. Gives it claim. You can feel that excitement coming through from the young competitor. And a paddle now for Candelaria Rosano. Kandi on her front hand, Sets herself up now for a nice snap on that opening maneuver. Great bowly section here for her to finish. And she connects with the lip line. She'll kick out on the shore. She'll have a score to drop through. In the water up against Taylor Green of New Zealand and Tiara Vanderhols of the Netherlands. This is going to be a really great heat.
It's not often you get to watch the Japanese competitors celebrate their performances as well. So a special moment already in this heat number 3 for Anon Matsuoka. Getting to see that emotion bubbling up to the surface at this point in competition is exciting for us here.
Conde Rosano, Taylor Green, and Tiara Vanderhols all in the water up against Anon. Anon's been taking away some great heat wins throughout this event, and I like what you're saying there. You know, seeing that celebration from a team that tends to be very reserved within their kind of, their presentation out in the lineup and, on the beach as well. So fun to see her throwing that claim as we see the New Zealand flag for Taylor Green down on the shoreline. Great to see Taylor advancing through and keeping herself going in the draw as the All Blacks are down on the shoreline.
Yeah, they've been nice and kind of under the radar a little bit as well for us. I heard the guys speaking earlier this morning on the webcast about the importance for some surfers and some teams liking to go through the whole event as kind of the grey team or just a little bit under the radar, to not have so much attention and so much energy being sucked out of them and their surfers. I mean, some athletes really thrive off that spotlight, but for other teams, particularly humble teams, like you said, Japan, and also New Zealand, I find them quite a humble team as a whole. They do like to just kind of take everything in their stride and cruise on through, and at the moment, it's been working for them because Taylor's out here in this heat.
Well, that last heat was pretty much just well dominated by Kohei Fierro out of Team Tahiti. She's down on the beach with Mitch Salazar.
Absolutely dominant is right. Great performance over there, Kohei, in the women's U18. Into finals day now, there's a different sense of pressure heading into this day of competition. How do you center yourself and stay in the moment?
Yeah, the waves are definitely harder than yesterday, and yeah, finals day, it's always exciting, and just staying in the moment and doing what I've been doing the past couple days, it's been working, so I'll just stick to that.
And what about the game plan moving into a lot of different peaks out here? This wave changes a lot, especially given the tide that we're seeing right now. Probably seems to be changing throughout every given moment out there.
Yeah, definitely. You need to move around a lot. You can't sit still for 20 minutes. You got to move, and yeah, trying to get a couple scores on the board, and it's been working, so I'm happy.
Into the semis now. Anything you want to say back home to all of your family? I know they're watching.
Yeah, I would like to thank all my family that's watching, my sponsor as well. I miss you guys, and I'll do my best out there, and then I'll come back and make you guys proud.
Felicitaciones, bon chance.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Well done to Kohei. No doubt she's already making the family proud with the performances she's been putting together, but imagine taking away that gold medal today on finals day. Anon, wow. This heat had fireworks from the buzzer. A 7.33 drops in for the first of Matsuoka out of Japan, and a 7.17 for the first of Rosano for Nicaragua. As we can see, a quick kick there for Matsuoka as she puts herself back in position. And she's going to have a second score to back it. Now, Jess, you're in a situation like this. You haven't taken off on a wave yet, maybe, and you hear that there are giant scores that have dropped through for your competitors. What's going through your mind if you're in Tiara's shoes at the moment?
I think for her as an athlete, I think Shanice has settled into her own decision-making at this point. Feeling the franticness maybe sometimes that can come from everybody wanting you to do so well doesn't help make the right decision all the time. I think she needs to trust her instincts. I saw her do it in El Salvador a lot, where she kind of just settled into her own decision making, and she's been doing the training with the team and the coaches every single morning, every day leading into this. So she knows what to do. She needs to not question herself, stick to her game plan and find a score. But this is a reason why we call them the best small wave surfers in the world. Their technique is unbelievable for this Japanese surfer, Anon Matsuoka. The speed, 3-turn combo, a rare celebration. Put that one in the history books because you won't see it a lot from her. Here's a replay of her last one, though.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, everything they do, down to the last little fine detail, is to perfection. Here goes the last of Candies. Great two-turn combo from her as well. High score, 7.17. Replay for the last of the Kiwis, Taylor. Nice opening slash. Does well to put it back up there for the second turn too. That's a 5-5. So you can see the difference between the 7s and the 5s today. For the New Zealander, the 5-5, that second turn was kind of placed there because she was a little bit behind time. She'd thrown so much power into that first slash. The bulk of that score is in the first turn. And for the 7s, they had this kind of slow pace about them. For Anons, they had time. They had low talk on the body language, as in like the volume of body language that they used in between the bottom turns. It was just calculated and it was precise. And that's why they're getting the 7s for that. So Taylor just needs to find something that gives her enough time to do that as well. And Tiara needs to pull the trigger at this point.
11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. The backup score for Anon being a 3-6-7. And Tiara's been sitting there with priority for a moment. So here's her opportunity to put that first score on the board. Nice snap to start on her backhand. Into that second one. A little backwash here as she sets it up for the inside. And that's going to be a very strong performance. Trying to hold on to the finish there. As we take a look now at Candy on her backhand. That was unbelievable.
Before those scores come through, let's talk about, first of all, every single free surf. There's a standout couple of young athletes that end up doing really well in the draw in almost every competition because they're the ones that get the most amount of reps in free surfs, whether that be they're most active, they have to burn the most amount of people in the free surfing. I saw it from a couple of them, but it's just the way competition goes. They have to be on the waves regardless how many people have taken off behind them. Candy has found herself 10 plus rides every single morning regardless of the crowd in the water, and it pays off because it converts to these performances in competition. Have a look at this. Hooks, nice timing, under the lip, kind of gets a little bit of shampoo over her head, says, come on, let's go. It's on for her. She's had plenty of reps in this lineup, and it's showing. And that's what the best surfers can do, Shannon. They can, no matter 100 people in the lineup, 300 people in the lineup, they focus on their own performance and they get the reps.
That's exactly what we're seeing showcased now. Taylor Green for New Zealand.
Oh.
Great forehand snap, lays into it, sets herself up well for that kind of lip line finish, and then just gets bounced off. It's going to be really hard today for surfers to be able to hold on to those finishing sections. We've seen it throughout the entire week. So the surfers that are able to capitalize on something like that, it's going to really be beneficial to their score line. But let's take a look at another look here as we're waiting for scores to drop across the field.
Similar to her 5-5, she throws way more into it on the rail though, but it does put her just behind and she doesn't have enough speed. That's why she has to kind of hop into that last section. Look at the fin release there and the power, the spray. It's a good wave. She just needs to find that final maneuver, or at least the flow to move into it, to close it out and bring it into those 6 and 7 point range, especially against, Candy's last wave is going to be a pretty good score, I'd say, and it was literally like one single turn.
So waiting for scores for last of red, blue, and green. Now, would you say, looking at those end sections, noting the timing just being off a tiny bit for Taylor coming into that timing is going to be the difference maker. If your timing is on point, you're going to make the end section final maneuver. You're going to be able to ride out of those turns. If the timing is off, potentially not.
No, yeah, definitely. I'm just thinking about the last of Taylor's definitely timing, but look at the score for last of Rossano. Excellent.
An 8.33 for a single maneuver. Conde Rossano now into a very dominant leading position, 15 points plus on the scoreline.
There may have been an opening move on that wave. I think she might have been able to take off. Let's have a look at the replay though. Beautiful work from the cameraman. Replay's up and running. It is a single maneuver.
Wow.
One big hook, commitment, everything on the line. Nothing left in the tank for her for that one. Being rewarded for timing. It is something we haven't seen on the backhand too much. Not the backhand, on those lefts. On the lefts of the contest bank. It's something new to be that critical over there. Here goes the Japanese surfer.
Anon sitting in second now, looking to build on a 3-6-7. two-turn combination. She'll be doing it with that. Now chasing, though, an excellent 8.18 to get herself into a winning position. We could see her go there for sure. This is now going to be, it's going to be really Candy obviously controlling it with that leading position, but even for Anon, she's going to be so in control of that second place spot, now hunting to see if she can find a wave that gives her that excellent, that there's going to be big asks on the board for Taylor and for Tiara in third and fourth.
Tiara can do it though. I go back to El Salvador once again when she was competing for the Netherlands in the Opens at the Games. She has that backhand hook that Candelaria has found an excellent point range on, and I saw her do it, and we saw her do it in like 6 foot, 10 foot surf, and it's 100% in her wheelhouse. She needs to just reset and settle. She's got second priority, and you could see on that 4.23, she's been working on those in between maneuvers and those setup things that maybe Taylor is missing a little bit on hers at the moment. Tiara's got the flow, and she's got the speed coming into those big sections. So she can find herself an 8 in these conditions, in this situation. But mentally, she has to put herself there too.
That's right. You know, that moment in El Salvador, it's burned into my memory as well. Seeing her go up into that huge death-defying section and thinking of the consequence to La Bocana in El Salvador and compared to the consequence of what we're seeing right now here at Macumba Beach, it was like light years more challenging, more difficult of a section to nail, and far, far bigger as a surfer that really looks good in those kind of conditions. Now Cande out in that leading position. She's just finding that rhythm, that flow. She is on fire here in the 5th round for our girls under 18s. She's going to have 2 more heats, well, a semi-final at least, to get herself into that final conversation. But if she's able to find some of that rhythm in conditions like this, she should be looking strong coming up into that next heat as well.
I think that betters the 7, Shannon. I'm throwing it out there right now.
I love that.
I think it betters it.
Looking to improve on a 7.17 as her low score would be the higher score of any other surfer we've seen in the draw today.
Let's have a look from this angle. Oh, maybe this keeps it a little under. She sets up for this end section. That's critical right there. Maybe the wave height also might dial it down a bit. I'm excited about her surfing. I think she's throwing everything into it. I don't think she's holding anything back at the moment. Hopefully she's still got more in her back pocket though, because if she does find herself going through to the finals here and into the medals heat, then she needs to just find that point of difference. She's brought it in this round. Can she bring it in the other rounds? Let's see what Tiara can do.
On her backhand now, straight off the bottom into that first section. Lines it up. I love the way that she uses her arms, really opens up that wingspan through each of those turns on her backhand. Just gets caught off timing on that finish. Again, chasing that 8.17, trying to chip away at it to get something bigger than that 4.30 on the board. And we've got a score in for last of Anon was a 5.07, so those requirements are sitting where they are because of the 5. As we take another look here.
Yeah, this is last of Tiara's from the Netherlands. Nice surfing, really smooth transition. Front arm drops down to the front of the board in between those turns too. Gives her a bit more power. Wave almost lets her down a little bit on that, but it should go into her confidence. Look at this. This score came in at an 8.93, and it's based off this final maneuver right here. Just full pedal to the floor surfing on that end section. We haven't seen it. All 3 fins blasted out of the back. Here goes the Japanese surfer.
Anon with that quick snap on her backhand, setting herself up for another. And finishing off on the inside section. She looks super confident, super relaxed. She is chasing, though, a 9.93 on the board, Jess, because scores are in for last of Cande Rosano. The judges have loved it even more than the 7.17, and it's an 8.93 on the board.
Look at the emotion coming from Cande at the moment. She's through 17.26 total at this stage in the game. In any heat, pretty much, you're looking at a win. The other surfers have to do something pretty special to knock you out. I mean, it's not out of the question. It never is in surfing, regardless. I mean, unless you've got 2 10s on the board. But that last one for her, an 8.93, an 8.33, full throttle surfing for Rosano. Here goes Taylor Green from New Zealand.
Up and riding on her forehand. The Kiwi living on the Gold Coast of Australia in Bundeena. Really sharpening her skills in those great beach breaks. Getting away from the point breaks occasionally. Surfing with her dad and her little sister. Looking really sharp on her forehand. She's chasing a 6.91. And Tiara, with a score and a 4.6, does drop her requirement into the 7s.
Yeah, the best thing about this performance right here in heat number 3 at the moment is that Rossano is forcing the rest of the field to step up another notch. And she's also going, if she goes through into the semis, which I believe so, if she ends up in the finals, those high 8s are going to turn into probably 6s and 7s. She's forcing that performance level up again a notch for this competition alone. Here's the replay for Taylor. Nice slash, really tight. Sets her up nicely for a bit more of a front hand rail work. Slides the tail out a bit on the end. She won't get a complete maneuver on the end though. I think they just need that bigger section. Candelario's already proven less is more at the moment in the scale in this round. But I do think she's changed the performance level already. You wait till we step into the next round of the women and you'll see the judges asking even more of them because they've gone high for these ones. Here goes Tiara.
Tiara now looking for that 7.80. She throws it up into the section, puts all that risk on the line, which is exactly what she'll need to be doing at this stage to try and get herself that big score. Taylor chasing down a 6.91. Scores to come through for her last wave as well for the Kiwi. Let's take another look here for this last wave of Tiara.
Yeah, you can see the speed and the quick wipe and the technique she has to get up over that foam in the section. The surfing's there for her. She just needed to find something bigger. I mean, she still can. One turn can get her into the excellent range. She needs to find a set. She's finding herself some space. Great strategy from her. The Japanese surfer, though, is looking pretty tidy in second position. I mean, having that 7.33 at the start, she's a standout. If she can cruise through this round, maybe the next round under the radar, save or conserve a little bit of energy in the post heats because she doesn't need to come up and do the interview. She can just stay in her own zone. That might work really well for the Japanese team.
Well, this heat has been exciting. We were expecting fireworks when we saw the draw pop up on the screen, knowing who was going to be paddling out in the water. And with 25 seconds to go, Cande getting into that 17.26 heat total. She has just dropped in the highest heat total of the entire event across boys and girls, across all divisions, going even better than the 17.17 that Fletcher Keller out of Australia had from a previous day of competition. He had a 9.17 and an 8 on the board, but with the strength of these two great 8s on the scale, Cande Rossano for Nicaragua, walking away with the highest heat total of the event so far. And a big congratulations coming through from Anand Matsuoka. Great big smiles, and that was a really fun heat to witness, Jess.
Yeah, great display of sportswomanship there from those two as well. It's a celebration for the Nicaraguan. Let's see a reset, though. She's asked the rest of the field to step up a level in performance. She's asking the judges to take note, and let's see her step into the next round, into the semis, and really fire things up.
We've got more action to come. The boys' semifinals for the under-16s in the water next with Chris and Barton to call the action.
ISA World Junior Surfing Championship here at Macumba Beach in Rio de Janeiro. And this wave earns Team Spain's Hans Odriozola an 8.0. Team Australia's Fletcher Kelleher gets a 7.83. Kohai Fierro from Team Tahiti, 8.0.
Staying in the moment, that was part of my technique, and just having fun and trying to get like really good score on the board, and it's been working, so I'm happy.
Linnea Mons for Team USA with an 8.0. So that wraps up day 6. Join us tomorrow for more action.
Time to rock and roll. This is the boys under 16 semifinal heat number 1. We are live from Praia da Macumba in beautiful Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Wherever you're watching in the world, we welcome you. You are about to see a show. These are some of the best surfers on the planet in the 16 and under division. I'm Chris Cote, joined by 88 world champion Barton Lynch. And I think myself, Barton, and the rest of the surf fans out there watching are all getting a treat, and we're all learning a little something. We're all learning how to surf small waves better because these kids are making it look so fun out there.
Every day. Today is a little bit better, isn't it? There's a little increase in the swell. Even when you look at that shot, you can see how much more energy there is in the ocean. There's our lineup.
One of these surfers will be a medalist. We guarantee you that. Rex Hennings, Matias Canotto, Lucas Skinner, and Ryan Coelho. Brazil, England, Portugal, USA. Great to see Team England this deep in competition. And I think it was, we pretty much knew Lucas Skinner was going to make it all the way to finals day, just the way he's been surfing. And if he keeps doing what he's been doing, absolutely in gold medal contention.
Absolutely, 100%. One of the favorites. But at the same time, nothing's ever guaranteed, is it?
You're right.
With Jackson Dorian, for example, big name in the world of surfing, didn't have the success he was looking for. So while you might on paper look like you've got it, you never know in the real world when push comes to shove out there in 15-minute heats, anything can happen like we
that.
just saw there.
Backwash.
Exactly. Here we go. Here's our man on the replay. Mistimed that. We know exactly what he was looking for. He was looking to go to the air. Ryan Coelho here, in and out, little snap out of the top, and then gets kind of a little mistimed there. 3.5 for that ride. So at this point in time, the highest wave so far, but surfers just finding their feet. Great to have the extra 5 minutes today. Semi-finals day, 20 minutes, and everything's here. Everything we need to have a really successful finals day. We've got the waves, we've got the best junior surfers in the world, and we get to sit here to call it. It's a wonderful thing, and here we go. Matias up and riding.
Get out your pens and paper and start taking notes. This kid has been on fire. That's what we call the commentator curse.
That is exactly what that was.
Second you're about to throw a compliment.
It was a double whammy.
Extended. I'm sorry, young man. No, that was not my fault. Matias Canhota right there, just dealing with the dark side of backwash. We've seen it help, and now we've seen it hinder. 15-13 to go. We've got a new heat total leader, Candelaria Rosano, a 17.26. She's standing by now.
That's right, and she was throwing away a low 7 too. So you dropped the highest heat total of the event, Cande. But most importantly, you moved through to the semifinals. Nicaragua, a very tiny team, but a mighty team. Congratulations.
Yeah, my team wasn't able to come this year. They didn't have the funds. I would have loved for them to come, but I'm here representing them, and hopefully next time.
So you've been part of ISA competition for nearly 10 years with your older sister Valentina, your younger sister Maxima. But for yourself, getting this result already, especially after a good performance over there at the Pan American Games, what does this moment mean for you? One of the most meaningful so far.
Yeah, I usually go into heats like really confident and stuff, but these heats, I don't know, I felt like I was feeling a little down. I don't know. I felt like I wasn't going to make it, but I was able to get the first one and just get on a roll and just keep surfing. Yeah, I just need to learn to trust myself a little more.
Big congratulations into the semis. You want to say something back home? I know your dad is watching for sure.
Un saludo a mi papá Pelado, a toda la familia en el group chat, veo sus mensajes. No puedo responder porque estoy en esta. Y eso, y contenta de pasar y solo contenta de poder surfear y estar acá en Brasil. Gracias.
Mucha suerte y arriba Nicaragua.
She is a force to be reckoned with, an amazing surfer and a great ambassador, not only for Team Nicaragua, but just for surfing in general. Surfing's lucky to have Candelaria Rosano. Back in the lineup, now we're watching Rex Hennings pushing that surfboard around with force, adding to his total for sure. He's trying to throw away a 2.5 for now. Here's your surfer in blue, Matias Canhoto. So it's interesting how things can change so quickly. Wow.
Beautiful surfing
nice
there.
Nice combo.
I jinxed him too. You saw at the end there a little fall. Here's our aerialist expert doing exactly what we've seen him do.
Not a replay. So real life, he keeps doing it.
Time and time again, and that success rate, we heard him in an interview. Let's watch Rex in and out there too. So even though 5 minutes extra, you've still got to stay busy. Sooner you can get the scores, the better. And the judges deliberating points and rewarded for rides from every surfer. Ryan Coelho there finishing one up as well.
Pretty cool opposites style-wise, right? We've got kind of a great mix in the lineup. We've got these, the airs that we're seeing from Lucas. You've got Coelho going just straight power surfing on his backhand. And Matias Canhoto right here. Series of major maneuvers.
See that first turn was a little bit forward the weight, and it kind of dug the rail in just for a moment, but then he started to get his rhythm as this one went on, and I was thinking, well, this is a score, and then that unfortunate fall there right on the end when you think you've done all the work you needed to do. Going to be good to see this in replay because it happens so fast. Here he goes, lines it up, tail first, high in the air, lands, spins it, completes it. I think that's a good score for him. At some point, though, the judges are gonna want to see more and variety from him as well. Couple of backhand combinations there, or a combination of backhand turns on a nice big tall face for the Brazilian.
A lot of spray on that first turn.
A lot of spray, clean rails. Coelho with the 3.5, 4.17. Really, when you look at the scores, expecting the best to come yet.
Here we go. Coelho representing Team Brazil. Could have a section to work with. He does.
One turn caught in the white water. Won't really impact anything. Non-make, I would think. And even if it wasn't make, it wasn't that exciting. Going to the backhand.
All right, here we go. Young Englishman doing big things. Big snap there. Deep bottom turn goes way. Goes wild.
Absolutely. First turn was nice, but that second section just came down so fast on him. Unfortunate, didn't get the second turn in. Don't see that going that high. Judges considering still a 4.83 drops for Matias Canhoto. His best score of the heat so far. So fours across the board at the high point. Expecting this one in the back half to really heat up.
Barton, I know you've been on all sides of the surfing equation. When you're standing with a team like this,
yes,
in the coach position, you're obviously trying to manifest and manage what's happening in the lineup, but what are you also telling your team on the beach? Are you giving them cues as well? Are you using that squad as maybe a deflection, or are you trying to use the entirety of the team in and out of the water?
I mean, you ordinarily would give direction in terms of how you pump up the surfer. Hold on, Rex Hennings, talk about giving direction.
Ooh. Savage pair of turns there for Team USA's Rex Hennings. And right behind him, Matias Canhoto, loving the cadence of this heat now. Things are firing up.
The energy in that one looked a little more like we're used to from Matias on the backhand.
Here we go, coiling like a cobra. Quick strike there. Nicely done right there. Able to fit 3 turns in where really it looked like one section. And when you can do that and make it look smooth, you're really going to get the attention of the judge. I don't think it's going to be a mega score, but I think it's going to fit nicely in what Lucas Skinner is trying to build right now. So we see Ryan Coelho sticking to his money turn right there, but falls. Judges working overtime right now. 4 scores yet to come.
And a 7-point ride for that big air from Lucas Skinner.
Yep.
Sets him up into the lead. 113 is the second score. That last wave we saw is going to improve on that 113. And even if it comes in around a 4, it's going to give him 2 scores that, that 4 will equal the other scores that the others have. And the 7 will sit there above them. I think the 2-turn combination of Rex Hennings is most probably going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, I like the tempo, the speed. There was excitement and energy to it.
Yeah.
I feel like energy is a word that's not in the judging criteria, but it is.
Well,
it really
yeah.
is.
It resonates, and that's what you feel in your heart.
Yes.
That's what resonates to you, vibrates within you. The score pops into your head, and the energy that you bring, like watching a musical performance or going to the cinema and watching a film, the commitment of the actor, the commitment of the musician, if they are 100% on, committed, and not doubting themselves, then that energy comes through, and that's when the best performances, we see them shine, and the best scores come by as a result of that. This was one of those type of rides, I reckon. First turn, nice, in the pocket. Big kid, powerful.
And no flow impeded there. Nice and clean through both turns.
And this felt more like what we've seen from Matthias all week. That was a little quicker, sharper. The energy in that one was better than we've seen from him on his previous rides. Skinner, first turn. Second snap, beautiful style. Fits in the third ever so quickly. Little foam climb there. There's a 3-3 dropped for a score. I'm not sure if it was that one because they're considering another score as well. Gets stuck at the top on this one, Ryan. That's going to have no consequence. That'll be a throwaway score. He got a 6-1-7 for the two backhand turns. That combination. This heat is it's heating up.
Here we go again. Rex Hennings now smashing that first turn. Carving back, trying to maximize the potential of power from this kind of crumbly section behind him. Here we go. Building up speed down the line, blast the end section.
Not that convincing at the end.
I mean, that was as close as it gets to a completed final turn. We'll see what the judges have to say about that as we see now Matias Canhoto. Looking kind of Gabriel Medina-esque.
I said that the other day. He reminds me, he had the red jersey on. He just reminded me so much of Gabriel Medina with the style, the technique, and then the black rails, the spray on the deck at the tail of the board. Very similar.
The power.
Oh, incredible power. Beautiful style. Judges being considered all over the place. There's a 7.5 for the two-turn combination for Rex Hennings, which outpoints the air from Lucas Skinner. So a really interesting comparison there of modern, technical, risky surfing and then just powerhouse, more basic, simple surfing. Getting more points. Lucas Skinner doing what he does best. That's got to be a good score.
Yeah.
Personally,
yeah.
When they go to the air, I know that's something that not everyone can do. Oh, two big turns. Not everyone can do the airs. So to me, compared to normal on-the-face manoeuvres, if you're doing those airs, they've got to be rewarded more highly. They're more risky, they're more difficult, and then not everyone can do them. And if you are the guy that can do them, doesn't mean you can get discounted because you do them a lot.
Right.
There's still something.
You're not judged against yourself.
Exactly. There's still something that the rest of the field may not be able to do.
Well, this was beautiful. Frontside air 3.
Small wave, but it doesn't matter to him. Beautiful air. 7 on the first one. That one, I don't know, might be a little smaller perhaps. Well, the wave definitely was. The section definitely was.
Well, I'm thinking he may be trying to earn his spot in Barton Lynch Pro Surfing Part 2.
I reckon
save a spot for Lucas Skinner.
I reckon
with
you're
surfing
100%
like that.
right, mate.
And this will never go out of style either, right? Big, powerful backhand whips all day.
And again, a lot of the field can do that.
True.
It's not something that not a lot of the field can do. When you look at Lucas Skinner and go, well, what he's doing, not a lot of the field can do that.
He's built different.
So it's a matter of respecting the degrees of difficulty, and because someone makes the most difficult look really easy, it's for something the judges have to stay conscious of in terms of how they reward. 6.07 drops.
There you
for
go.
The one before that. That might have been. Do you think that was the 3-turn, or is that the air? Because he's ridden so many
I think
waves.
that was the 3-turn.
And the
so that
to
was
come.
the speed, power, flow, and then
Yes.
we're going to see the progressive score come through.
I think you're
Lucas Skinner is going to be feeling real good when he gets the next number, regardless of if it replaces that 6.07 or the 7. He's well into the lead, into the teens with 13.07 heat total, just carrying the momentum that he built earlier this morning. And he's right back at it. Do not let this guy get these medium inside waves. He'll make you pay.
And you can't stop him, though, because you're a good priority. You're waiting for a set.
Right, and
So
you
it's-
look in and you see the green jersey flying.
And you go, well, that wasn't a wave I was ever going to catch, but he just turned it into a score. Here we go. He needs this ride, Matthias. Close out. loss of priority, big mistake with
Ouch.
3:20 on the ouch with 3:20 on the clock.
So I think your point for Ryan Coelho, who basically has done a great turn, but the same turn kind of on
Yes.
repeat. He
Oh.
sees something different now, so it gives the judges a little something to chew on. Laying back, up and under, into that turn with power, great style.
He read your mind.
Yeah.
He was
He
like,
goes, "I gotta
okay,
switch
Chris
this up a
reckons
little
I've got to switch this up. I'm switching it up.
Rex Hennings now goes vertical on his first turn. Kind of a milky face, and that thing just got wild on the inside. He goes down. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. I mean, so much happening right now.
Everybody got scores to drop.
This
It's a wild heat. Rex Hennings in the second at this point in time, but it's going to be great to get all of these scores on the board, get a clear picture of where things are at with only a couple minutes to go. I know Rex Hennings got a couple of brothers there. His little brother Moses Hennings is a superstar of the future, so shout out to you, Moses. I bet you're at home there watching, and we can see you in this event in the future. And I bet you're stoked to see your brother in this position, advancing to 7-5, coupled with a 4-3-7. 8 points for the last of Lucas Skinner.
Yeah.
And rightly so, mate. That surfing is phenomenal. Even the way that the cleanliness of the rails in the pumps and the drive look like they're on a level that is Lucas Skinner's level.
A little extra credit there. And you got to give him a lot of credit for how he landed in the flats, nearly uphill, because there's a lot of water where he's landing. It's pretty kind of deep right there. And so it gives you that kind of uphill feeling. So for him to go straight out, land in the flats, whip it around, all one motion, and make it look so easy, and then still have the momentum to stand up tall, just to signify to the judges, like, I'm in control here. Things are good.
There's his dad with the English sign, so proud. There's a little note. He's throwing shuckers to his son. They're all stoked. The vibes are high. But I tell you what, Ryan Coelho in the third place has Rex Hennings right next to him, because Rex is in second, but with one spot of priority ahead of him. So he's using that priority, Rex, in a defensive fashion. You can see them. They've split the four surfers into two groups of two, red tagging white, and then green tagging blue. In this situation, the surfers with first and second priority, or first and third, but priorities above those in third and fourth, are taking control of this heat with 40 seconds to go. Rex and Lucas have surfed amazing heats. Fair to say, Matthias and Ryan were a little bit off the standard that we may have seen from them earlier.
Energy.
Yeah, and the energy was that little bit nervous, that little bit sort of frayed around the edges. Still great performances, don't get me wrong, but at this level, you have to be on, you have to be ready to peak at the right time.
And I think on finals day is really where you got to lean in and show your confidence. Show the judges that you're controlling every situation you're faced with in the lineup. As you see Matthias Conhoto right there having a deep paddle there, and he was in second priority, but there was only 2 seconds left. So that's going to be it for Team Portugal and Team Brazil. Huge, huge finish for Lucas Skinner. Team England represent. Fire it up.
Woo-hoo!
Rex Hennings makes it through for Team USA from San Clemente, California. So big things happening for Team England. And wow, Bart, the last second, we've seen a flip. Lucas Skinner's safe with a 15-point heat total with an 8 and a 7. That there are still scores to come through. So we were crowning.
We were prematurely, weren't we? 4.67 is the ask for Rex Henning. He's dropped down into third, and the Brasileiro, Ryan Coelho, goes up into second place.
Well, I mean, Ryan definitely steadied his nerves midway through. Final score comes through for Rex Hennings. It's a 2.93. Just like that, in typical fashion here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. You got to have your eye on the ball to the bitter end. As we see a buzzer beater from Ryan Coelho come through. 6-point ride just in time to give it up. Everybody. Team England.
Blitz said it in their song, never surrender, never give in. And that's the Brazilian way. And there's England celebrating perhaps their best ever results here, looking at a medal for that young man in the green.
Lucas Skinner, a finalist along with Ryan Coelho. Well, we got to find 2 more finalists for our 1600 division. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Well, we've got 2 of our boys 16 and under finalists set. It's time to find out who the next 2 will be. Here is your semifinal heat number 2 for the boys under 16 division here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Guilherme Lemos, Hans Odriozola, Ren Okano, and Tiger Obubo take to the lineup. Brazil, Spain, Japan, Hawaii. We got Chris Cote here. We got Barton Lynch here. We are fired up. This is so fun.
It really
to
is.
watch. I can't imagine the pressure and the excitement that these young surfers are feeling right now. I mean, this could potentially be a career-making heat for any of the rest of these surfers through the day.
A 100% career-defining, and this lineup is stacked. We've seen some great surfing from Guilherme Lemos. He was one of the standouts, and Han Odriozola. Those 2 were standouts early on in the event. Tiger Abubo has built his momentum and feels like he's peaking at the exact right time. That quarterfinal to get to this semi-final was his best surfing to date. So the momentum building his way, and then Japan have been incredibly composed and showing us technique and a standard of surfing that we haven't seen from their juniors before. They're at an all-time high level. So great stuff, and 20 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time, and Mother Nature's come to play too. The waves are bigger and better than they've been the last few days, and finals day is firing. Here we go. Replay.
This is this surfer I keep comparing to a young Bruce Irons.
Love the style, love the height that he has, and then the way the hair, there's something that's real edgy about his approach and the way he surfs. Ren?
Super smooth, just fun to watch. No-go there for Hans Odriozola. Team Brazil represented so well here. And thank you, Team Brazil, for hosting all of us. Praia de Macumba has been an amazing venue for this event. And there are only really a handful of breaks and towns around the world that can handle an event of this size.
That's right, eh?
I would say it's nearly twice as big as your kind of standard surf event. You have 2 podiums, you have repechage heats, and now here on finals day with 16 minutes to go, it's Ren Okano in the lead for now, but Hans Odriozola has found himself a pair of sections to work with, hammers it twice. That right there is going to be the highest single wave score of this heat so far for sure. Judges have been rewarding power and precision all day long, and they're going to continue to do that. It'll never go out of style. We're also seeing a lot of progression, and I would say Guilherme Lemos has some firepower. If given the opportunity, this local Brazilian will fly. Here we go. Guilherme Lemos, nice turn there to start. Knows this wave like the back of his hand. He's eyeing something. Bam! Oh! Slams that section, but gets slammed back. That is just backwash at an inopportune time. 15:18 to go while our surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Well, to quote The Clash, London is calling. They want a gold medal. Lucas Skinner right here. Congratulations. You're the #1 seed heading into the final. Biggest result. Yeah. Biggest result for Team England at the ISA Junior so far. But to you, my man, we were talking about expectations the other day. You might have not even surfed in the event. You're in the final now. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so happy. I didn't, to be honest, a couple months ago, I thought I was going to be here, but not in the final. So to be top seed going into it, I'm feeling so good.
Talk about the vibe for Team England. I mean, it is packed here behind us right now, and they are very livid about your performance. But to be able to center yourself and kind of keep composure on a day where pressure is not only the highest, but it's achievable out there for you to get the gold medal. What's it like heading into the biggest heat of your life so far?
Yeah, the vibe is unreal on the beach. I mean, and at home, Mum and Levin, Lucy, you're all at home watching. But yeah, trying to stay composed, ready for the next one, and yeah, just take it heat by heat.
And real quick, it looks like a mirage out there. It looks way better than it actually is. It's difficult to compete. A beach break specialist like yourself, using the entire competition area, how important is it to be able to use both the lefts and the rights to your advantage?
Yeah, it's just like home, but better, so I feel super comfortable. I'm just staying composed, like just trying to do my surfing and, yeah, get big scores and have fun, so yeah.
Well, looking good so far. Best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
Yoo-hoo! Lucas Skinner is on a heater. Our finalist for the boys 16 and under. That puts him right up there in the elite, one of the best 16 and under surfers on the planet. Just let that sink in there for a second. If you make the finals here, that puts you right in that class.
And when you're watching it, you forget you're watching the 16s and you think you're watching the 18s.
I have to keep looking at the screen just to make sure.
And every time you say it, I do that. I go, oh, that's right. These kids are incredible. Hans Odriozola drops a 7. That's a score he can keep. The first score of significance in this heat. It's going to put pressure on everyone else. No real surprises there. As Lucas Skinner has been, Hans Odriozola and Guilherme Lemos in first and second. They too have been just inspiring and impressing us day after day here at this World Junior Championships.
Good times are rolling. 12:40 to go.
Let the good times roll.
That's right. Tiger Abuba right now, yet to ride a wave, but we know exactly what he's capable of. He shined in his quarterfinal heat, doing one of the best layback snaps we've seen of the entire event.
It was a free surf
So
move,
cool.
wasn't it? Not the ordinary contest maneuver, that's for sure. Hans Odriozola, third priority, created
Wow.
space and getting a chance.
I mean, that right there, to see him paddling into this wave with no one around him and blowing the tail in third priority, that was a golden ticket right there, and he used it. Tiger Abuba now driving down the line. Big snap to start. This wave is getting kind of wild through this inside section, and we've seen that happen a couple times already this morning. It was a long build-up, and it just, it was a big breath from the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Whoosh.
You imagine the ocean, really. You imagine a bowl of soft jelly, and you push on one side, and it reverberates and all wobbles around your bowl. That's the ocean. And as that water washes up the beach and then comes back out, and the waves coming in, and those two energies combine and collide, you said it right before the interview as well, that, you know, if that timing, it can work to your advantage. Incredibly difficult to do.
but
It's
it
rare.
can.
Unless you grew up at somewhere like Makaha and are used to a backwash and playing with it, it can be a difficult thing. This was strategically a spot of genius from third priority.
Yeah, this was just a magic moment in this heat, that he was all by himself when that peak came through.
Beautiful, flaring tail, fins completely out the back of the wave. Here was his first one. Nice, beautiful foam climb, and again, just critical closeout turn, and drove it back across into the whitewater and then got pushed out technically at a very high level. This was a great wave. Flares the tail, this one, and you're thinking, look at the wall on it, just keeps running. Had the lip, but drifted the tail a little bit too much, lost the control, the nose dug in, came unstuck, he's up again.
So trying again on this left.
Oh!
Kind of a similar outcome for Tiger Abuba, but he will get credit for that first turn on his previous wave. It was pretty nice. As we see now, Ren Okano, stylish young Japanese surfer, currently just with a 2.67. This kid's got pop. if he gets a section, I mean, just like that, even the little subtleties, he just added some elements of style and flair to that finishing turn. Inside of 10 minutes to go here, Okano needs a 3-2-3, but the rest of the field is comboed, including Okano, because Hans Odriozola now, with a 15-point total, has taken control and is in a commanding position in this heat. And guess who's in top priority? Hans Odriozola.
His management of the lineup, and he got both his scores without priority. So it shows that he knew how to manage it. He moved away when he needed to move away. Happy faces there on the beach with their foo wax. 50 years, is that right? How, I mean, I only heard about it.
They kept it a secret
from
us for a long time.
For like 35 years. The world's best wax kept secret. Here we go, Brasileiro.
This kid's been born and raised with foo wax, you can tell. I mean, he does not fall.
What a wave.
He has not made very many mistakes, and that roll will continue. There's the passion from Guilherme Lemos.
Looks to the team. You asked me before, and then we got interrupted by action, which was a wonderful thing about the influence in the team and the direction to the team on the beach. Odriozola.
Yeah, this kid's on fire right now. That right there was so technically sound, beautiful, flowing. I mean, the weight distribution right there, there's physics just then were defied. I mean, if you had some kind of slow motion camera underwater to see the bottom of his board, maybe we could figure that out. But that right there was great surfing.
And we've seen a 7 and an 8, and that's his best wave, right?
The team say 10.
The team say 10.
Is this a 10?
I don't think it's a 10. I'm not going to go that far at this point. That turn was beautiful. Maybe the best first carving turn we've seen at the event. Into that beautiful air with a hang 5 Nelly at the end of it. And he shakes his head. It is just, it's a big score because it's better than the 8 and the 7. He's through to the final. You can, he could come in after, when this score drops and go, come and save the energy. Ren Okano overtook and went into the lead, but we've got that second place, should I say, but we've got that score from Guilherme Lemos, that beautiful long left that we feel like is, without question, is his best wave, and I feel like it's the best wave not ridden by Hans Odriozola in this semi-final.
So 7 minutes, 23 seconds to go. Here's your Macumba local, Guilherme Lemos. He's been brilliant throughout this entire competition, but right now back against the wall a little bit, needing a 3.38.
Well, he's getting that.
He got that early on, a 3 and a 5.67 now. We see Hans Odriozola, who can basically just start free surfing and have a good time.
Take it easy, mate. Don't even ride them. If you don't want to ride them because you've done enough, you just sit there. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily need to ride waves at this point in time, and your mind's already at the final, and you're thinking, okay, I'm managing my energy. We've got a long day ahead. And this 16's final is going to be amazing. Still a score to drop for Red, so that 5.67, I don't feel like that was the left. I feel like the left was better than a 5.67, but we'll see. Perhaps that was the left, and the standard of impactful surfing in the pocket has gone so high that's where that score landed. Tiger Abubo.
Tiger throwing his fins. I'm starting to think that may be his money turn right there, and I'm here for it. Tiger Abubo has been so impressive throughout the week.
Powerful stance.
His name really kind of exemplifies his style, right? When he stands up, he's got that nice calmness, and then when he attacks, you can almost hear the roar.
The team reckon it's a 10. The Donegan brothers, the Odriozola brothers.
Wow, and it's close to it. A 9.83 for Hans Odriozola. Don't get greedy, kids. A 9.83 is great. I hear you, though. That was excellent surfing, but regardless of what the team wanted, Hans Odriozola is delivering in a big way. Now we have a new high heat total, 17.83, peaking at the right time. And I got to say, thank you and parabéns to Eric Kramer and our technical team for making the calls they've made over the past 3 days. Kind of just getting the most out of those last 2 days, which were probably our slowest days, and then being able to load up our finals at the right time, in the right spot. So thank you for that, and thank you to these surfers in the water for giving us such a great show. It's all happening, Barton.
There's that money turn that you talked about. He looks so comfortable in it. Nice snap to start. Going to be his best wave. This is going to be a great angle. There's that beautiful wrap. Watch this last turn. He's so comfortable in the drift. While it's flying and you're out of control, he's so centered, and that technique and the drop of the back leg just looks so beautiful. All these guys, Guilherme Lemos, we would have put him as a finalist most probably. The 5-6-7 was the left-hander, so it feels like there was a little bit of spark in those opening rounds. That's backed off a little bit in this semi-final. He needs to find that gear and crank it up. That was a better turn. But there's only one of them. There was some significant downtime before the turn. I don't see that wave being a real strong influencer. It'll better the 3, most probably, but I don't know that it's enough. I don't know it's a 3-9-1. There's Tiger Abubo staying busy too.
I'm sensing a momentum shift right now. You can tell that Tiger is starting to believe in himself a little bit more with each and every wave he gets. And right at the right time. Here we go. Ren Okano needs a 6-3-0. I just can't get enough of this kid's style.
Me neither.
I can watch this all day long. He's trying to fight around this tough section. To no-go at the end for Ren Okano. That would be a pretty miraculous finish that he would need to get if he wanted to get a 6-3-0. So as it stands right now, Hans Odriozola, he's good. He's on the golden path right now, all the way to the finals. But Tiger Abubo giving his team something to pace around about, because he's there, but it's a precarious second-place position. He's defending Guilherme Lemos in red, who needs a 4-3-4. He's got those all day long.
Yes.
And Ren Okano, I mean, we've seen what he's capable of. He needs a 6-3-0.
And 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely enough time. Oh, heat leader. Watch out.
Here we go. Hans Odriozola. Never doubt this kid. I think if he was needing that wave for a score, he would have made that. But he's probably feeling pretty freed up. As we see, Guilherme Lemos having a paddle there, so he was in first priority. It depends on where the rest of the field was when Guilherme paddled for that last wave. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. It's grind time.
Yeah, one Brazilian already in the final, Ryan Coelho. They're wanting Guilherme Lemos to have 2 in the final.
Well, the sentimental favorite, right? I mean, he lives right up the street here in Macumba.
Yeah.
But right now he's in a spot of trouble, although the good news for Lemos is he has priority. And he's got 2 minutes to go, and now he's back into second place. 5-6-7 and a 4-4-3. Tiger Abubo now in the position of needing a 4-1-0.
Fair
Just
enough.
like that.
Feels like that's a pretty fair call. I feel like the 5-6-7 was a little lower than I thought it was going to come in at. And that's why when I started to sort of imagine that there is an energetic difference in today's Guilherme Lemos and the other days. It feels a little more, maybe it's nerves, maybe it's the harsh long week and a bit of difficult for the young man. Maybe it's the change of hair colour. It was purple, it's
Whatever
blonde.
works, right?
He's gone blonde for the gold maybe. But something to date hasn't felt as dynamic as it had as earlier, but it's been enough to hold on to that second place. And if the Hawaiian team were nervous before, they're going to be really nervous now. Shane Dorian is the coach. He looked terrified there. You see him in front of a 30-foot wave at Mavericks or Jaws. He looks completely calm. You have him coaching the team and a young protege out in the water, and he's nervous as all because it's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
Well, a well-coached teenage Brazilian in a paddle battle is going to be very tough to beat.
Oh, yeah.
Because you see what Guilherme is doing right now. He's just shadowing Tiger Abubo, and this is fair play. These are the tactics that are sometimes leaned on at the end of these heats.
I mean, don't forget, Randy only needs a 6. We know he's so capable of that. Unfortunate for him, he's in 4th priority, and Tiger Abubo in 3rd priority. Hans Odriozola, he's just staying away from everyone. He wants nothing to do with any of it, and rightly
Good
so.
call.
And he's letting Guilherme take control of his destiny with 25 seconds and 1st priority. I don't see the Brazilian making a mistake, but he's going to have to do something here. He's being forced to paddle.
And he's up. Guilherme Lemos. This actually could be a score that works to his advantage. Second turn there. He's looking to better a 4-4-3. So 3-turn combo.
Oh, the
He's
passion.
feeling it there.
Woo-hoo!
With 6 seconds left. Takes a look
Oh,
back
Ren.
out into the lineup. Here we go. Ren Okano. He needs a 6. This is not over yet. Quick snap there. Driving down the line. Sees the section. Nails the lip. Gets airborne by way of some backwash.
Time's done.
Oh,
Judges have got a decision to make. But you would think that Ren doesn't get the 6. Was the best he looked on a wave of the whole semi-final. I think the energy was there. The desperation was there. So we see the Brazilians about to celebrate because Tiger Abubo didn't get another wave, and red and blue look like having qualified.
Wow, 2 more finalists. So give him a minute.
He wants some space, the nerves, the tension,
I
the
can't
emotion.
imagine going through this as a teenager. You gotta, it's so funny when you're watching them surf. You're thinking, oh, these are grown adults out there doing their jobs. They come to the beach and you realize that they're still kids.
Team Spain celebrating.
Oh, they should be celebrating right now because Hans Odriozola just went off. Highest heat total of the event. 2 of the highest single wave totals. The highest single wave total, that 93.
Yeah. So we've got an Englishman, a Spaniard, and 2 Brazilians, it would seem, in our under-16 finals. They're not celebrating yet, but I think they should because I don't see Ren getting a 6-point ride, and I see the Brazilians holding on to his 2nd position. There's our winner. What a performance from that young man.
He was basically on his own.
Here they go. The celebration's
score
on.
Comes through. It's not enough. Team Brazil fields 2 finalists in the 16 and under boys division here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Let the emotions run over you. That right there is heart, soul, passion, everything we expect from this teenage phenom from right here in Praia de Macumba. Hometown hero is now a finalist.
Oh, it puts tears in my eyes, Chris. It really does, to see these young people achieving their dreams and putting on the performances of a lifetime.
Whew. Well, luckily we get a quick break here to gather ourselves, but so much more action to come. It's finals day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back.
Here we are, day 6 of competition for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship here at Macumba Beach in Rio de Janeiro. And this wave earns Team Spain's Hans Odriozola an 8.0. Team Australia's Fletcher Kelleher gets a 7.83. Kohai Fierro for Team Tahiti, 8.0.
Staying in the moment, that was part of my technique, and just having fun and trying to get like really good score on the board, and it's been working, so I'm happy.
Linnea Mons for Team USA with an 8.0. So that wraps up day 6. Join us tomorrow for more action.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are in Rio de Janeiro at Praia da Macumba, and the views here are stunning. The ocean is just so inviting to jump into, and there's some hikes that you can do in the area, including to the top of this mountain right.
Incredible. I'm speechless with what that looks like on the screen. I know Kiki from Chinese Taipei took her team up there yesterday. It's an amazing, amazing natural part of the world here.
Out in the lineup, we're into, they're calling it kind of the half finals. It's the semifinals for the under 16 girls. There's going to be 3 surfers in each heat. We'll have the same format on the under 18 girls due to the number of surfers out within the draws from the early days of the rounds and the way that the format has changed up. But semifinals having 3 surfers each: Argentina, France, and Team USA, with Victoria Munoz of Argentina. She's already got a 1-point ride on the board. Clements Scorch of France in the red, and Eden Walla for the USA wearing the green jersey. And we've got 20 minutes on the clock still for the semifinals. We'll be looking to bump it up to 25 minutes for the finals if the conditions should stay consistent. And Here we go with a paddle for the opening ride now of Eden Walla. Into that first carve on her forehand. Great wave selection. And snap into the section to finish off with. So she'll put her first score on the board with a combination.
Do you know what I like about today? Obviously, it's finals day, but more importantly, there's a whole bunch of these winning surfers that we haven't had a chance to see across this part of the webcast because they've been on podium too for a lot of their early round performances. So it's almost like this fresh injection of energy and something a little different that we're getting to see now today on finals.
Well, that last heat was an absolute smoker. We're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Mitch Salazar and another finalist for today.
Back-to-back finals in the boys U16 for Spain's Hans Odriozola. Hans, muchas felicidades. You moved through into another final, and you dropped the highest heat total in the process. What was it like out there? It seems like conditions were dreamy.
Oh yeah, the waves were so fun. It was pumping and super fun rides, and pretty happy to get back-to-back finals in the ISAs, and can't wait for the final.
You had a year where you moved over to California, actually spent it with Jesse Rapp, and I think that, from my perspective, elevated your game. I had the opportunity to judge you several times while you were living over there. How do you feel like that's impacted not only your competitive surfing, but your surfing overall?
Yeah, for sure. While I was there, I was staying with the Raps, and I was living in Huntington, where I got to surf with super good surfers, which probably made me better, and I got to compete in a lot of contests with good guys from my age that are here too. And yeah, for sure, that made me a better surfer.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, Hans, but your brother Kai is in the semifinals. If you were both to medal and get the gold medal, you'd be the first duo in history as siblings to win gold medals at the same ISA Juniors event. I know it's a long ways away, but how cool would that be to share the podium with your brother and both go home with medals to Spain?
That would be the best thing ever. That would be like our dream. And there's still a long way, but we can make it.
Muchas felicidades, mucha suerte. Algo que le quiera decir a la gente de España.
Un saludo a todos y a por la final. ¡Vamos!
Suerte, Hans. Gracias.
Thank you, Hans. With a huge heat total as we take a look now at Clemens, looking to put herself into the draw here with 15 minutes on the clock. And we got a paddle from Victoria Munoz out of Argentina. On her forehand, just a quick duck underneath the shade. And with that 17.83, Jess, on the scoreboard for Hans Odriozola out of that last heat, it is the highest heat total now of the event overall across all divisions. As we take a look now at Eden, great snap on her forehand, just drives through that first turn, kind of tweaks the tail a bit as well, connects with a second, and then puts that fiery finish on the end.
I just stole Barton's little end of the wave hoot there because that was well deserved for Eden Walla. You can see she appreciates the feeling of that performance as well. That first bottom turn on this replay, first of all, this is Victoria Munoz's wave. She has to hop a little bit at the start, but she still gets really dynamic, really light. If she could have pulled that, made it a little cleaner in the entry, that's going to be a really good score for her. Here's the other replay from the French lady, Clemence. Nice little setup, negotiates the lump and bump on her backhand to calculate and connect with that end section. Most importantly, really great backhand surfing for her. Clean, crisp. Here's the bottom hand turn, though, that I want to look at for Eden. Drops right down to the bottom. She kind of hits that weird backwash and almost buries the nose under, but she recovers and gets the two-turn combo. I love that bottom turn. I think as we go through this heat, you're going to see her dig really deep and at the last second drop that right arm. It kind of swings almost all the way behind her back to extend the depth in that bottom turn even more, and it's similar to Hans's in that previous heat. You could see him use that body technique as well just to get the drive through the bottom of that bottom turn.
Paddle now for our surfer in blue, Victoria. Her last score just the throwaway because she fell going into a really awesome looking turn, and this one she's caught behind the section as well, just kind of filling it out in the lineup. We're waiting for the exchange now between the last of Clements and the last of Eden. That's going to give us a good idea of where we're sitting in the first semifinal for the under 16 girls. With 13 minutes remaining on the clock, Team USA down there in support of Eden Walla. They've already had some great success throughout this morning's performances, and they're looking to try and take away another gold medal.
I like the cowbell too. I think that's always a really good sign. It's a little bit different to the other teams. You can tell the difference against the screaming and the cowbell. So if you're an athlete in the water and that thing's ringing, I think it helps. It helps the excitement, and it helps you receive the feedback in a different level of audio out there. And you're going, yes, the team are loving this. They're feeding off each other. They're really cohesive all week, and they're firing each other up because this is it. Semis, half finals. We're into it. We're halfway there to the finals. 2 people are going to be in there, like this afternoon, out of this heat. Like, they're that close to being on the podium.
Here we go. Top 2 will be making it into the finals. Eden in that leading position goes down on the section. And we are still waiting for that last exchange between her and our surfer in red for France. As we take a look now at Victoria, just caught behind the section as well. So a couple throwaway moments here. The judges just taking a little look back, though, to the second wave of Eden and the first wave of Clements to really see where that kind of scale is going to be sitting, to be able to see who's sitting in that leading strong position. Team Argentina, of course, has been also one of those loud, those vocal teams down there. A lot of energy on the beach, Jess. A lot of energy when they come up for those post-heat interviews as well, in support of Victoria out in the water. And we've got a very strong paddle to try and regain priority. Second priority is deemed towards Eden Walla, and Victoria Munoz drops into that third priority place. And we've got scores in for that last exchange for the under 16 girls. We got a 6 for the second wave of Eden Walla to back up her or improve on her 4.17. And we've got an 8-point ride, an excellent score for France's Clements Scorch. And it takes her into that second place position, looking to back it up now to take away the lead as we take a look at Victoria finally getting a bit of rhythm out of that first turn, falls on the second. We've got a paddle now from Clements. We'll just keep tracking with some live action for a moment. She has a look down the line, decides not to go. She would have just received that information, took a little while from the panel, that she has put an excellent score on the board for that 2-turn combination on her forehand. Now she's going to be waiting for that great wave to put a backup score and really nail herself down as a finalist.
It's on the back end, I think, actually, Shannon. This is that criticalness and the commitment is that excellent ride for her, that 8-point ride, because she's got that 0 on the second wave. Here's the replay of Eden's. That's the first wave she had. She really adjusts well and does really, really well to come out of that thing with the completion. But the backhand, we saw it with Sarah in the early round from Team France as well. On her backhand, she was able to just really connect high in the lip, and they get that little bit of release, kind of like skating when you have that little floaty moment up in the coping, and it just shows power and control. In surfing, that spray that's flying off the back of Clements' board is an indication of the timing and the precision she's been able to do the turn with. So 8 points on the board at this stage. She needs just one more wave. She's got first priority. I mean, 2 turns, and it's looking really good for her.
She's pretty much closed the door having that 8 on the board, but that being said, we have seen it's not a surprising situation when you see someone with the biggest score on the board still not take the advancing position or take away the win because they're unable to find that backup score. And today it seems like it's consistent enough where everyone's having that opportunity to get the clean backup scores. But we saw it in the last few days of competition, Jess, when it was really slow. There was kind of, a lot of that sort of waiting for those better waves where surfers just weren't able to get anything to back it. But I don't see that being the case in any way. Still 9 minutes on the clock. Clements holding on to that priority, feeling very confident from, like you said, that backhand attack for those 2 turns that got her that 8-point ride. And it has her sitting in a really solid position. As we can see the girls starting to paddle themselves into position here. You can just start to see that wave picking up in screen. And it's the surfer with red who has first priority, but she's going to be, well, actually both surfers are going to be a little too far off on the shoulder to be able to get into that one. And it looks like the priority board is going to stay the same, Jess, as they duck dive the second wave.
Yeah, look at this set rolling on through too. This is going to be important. Look at that. There's almost a little opportunity out there missed at the moment in this heat. That right running through, maybe the opportunity for 2 turns, but Clements is going to pull the trigger.
She's going to pull off a little farther down the line. It's going to give her an opportunity to open up on her backhand for that first wide turn. Snaps under the lip, and she just almost holds on to it, but has to let it go. That backhand turn from her is really reminiscent of Alyssa Spencer, young Californian surfer. She's just finally gotten that qualification to the championship tour. Another surfer that would have already been in that conversation had the WSL expanded the women's field and given them equal numbers. As we take a look now at Victoria on her forehand, nice snap to start, drives through in that second turn, and she's looking for more opportunity. But that backhand from Clements has those flares of Alyssa Spencer. Scores to drop through now, 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and we're waiting for the backup score of Clements. Jess, we've got scores to drop through for all three surfers. Let's take a look at some replays here. What are your thoughts on this last of blue?
That bottom turn was so nice. That foundation obviously really been worked on for this young junior surfer. Remembering they're under 16s, you can imagine the projection of their future. Look at the lightness and the connection to equipment for Eden Waller there from Team USA. He is the current most excellent score holder in the heat at the moment, Clements. It's going to be good because she needs that backup 100%. And he's the Argentinian team. They've been high energy. They're a really, really experienced team. They're cheering, they're singing for Victoria. She's receiving that energy back out there in the lineup, and they're going to be pushing her through this because she needs a score, but it's in range.
She's going to need something that's big, though. At the moment, it's an 8.17 requirement. She does have a score to drop. Her last score, a 2.00, has her sitting in that third place position, but she's got another score to come in. We're waiting for last of Eden Waller now to drop in for USA. And for Clement, not the best backup score at the moment. She's got that 2.67, improved on it with a 3.07, which now has her sitting in that leading position. But it only puts a 5-point requirement on the board for Eden to be able to take away that leading spot. We've got Team USA there trying to stay in the shade as well because that sun is getting so hot. The clouds are starting to sort of evaporate with the heat now, probably blazing off the land as well. And it's going to be a very cooking day here, both for surf but also for actual temperature on the shoreline. So for everyone that's down there, they're going to be under those umbrellas, keeping those towels, those sarongs wrapped over their head, a t-shirt tied on top if need be, in order to keep themselves feeling a little bit cooler in today's action. Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Jess, and this heat's taken a little while to sort of find its rhythm out there. We're still waiting for those scores to come through for last of Eden and last of Victoria.
Yeah, last one for Clements, so 3.07. She's gone back to the strategy, the just getting a number on the board to back up that 8. 11.07 is huge for her. She's really close to finding herself a spot in the final at the moment and for Team France, but she would definitely just have to try and make some space and get rid of that 3.07 because Eden's got a 6. If she drops, an 8 off a 2-turn combo, then Clements is back into that second. Oh, look, she's just overtaken her, as we're saying.
All right, so scores are finally in. Eden Waller drops a 5.27 for her last wave. That's enough to take her into first. And Argentina drops a 5.23. She's in third, but now only chasing a 5.85. That means Clements is not safe until she gets a backup score. At this stage, and Jess, you're just pointing it out on screen, you could see Team France taking out the notebooks.
Yeah, here we go with the laminated pages for Team France. The Americans, they're kind of a little bit subdued at the moment. They understand the situation too. An excellent score on its own is not going to get you all the way to that gold medal here in performance. So hopefully we can see this exchange come down 4 minutes to go. Let's go. Exchange between all three.
All right, needing only the 3.27 to take the lead, but really needing to just capitalize, and she goes down on the turn. Likely to be deemed incomplete.
Ooh.
Is there going to be a paddle deemed for Victoria, possibly a block that could hand priority over to Eden? Let's take a look at this replay first.
This is just a really weird little wave. It had a strange little angle wobble up in the lip as she went to hit it. It kind of bent off the inside of the bank there, and it looked like it was going to throw itself at her, but it didn't. And there's the change of priority. And I think it's a great call. Victoria committed, put her chin down to the stringer, paddled pretty hard at that wave at the last second, jumped up, similar timing to Eden. So commanding priority goes back to the young lady from the USA, and now she's going to have to play this really, really smart.
She is sticking to Victoria like glue. She also would know that Clements has the 8, so if Clements gets herself onto just one single good turn, it's going to be Eden that's in potential to be lost out. Now she's going to hand this wave away under second priority, and Victoria getting some work done as she comes through the inside section. 3 nice snaps, chasing a 5.85. It would be, what, the third highest score? It'd have to be compared to that 6 that Eden has on the board.
I don't call that final snap complete, though. I think she celebrated a little bit too early, and there wasn't the ride out with control because there was no wave to ride out on. They were pretty much on the dry sand. So I think it was really right up there. Dangerous to let her go on it. If it had been a little bit bigger, let's see how it locks in, though. I could be completely off the money, but from this angle, I think she's going to need another chance again, and she does. It's a 3.77, so she's still going to need that 2-turn. Look at this big set coming through. 2 minutes to go.
Oh, this is an incredible moment. Love at the end of a heat in the final couple minutes when there is enough opportunity, and when, you know, we got 2 minutes, all those waves are going to come through. They're going to break in time for everyone to get a piece of the action, which could open up more opportunity. We're looking at a 5.85 requirement for Victoria, and Eden in that first place position. A 3.77 for last of Clements does come through as her second highest score. Sorry, that was a 3.77 for last of Victoria. She's still chasing a 5.85 on the board. Last of Clements was incomplete, so that does not factor into her top 2 scores, and the situation remains the same. With USA in the lead, we've got second priority going to our surfer in red. It's going to be the surfer under priority that has a look at that, and everyone kind of tries to sell everyone else on the wave. Ends up not going.
I almost thought that was a mistake then. I thought that was going to be an opportunity for her, and I thought that Clements let her go, but well played for Clements. She saw there was no score.
Here she's repositioned on the inside, tries to get into that, but the wave is just going to kind of, it almost mutes itself out, right? Wave coming from the outside section, little backwash comes together, flattens it out on the inside.
She's being hunted down at the moment, Shannon. Look at this.
Huge tactics going down on the final minute of the under 16 girls' first semi-final. 2 surfers will be heading into the medal round. One of these could be a gold medalist by the end of today. Surfer in red has that second priority, that priority position over blue.
Nice player positioning too. You saw her stop for a second. Clements, she pulled up on her board, let Victoria's feet go past her, and then repositioned herself underneath her to hold that priority. That's a way better spot to be in to command this last 20 seconds and to hold her off in the second priority position. She can't be on that outside of it. And you see that mistake made a lot. I've seen it a lot in the qualifying series by more mature competitors. So Victoria's calling for the block, and there's 8 seconds, and she wants the priority to change. I don't know if it's going to. It's close to it. It's a tricky call. Let's see where it goes through in the judges. She gets first priority.
Well, up and riding. Now, was she up and riding before the buzzer sounded? Either way, unfortunately for Victoria Munoz, she wasn't able to ride out complete from that final maneuver. And that was a really intense way to finish out our second semi-final on the board. It doesn't look just like Victoria was up and riding in time as the buzzer sounded. And it's going to be Eden Waller for Team USA, walking away with the win, the San Clemente local, into the finals, up against Clements Scorch, who walks away with an 8-point ride and sneaks past in that second place position off of a 3-point backup score. We've got more action to come as we can see the girls meeting her down on the shoreline for Team USA and celebrating as Eden Wallace heading into the finals.
That's Courtney too. She's completely gone full ball team momentum in there, straight into the water to celebrate alongside Eden.
Incredible. What a performance. What a day of competition here for finals day at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We have more action to come when we return. Stay tuned. Sky Suet, Linnea Mons, and Sierra Kerr hitting the lineup. Last 2 finalists to be determined for the under 16 girls right after this. Sets approaching off the start of semifinal number 2 for the under 16 girls. Sky Stewart of Hawaii, Linnea Mons of USA, and Sierra Kerr for Australia. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through into the final to join Clemence Scorch of France and Eden Walla for the USA. We got a paddle there for the opener of Linnea. She's unable to get into it. And we've got some positioning. Surfers trying to sneak into this first wave out the back. Red trying to get into position, but green, Sierra Kerr, just sneaks in underneath. No priority established at the start of the heats aside from the surfer in position. And Sierra with a massive start to kick off her campaign.
How good was the body language on the end of that as well for Sierra? She just looks really relaxed to me in this heat. A few of her earlier heats, I thought she looked a little bit jammed up sometimes in comparison to what we've seen and come to expect. We see a lot of her free surfing, so our expectations are a little different sometimes placed on a lot of these surfers due to the fact of the content that we see them throwing down online, but that looks relaxed. It's in a jersey, and it's going to be a really good score to kick off her first wave. Look at that beautiful vision too from here in Brazil.
What a day for finals day. It's been challenging week of surfing. We had a few pretty big days of competition in a row in order to line ourselves up for a good finals day. Taking a look at this first wave of Sierra.
Yeah, that end maneuver, huge big section, super controlled, really critical, perfect timing. It wasn't safe surfing, it's just clean, clear, heat-winning surfing to me. It's smart as well because she needs to do it at the start and then it frees her up to go back into that progression later on.
Well, straight out of a victory and ready to get ready for the finals, Eden Walla is on the beach with Mitch Salazar.
That's right. Eden Hope Walla, big congratulations to you. You're our first finalist in the girls U16 division. I mean, coming into the event, head coach Ryan Simmons had a lot of faith in you. You have co-coaches Asher Nolan and Courtney Conlog right here. What's the week been like for you? You've been competing mostly over at Podium 2.
It's been an amazing week. You know, it's a crazy new experience with the whole team, and I've had a lot of fun rooting everyone on and surfing.
And for yourself, coming from North America, we all know how good the surfers are in that region, but I want to talk about the women's development, especially the girls under 16. You come up a lot against a lot of great surfers over there, specifically girls around the age of 14, 13. Katie Simmers won this event 5 years ago. She was number 4 in the world on the championship tour this year. Speaking of expectations, what kind of expectations do you have for yourself at this event and in the future?
You know, I came to this event wanting to win, and I'm really excited now to be in the final and have like a chance at the title, and yeah.
And I know you love your family. Younger brother Zion, your mom watching home, your dad John's here. Anything you want to say before you head to the final and potentially get your first world championship?
Yeah, thank you. So, like, my parents and my brother, he pushes me every time we go surfing, and I think that's really why I'm here, because of him and how much he pushes me.
Best of luck, Eden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mitch. Eden, with a huge smile, set that goal to make it into the finals, to have a chance to battle away for the gold, and she's found success so far with the goals she's looking at.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them interact with Mitch too. He knows so much about their outside story, why they're here, how they got here, all of their accomplishments. So to see that they really like to feel comfortable and open up to him, and we get more insight about what drives them actually during the event is great. But, I mean, Sierra Kerr, 9.93 for that two-turn combo at the start. I mean, watch out, because if that's what they're going to score her for that first turn in the context of the heat, then she's got like 11-point rides in her back pocket. I feel like that's going to feed obviously well into her confidence, but really, I mean, she's got 10s on tap out there.
Sky Stewart now up and riding. Ooh. Sets such a nice line heading into that turn, goes for that big tweak of the tail as well, and she'll fall out. She's been surfing that board for a little while. Barton was mentioning it in yesterday's action, noting that she had kind of switched over her boards and the blast-off kind of footage that Barton's been reviewing over the few years, and he said that board's been looking really good on her and all the blast-off videos she's been sitting forward, and he was just loving the fact the Sky was paddling it out on here for the World Championships, as we've got Sierra Kerr up and riding now on her backhand, looking really smooth and stylish for those first couple maneuvers, and then sets it up for that backhand whip.
Vicious. That was a vicious use of precise technique on that backhand there for Sierra. Team Australia are going to be feeling really good about that one. I think they need this at this point, obviously. They need that little bump up in confidence. They've had a couple of really close calls, a couple of losses. So for them, this is going to be really good to get them back on track and re-rail the train that is Australian surfing. Let's have a look at this replay. Look at the viciousness of this turn that comes up at the end and the head movement. You can see that she feels it at the end, and she knows she's got the 993. She's going to be really dangerous in this final if she can make it all the way through. There's the 993 right there. If it's the two-turn combo for her and it's up in that 10-point range, what's going to happen if she throws a huge air reverse plus 2 big snaps? They're going to have to give her a 15 because in the level of surfing that she's doing in comparison, obviously the scale's set in this division. So that first semi-final has been set. It's the under 16 women's surfing. Semi-final 1 set the scale for these 2 heats, and Sierra's come through much like I believe it was Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua did in her heat.
Yes.
She blasted through the roof of the scale and she reset it again coming into the next round. This is what Sierra's going to do right now. She's got a 5.33 for her standards, a pretty stock standard backhand attack. So a 9.93 and a 5.33. If she throws down something crazy, I mean, you're going to have to give her 2 10s. She's going to do an Owen Wright.
She easily could do that with the surfing she's been doing. And like you said, if she goes for that variety that we haven't seen from any of the other girls this week, taking to the air, if she's able to do a solid air that's either, started out with a good turn or 2 or finished with a good couple of turns, a combination of major maneuvers like that is going to be looking at some very, very solid scores. 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and it's Sierra in the lead with a 9.93 and a 5.33 as we take this beautiful drone shot.
I have never seen as creative drone shots ever that I've seen at this event right here. Across all the events I've ever been to in my life or watched, the buzzing of the towers that these drone flyers do, they go through the actual tower inside, through the competitor area, but through the roof space, and then they come back out and they buzz around, and you can get a real look at where we're set up here. That's the contest site right in the middle of the screen, and it's like absolute postcard, picturesque, Brazil. You can't get a feel for the vibe, though, that's on the beach here, and that's a whole other thing in itself to understand the Brazilian culture and their passion. I mean, you're just going to have to watch the finals where the 2 Brazilians are in it already. You're going to have a really, really good indicator of the passion that they bring to sport and to their national pride of surfing at the moment.
It's great to see the beach kind of just warming up, more people showing up here for finals day. It's Friday. Tomorrow we're going to be having our closing ceremonies and the Aloha Cup. On Saturday is the plan. So typically we would go straight into our closing ceremonies right after, the final heat of the day when it comes to finals day. But we're actually going to be holding that off until tomorrow's competition with the goal, if we've got swell, to be able to run the Aloha Cup tomorrow morning as well. So that will be a fun way to kind of finish out competition this week with that spirit of Aloha coming in after we've had all of our finalists, all of our gold medals out there. We've got 9 minutes on the clock, and this heat has been an interesting one, Jess. We've got Linnea. She's sitting with that first priority, and we haven't seen her take off on a ride yet.
Where is Mons and where is Suit at the moment? I mean, let's go for the next set. I want to see these exchanges. We never love to see just one surfer having the opportunity. The best way to watch heat surfing and competition surfing is those full-blown attacks from every single exchange. So let's go.
Up and riding on her forehand now. Sierra driving down the line. She's sitting on that 5.33, goes for a huge layback in the section. And she won't ride out complete, but she is completely free now to start testing her own boundaries as we take a look at Linnea Mons on her forehand. Beautiful opening carve, sets herself up here for the finish, but just doesn't actually get a second maneuver in. That opening rail work, though, looked Absolutely gorgeous. So
Yeah.
she'll put a score on the board finally.
Yeah, it looked like it was setting up really nicely. Hey, wasn't it? Look at this one. Here we go for suit.
Up and riding on her forehand. Sky holds on her priority with this one and into a big section. That's going to feel great for her. Now that battle for that second position, that second advancement into the girls under 16 finals is wide open.
I feel like I saw the moment when she thought, okay, just land this. I need to collect a number and then I can relax, because she's been a lot more relaxed in competition coming into this. And I think at this point, she's feeling the pressure of having pretty much she's got a 0 and a throwaway, but here's a replay for Sierra. She's going for something a little different. We hadn't seen this before. She sets it up. She kind of extends through and then just loses connection with the board, tries to plant the backhand and bring it back under, but doesn't work. This is the rail work for Lasta Mons from Team USA. That little inside, just a weird, wobbly kind of warp away from her, so she can't connect with the second turn. Here's the replay, though. Smart surfing. The Hawaiian's going to get herself back into the mix. Here's another angle of it, too. You can appreciate the timing, the spray, the completion. I think she's processing. She's going to have a score now. Now she's back in the game. Let's go for the Hawaiian and the American, because they're going to need to really bring it if they're fighting at the moment for second place.
There is a very intense battle going down for that second place position, Jess. We got a 5-2-7 on the board for last of Suet out of Hawaii, and we got a 3-point ride for the opener of Mons for Team USA. So at the moment, Suet gets the the nod by about 2.5 points for that last exchange. Had we seen Mons right out of a second turn, I think she would have been right there in that same score line. She's up and riding now again, though. Uses her second priority on this one. Into that first open face snap. Times it really well for a second turn. Now she's going to be back in that conversation, only needing a 3-2-1 to take herself into second. So now Suet's going to be holding on to that second priority. She's going to be looking for her next opportunity to try and give a blow back to Mons, going back and forth for that second spot.
I love that two-turn combo from Mons. I thought that was so nice. It was really mature, quiet body language in between, kind of looked a lot older surfing to me, more settled, powerful, controlled. I'm interested to see where that locks into the scale against Sierra's. Obviously, not as explosive in the section, a bit more like bread and butter, and there it is, 6-6-7 for last of Mons. So a 6-6-7 and a 3. 5 minutes to go, another set. Talk about opportunities in this heat. This semi-final this will be the third probably big set of the semi.
Yeah, it is absolutely firing out there. The oldest surfer, Sierra Kerr, 16 years old, last year competing in the under-16s, has been on fire already. Opening carve, check, goes for that big second section, and she came so close to pulling that off.
Yeah, she almost had that there. Just wait. You'll see her. I think she's feeling pretty comfortable. She probably wants to drop another 8-ish as the backup score, because
just another 8.
Yeah, she needs to drop something else just for her own performance. She's probably analysing it against what she feels like she's capable of in these conditions. Like you said, she's the oldest of the division. I think she turned 16 at the start of the year. Actually on stage receiving an award from Surfing Australia for her performance and her pushing progression. So one of the older ones, but these young girls in this division are bringing it to her. Here we go.
13-year-old Sky Suet on her forehand. She goes out the back at Waialua on the island of Oahu. First time in Brazil, and it's her first time competing for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. So great new member to Team Hawaii. And Linnea into that second place position, like you said, off the strength of a 6.67 for her last wave. 14-year-old from the east coast of the U.S. out of Atlantic Beach. Has a look at that wave, decides not to go. We don't have priority established yet for our other two surfers because they weren't quite out at backline, so she'll hold on to priority after looking at that one. Taking a look here at the 6.67 once again, though.
Yeah, I really like this. Smooth. She didn't have to two-stage it, and then she has enough speed. She even calculates that wobble that's coming off the backwash too really well. Here's another angle of it. Smooth. Cuddy, sets her up perfectly for this inside. There's the value of that 6-6-7 as well. Really, really nice combo from her. Love that backhand. I think she's just posting that score, and she is sitting really close to Sky. But if she can just get another chance to open up again, she's going to easily drop a 7. She already knows what that surfing looks like with the 667 average across the board. That's the feedback from the judges from her, and it's really good at this point.
And at this stage, though, for Sky, she's in that second priority. So if she gets the opportunity to kind of get away from Mons, say another set starts to come in, she's only looking for a 4.41. She can do that with a single turn. That's what we saw from the 5.27 from her already.
Yeah, but she needs to make the right decision. It's just crazy to think of the type of athlete that they turn into once they put a jersey on and get into a heat environment, because they're still, we're calling Sierra old, and she's 16. So, I mean, imagine her in 10 years. She's still got 10 years of competition surfing, maybe 20 years.
I would say 20 years
tour,
for sure.
Maybe 30 years, who knows? And along with Mons and also Sky, like, they've got so much time ahead of them, and it's a special spot to be in for us to witness these moments in their career so early on. I feel very privileged to watch them surf, and I think we're going to be talking about it for a very long time for all 3 of these athletes.
It's so true. Like, this is the future of surfing right here, happening in front of us. Each one of these surfers we're going to witness competing, at the World Junior Championships again, if they're not aging out of the under 18s. We're going to see them on the qualifying series, on the Challenger series. So many of these surfers are going to be qualifying for the championship tour as well over the next 10 to 15 years. We're going to see them as the future Olympians. Looking at the list of Olympians that competed, Jess, for Tokyo 2020, out of the 40 Olympians, 33 of them had previously competed at the World Junior Surfing Championships. So this is the pathway right here for these surfers to be competitors. We've already got one in Sanoa Olin who's qualified for Paris 2024. We could see more surfers gain that qualification as well come the World Surfing Games that are competing here as juniors. But looking at LA after that and Brisbane to follow, these are the surfers that are going to be battling it out for those gold medals.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be looking back on these highlight reels and realizing that it wasn't an overnight sensation, and they've been working very, very hard for years and years and years to get themselves to this point, and it's all these little heats and semifinals that put them there.
And I think as well, as we're down to the last 30 seconds of this heat, we've got a set starting to approach. We'll stay and keep our conversation on live action if anyone catches a wave. And it's going to be Sierra on her forehand, far away from the rest of the pack. Little victory lap to come in on. 2-turn combination seamlessly, just draws that line, looks back at the shore.
Smart surfing. Didn't overcook it, didn't push it or risk anything. Just checking the equipment there as well. She's got 5 seconds. She's done the job at this point, 9.93. Oh, I mean, it is unbelievable surfing, especially in the context of these conditions and this division. She's found herself a spot in the final. Well done to her.
Well done, Sierra Kerr into the finals, and it's going to be Linnea Mons for Team USA. Another finalist, Sky Suet, the 13-year-old, competing against girls a lot older than her here in the under 16s. She has done a fantastic job to land herself a semifinal finish at her very first ISA event, Jess. And Sierra walking up the beach, she dropped into 6.03, so she bettered her situation in that leading position. A 15.96 heat total for her on the board. And again, just having a little look at that equipment as she'll be finishing out. We've got more action to come with our boys under 18s semifinals coming up next. We've got Chris and Barton to call the action.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lent money to somebody with this title, you know.
Semifinals are on. This is your boys 18 and under division in the lineup now. 4 incredible surfers. Some of the best 18 and under surfers on the planet are about to provide the fireworks for all of you out there watching. I'm Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch, and we're getting right into it. These 20-minute heats proving who is in medal contention now. Here we have your surfer in white. That's Harley Walters representing Team Australia. We've already seen the Odriozola phenom, younger brother of Kai, surfing earlier this morning. Aiko Watanabe, Kai Odriozola, Tenshi Iwami, and Harley Walters. Japan, Australia, Spain, Japan. Barton, we're seeing some small wave wizardry, and I'm loving it.
All-time career best form for Team Japan across the board. Iko Watanabe been great. Tenshi Iwami, for me, I've been so impressed. The power that this guy generates and the speed he generated for a big kid on the small days was unbelievable. This extra energy and size. Look at the waves we've got on hand today. Amazing finals day. It's actually picked up a bit since this morning, don't you think?
It really has.
As that tide's coming in, so has the swell.
Here goes Watanabe. Nice opening slash there, building up speed down the line. Ooh. Perfectly placed. Bring it. We're feeling it too. Yeah. Iko Watanabe there. Solid opening wave.
Definitely going to win the opening exchange with that flaring combo of turns. Nice snap, and then that second closeout turn was incredible. Harley Walters in out.
Here's his teammate, Tenshi Iwami. Big finish there. Team Japan has 2 strong surfers in this semifinal.
That was creative, it was stylish, it was late, but it was complete, and it had an element of spectacular to it just because it was late. Here goes the replay of Iko Watanabe. Watch him, pumps the board beautifully. Sa! Quick jabbing snap into this beautiful closeout turn. Love the little drift of the fins. That was the part of it that felt so good. And then the control at the end. Here's his teammate. What does he get up first? Little slower snap there. Gets around the section late. That doesn't stop him, though. He just uses that brute power to climb the white water, extend out of the bottom turn to get high onto that closeout section and pull it down. It was spectacular, but it was a little slow on the first turn. So here's our next heat getting ready. Look at that lineup.
Getting fired up. Portugal, Brazil. That is going to be a fun match for sure. So out in the lineup right now, Tenshi Iwami is in the lead, 18 years old from Chiba, Japan. He's an NSSA National Open Minigram champ, Asia Open Pro Junior champ. And here goes Iko Watanabe, stalling, hunting a ramp. Interesting section coming at him, and interesting was putting it kindly. That was a weird section, but he had to try.
And that was the classic coaching opportunity where you go, hey, use the section that's in front of you. Don't worry about the air at the end of the wave too much. Deal what's in your immediate, what your immediate opportunity is there. And he kind of threw that one away because he had his ideas of what he wanted to do. He didn't listen to the dance partner at all. Some lessons in that one for the young Japanese. But Japan, first and second right now.
That's where they want to stay. Iko Watanabe, 17 years old, also from Chiba, Japan. He is your 2021 All Japan Surfing Championship Boys Class winner. WSL Japan Under 16 winner as well. He cites his hobbies as happy to sleep.
I'm happy to sleep.
He enjoys a good nap.
I love a good nap.
Just like us. Here we go. Tenshi Iwami. So Chiba Japan right now looking good as Iko now right behind him. He takes to the sky and nearly completes a back 5. Lands in the flats, can't come down with it. Great idea though.
Fantastic idea.
It's straight up.
7 points on that two-turn combination with the free fall drop out of the closeout re-entry. Great score there. So that set him up with the only really keeper score of this heat so far. The other, closest is the 4-5. I don't see you getting through this level of competition with the 4-5. That's why we see this type of surfing. Pops it up. Nelly gets it all the way around, slips at the end. Amazing how high he got for how slow he kind of went into it. He didn't have that much speed, but shows the pop that this young man has. So the Odriozola brothers, both in the semi-finals. The younger brother made his final. Does that put a little bit of pressure on the shoulders of Kai as well as the older brother? Want to keep up with the younger brother and keep that dream alive in his division. Have a finalist in both for Spain would be amazing.
I mean, it definitely adds to the spirit, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to be stoked for your little brother. And then you got to bring that and use that excitement and energy for yourself.
You know how brothers are.
Oh, yeah. Harley Walters now in 4th place with a 3-1-0 total. He's going to want to hit the reset and get things going. Meanwhile, Kai Odriozola. Big power snap there, but backwash kind of comes at the wrong time in the wrong place. He goes down. Here we go, Harley Walters.
Wow.
Big snap to start this wave. Comes around a section, goes up vertical again, blows the tail out. 17 years old from Angari Beach. And this is his first trip to Brazil. He's made full use of it, surfing all the way to the semifinals here in the 18 and under division. Tenchi now trying to defend his second place position. Surfing like that is going to help. 2 big turns, gets a third. 3-turn combo for Tenchi Iwami. Team Japan looking good.
He's a powerhouse, big kid. Japan in 1st and 2nd, but maybe not for long. But I feel like Harley Walters' last ride, as we look at the 7 and we reflect on that 7. Oh, we've all been mowing the Acai this week. The Brazilian Acai is on a different level to what you get outside of Brazil, and we all love it. The girls, big smiles. What a great week it has been of amazing surfing from you guys. So, yeah, reflecting on that 7, I feel like Harley Walters, the first turn on the 7 was just like a whippy snap, a jab snap. The closeout turn was spectacular, but both turns of Harley Walters were turns that count. And maybe there's 4 in each of them or 3.5 in each of them and takes him up and above the 7 of Iko Watanabe. The judges will tell us, but that's my sort of gut feeling at this point in time that it may be the highest score of the heat so far. Here it is on the replay. What did you like?
I like the speed and the whip of that first turn. And then the added tail release on the second. So you did switch up his maneuvers a little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, it was a jab and then a slide.
The power of this guy. Iwami gets out of the top. The problem for this wave is how small it was by the end, right? Great maneuvers, but it tapered off too much, had too much of a taper. And by the end, those maneuvers weren't as big as they could have been. A 5, 6, 7 drops for him. The judge is clear on where that sits. I think that's perfect in relation to the 7.
Team Spain, represented here by Kai Odriozola. He takes to the air.
Smaller wave. Sorry, mate. Smaller wave, kind of manufacturing the score, doing his best to try and get it to where he needs it. Harley Walters in 3rd priority. The others let him have it.
That might be a mistake by them. Yeah. They see all kinds of spray flying out the back of this wave. Harley Walters goes upside down, almost comes down with it. That right there would have been massive because you saw the momentum building.
Team Australia, Irakanjis, still waiting. 6.07 drops. That must have been the two-turn backhand re-entry. I was wrong. The judges liked the critical free fall on that second turn more, felt that it was more radical, a little more risk in it. Here he goes again. Oh, beautiful cut.
Watanabe pushing hard on his opening turn, bangs it again.
Wow.
We love to see it. We love to see it. The passion, the energy, the excitement. Team Japan on top, 1 and 2 for now.
That might have been the most colourful Japanese celebration after a ride from a Japanese surfer
and look at this
that I've
paddle
ever
back out.
seen. He is frothing. He's feeling the energy of this moment. The 7 got him off to the fantastic start. That's better than the 7. The first turn was beautiful. I feel like it may be, may not. And if it's not, it's because it was not quite as dramatic as the last turn on the 7. But we'll see. The judges will tell us. 6.07 for Harley Walters. The standard backhand re-entries finally failing almost. You don't see that very often. Here's Hans Odriozola with his 4.93. The size of the wave, the size of the air. It was manufactured. It won't count in the end. He needs better waves than that.
This is a look back at Harley Walters. That was a Ryan Callanan style upside down backside reverse attempt. Here goes Watanabe. This is the wave that he loved, we loved.
Drove that first
thinking
turn.
The judges are going to love.
Oh, the second fell a bit short, didn't it? And the third was clean. I don't think that matches the 7, maybe. Look at the celebration.
I think that celebration kind of encompassed everything that's happened so far, right?
Yes.
It's that energetic feeling of momentum that Watanabe has developed in the past 10 minutes. The team's feeling it.
6.4 drops for that ride. So good judging. Feel like that's exactly where it sits, and we understand what they're looking for. So does this man.
Watanabe again, now generating speed, sees the section, blasts it, lands in the flats, and somehow able to spin it out. So gets the front 3, landing so far in front of that wave. Pretty cool how he's able to go weightless and let the fins engage, whip it around. This was a unique read.
I can't wait to see it. Pumping, goes to the air. Doesn't get that high, but gets out from the wave. And that whip and spin was miraculous. He stayed so centered on his board. He had every right to catch some rail in there somewhere. But that centered, balanced approach of the Japanese just meant he was in the perfect position. Here's his teammate up and riding on a set right-hander here.
Yeah. Harley and Kai have to do something right now to try to reclaim the momentum being built right now by both of our surfers representing Team Japan, Tenchi Iwami. It's almost like they're feeding off each other. We're seeing the heart and the passion come through from these two young surfers.
100%. That's what I'm feeling too. The team kind of spread out and taking a large area.
Yeah.
They've all got a bit of room between each other. The power is such they don't feel the need to bunker down and be tight. They're not feeling the pressure. They're out. They're loose. And the surfers are getting loose, but at the same time powerful and aggressive on the wave face. Been a great performance. Pumps that one. Drives out of the top. Another snap. Pumping the board so beautifully into a last closeout turn. Definitely going to improve on the 4-5. Match up with the 5-6-7 and put more pressure on Harley Walters and Kai Odriozola from Spain. As you said, those two need to get going. They need to catch some big closeout face and just go to the air. That's what I think the answer is. We know both Harley and Kai are incredible acrobatics, or have incredible acrobatics. It's time to start showing the judges that, because it may be the only way to claw yourself out of where they are now. And an 8.47 and 7.33 are the ask for third and fourth. Big scores. Possible, way doable, but again, look, there's a 7.83 on that last ride. For Tenchi, takes him into the lead. I didn't see that coming, to be honest, but the power and the drive that he has in the rail is man-like. It's way beyond an 18 or an 18-year-old or an under-18s division surfer. It's man-like. The judges appreciating.
Chiba has entered the chat.
Ooh, it sure has.
4 minutes to go. Tenchi Iwami in the lead. Iko Watanabe in second. Harley Walters needs a 7.33. Kai Odriozola needs an 8.47. Is this the wave that Kai has been asking for and waiting for? Good opening carve there. Strong combination already. 2 big turns. Adds a third. Perfectly placed. A little bit of drama on the third turn. Sliding the tail. Finishes with a 4th banger. Odriozola now well on his way to a big score, and right behind him answering back, Harley Walters.
The aggression from the Australian. It's that point in a heat where the passions are flying. The teams are hooting and hollering on the beach, whistling and yelling. And in the water, I can see the smoke on the water.
That's
it's
right.
firing out there, and all four of these surfers. I think Kai Odriozola and Harley Walters just got their best rides.
All right, is this an 8+?
First turn, bit pedestrian, it won't count for anything. Now it starts to stand up. Second turn's just a tap, hey, just tapped it. Third turn, critical, little free fall. Might not be as good as he thinks it is. He's got the 6.07. He's looking for an 8.74. I don't see that big a score in that wave. Personally, Kai Odriozola's, he was looking for an 8. What? No, he needed the 7.33, Harley, didn't he? I suppose there's a chance of that depending on how they view that last closeout turn. Again, they were just backhand re-entries. The positioning was perfect, but there wasn't any crazy whip out of the top or anything too radical. He just placed them there. Let's have a look at this one. Nice first snap, beautiful. The wave just keeps delivering. That turn had a little sort of warble in the middle of it. This turn, it was spectacular. He flared the tail. Whether the judges look at the loss of control in it as exciting or as a loss of control, the score will tell us.
Now tactics are going to come into play. As we wait for these scores, you see green Tenchi Iwami. Kai Odriozola, give me the number. Was it an 8.47? It's going to be close. I mean, that was great surfing. You're right about the second turn having a little glitch.
Yep. The third turn, there was a little sort of slide and drift, loss of control. That meant that the last turn was kind of late, but he did fit 4 in.
And does enough. An 8.90 for Kai Odriozola. He knew it. So he jumps into the lead. Now that puts Tenchi and Iko in an awkward position. They're both now having to fight each other for that second and advancing spot.
Harley Walters still waiting on the wave from him. He's asked now a 7.44. I didn't see that coming, the 8.9, to be honest. I felt like those losses of control at certain moments might have been, but what they were drama. They were drama, and when you're on the edge and you look like you're going to fall but you make it, it can either be looked at as a loss of control or it can be seen dramatically and add to the impact of the wave. In that particular situation for the Spaniard, it added to the impact, pulled him out of the basement into the penthouse, and he's now leading this heat. Everybody looking for 6-point rides for themselves to qualify.
It's a wild scramble for the last 30 seconds of this heat. Iko Watanabe does have priority in red. He needs a 6.51. He's going to hope for a big hammer here at the end. Goes to the air. Can he come down with it?
He was so close.
So close.
That was what he had to do at that point in time. He had to. The hands go to the face. 15 seconds. There's almost time. I'd almost be paddling back out just in case you get there.
You could see a bit of shock on his face.
The Spaniard celebrating. He can't believe what he just managed to do. His brother's in the final of the boys' 16s. He's now in the final of the boys' 18s. This one is done. Japan and Spain qualifying.
Wow, what a show. The semifinals, the hits just keep on coming. Kai Odriozola had the entirety of Team Spain worried for 16 of the 20 minutes there, but at the end, big 8.9 ride. Power surfing reigns supreme for Team Spain. They get through. One surfer representing Japan, Tenchi Iwami, gets through in second place. Third place, Iko Watanabe, great performance. And Harley Walters finishing in fourth, but that overall has to be the highest heat total for all 4 surfers if you add them up. Everyone in the teams.
Yeah, incredible performance from all of those kids. Amazing. And Team Japan, Iko Watanabe, props to him. He surfed a great heat. So close, so unfortunate. But for that young man, froth is real.
Odriozola advancing through. More semifinal action to come right after this quick break. We'll be right back. We're back at it here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. Live from the beach here at Rio de Janeiro, Praia de Macumba. And the waves are starting to pulse. We're seeing huge numbers. Probably the highest heat totals we've seen in this entire event. I give credit to the waves for some of that, but mostly I'm giving credit to these surfers for really rising to the occasion. Everybody got the memo. It's finals day. It's time to shine. Here we go. Surfer in blue is Ryan Kainalo representing Team Brazil. So far, so good for Kainalo. He's been on fire throughout this contest. Firmly planted to his board. Nice big layback jam. That's how you want to start your heat.
That was power. Man-like, grown adult-like power there on display from a teenager. And the flag's flying for Mexico because Mateo, he's been one of the standouts of the event. Small in stature for this division, big in heart, goofy footer.
Great surfer.
Great surfer.
Great style. Awesome attitude. You can't not be a fan of Mateo Cadenas.
100% love the style. And he's been flaring this week to make the final in the 18s. And then two Portuguese surfers in the water. And for that radical layback of 5-5, we'll see a replay of that, I'm sure. As the sets are pulsing, the waves are here. Here we go.
Francisco Ordonez. Backside snap to start. Wave starting to build down the line. He gets up into the lip. Nice and involved radical surfing there from Francisco. Right behind him, João Mendoza. Team Portugal back to back. Okay, pair of backside turns, goofy regular.
Very tall, very high, vertical turns. Starter scores, we'd call them.
There you go, placeholders. Francisco Ordonez, Team Portugal, Ryan Canalo, Brazil. João Mendoza, Team Portugal as well. Mateo Cadenas, Team Mexico. So this is last chance. Our finals are nearly set for the 18 and under boys. And here's a replay of Ryan Canalo.
Patient, deliberate, sees it, he knows what he's going to do there, lays it back, the spray goes flying, got caught in the white water momentarily, but it was a beautiful turn for a 5-5. Red, Francisco Ordonez, Portugal, beautiful backhand re-entry. Again, from what we've been seeing, it felt a little normal almost, and that was a beautiful backhand re-entry. And right there you think, oh, that's one of them opportunities where drama is delivered by the fact that you go, he made it.
Yeah.
You go through that emotion.
15 minutes to go. Mitchell Salazar is going to introduce us to a boys 18 and under finalist.
That's right, the second Odriozola that is in the final today. And Kai, muchas felicidades, first of all. A big comeback win right there. You were up against the ropes the entire heat up until the end. You drop an 8.9, you go all the way from fourth to first.
Thank you. It was an incredible hit. It couldn't go better for me at the end. I started with a fall. Then everyone did kind of really good scores. They had 7, 6s. Then I did 4.9, and then I saw I had a chance with a high score I could make it to the final. And then I waited till I saw a wave with the potential for the score. And then I just had to not fall and finish the wave for the score.
The Japanese surfer flanked you at a moment of time too. You were under priority, you were able to break away and get the 8.9. When it comes to maintaining composure and handling the pressure in a situation like that, what kind of goes through your mind in terms of the process?
I never lose the hope. I always think there is going to be at least one chance, or if not, I just was gonna stay there waiting. But I wasn't gonna take a wave till I saw a really good one for getting the score, because the two Japanese guys got some really good waves that you could see from the takeoff that it was going to be a really good one. So I saw there was no way than getting one like that.
We're joined by the entirety of the team right here, and as I can see, the vibes are high. let's be honest. Do you think you'd be in the final right now if it weren't for the energy that your teammates are bringing towards you?
No, of course not. This is the best feeling ever. Finishing on wave and hearing everyone from your team screaming. And we're a really good group. We are all staying in the same room, and it's working well. It's going good.
Muchas felicidades. Let's hear the cheer before you head into the final. Two Odriosola's brothers in the final today.
Great representation right there. Love it. You gotta love it.
Oh, I'm tearing up in here. It's beautiful. The scenes are just fantastic.
There's something about the team format that really brings out the best in these young athletes. 12:40 to go. Zhao in green, representing Portugal, in the lead for now. With that high mark, that 7.33, currently held by this guy right here, Francisco Ordóñez. Speeding down the line. He's got a good section to work with.
Oh.
Lays it back, but gets hung up and hung out to dry.
I love that layback. I thought, wow, was it backwash as well? Was there a little moment where, because he looked like he was driving out of it and he was going to make it, and then they just got stuck for that moment at the top and incompleted on that wave. That was going to be a second score. Still, though, sitting on the 7.33 with 12 minutes to go in a strong position. His countryman in first place with the 5.67 and the 4.6, so neither of those scores. Here it goes. Let's have a look what happens. Drives it. Hits it, gets that layback in. There was a little.
The wave just flattened out.
There was a little bit of a lump that came into it at that point in time. So the read that he had off the bottom was right in the moment he made it, but by the time the completion of the mover had happened, a little bit of backwash had come through, slowed him down, slowed the wave down, and made it an incomplete.
Inside of 12 minutes now, green in the lead. So two surfers representing Portugal in the top two spots for now. Waiting to see Kainalo back up his opening score. Mateo Cadenas, just the 2.0, slow start, but we know how good this young surfer representing Team Mexico is. Two waves can completely change everything. Well, it's kind of the basis of the nuts and bolts of the operation here. As we're inside now of 11 minutes. Priority is with blue, second priority with white.
Ryan Kainalo is just waiting patiently. He got the 5.5, so it's not a bad starter. He's got enough time for two more for sure, but you want to make this next priority count and turn it into a big score, and then you can go to work on building on the 5.5. Important priority for he and the Mexican. Having a look on the inside. Mexico up and riding on this beautiful looking right-hander.
Always shows us good, clean style. Two nice turns there for Mateo. Tries to force the third a little bit, so it's going to be a decent score, but you've got to keep the pace currently being set by Francisco. That's 7.33.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough to be in contention or be a score that he will want to keep. Mateo forcing it, but he had to force it, right? There's no use just settling for the two, so again, it was one of the old nothing ventured, nothing gained situations. Down into fourth priority. It might be better for him to be in that position without priority and be able to hunt around and not have to sit and wait with that second priority that he did have. There's the team smiling, but looking a little nervous, I dare say, as well. Semi-final time coming up after this. Girls 18 semi-finals.
Oh, this is gonna
and then we're into the finals.
The rest
mate.
of the day is going to be real fun. Can you guarantee that, at least for us? I think for the surfers, it's going to be some pressure. It's going to be some tense moments, but there will be a lot of joy in the lineup. We've already seen it. Surfers overcome with emotion, knowing that they've done it for themselves, they've done it for their team.
I mean, I've seen all sorts of events over the years, as you have. And I dare say that nothing is more exciting than this format, because one, you're representing yourself and you've got that, which is, say, a World Championship Tour situation. And my mind goes to the excitement of the World Championship event at Lower Trestles. This team format and the energy that the team brings to the person in the water, what their performance brings to the team, the way they all react, the way they all come together, and what a result of that is, energetically, beats most everything we ever see. There's something about the team thing that happens at ISA games and ISA World Junior Championships. That is just such a fantastic thing to be a part of for all of us, and then energetically it resonates around the world. It's a powerful situation that we're a part of, and happy to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's daunting, I think, for us, for the teams, when they arrive and they know that there's a full 8 days of competition ahead of them.
Daunting.
But they're giving us the energy, right?
Yes.
And we're receiving it, trying to transmit it to all of you out there watching.
Yep.
Trust us when we say that the energy level on the beach right now is more than we could possibly explain.
Yep, 100%.
There's a lot of spirit happening down on the sand. It's a great time to be an 18 and under surfer here in Brazil today. 7.5 minutes to go.
One of the only lulls we've seen all day happening right now. And this is a very similar situation to the last semi-final, where the two Japanese surfers were in first and second for the first half of the heat. Portugal in first and second right now. Lulls hit. And we're at Praia da Macumba. And Macumba is essentially the black magic or the voodoo or the ceremony that respects Iemanjá, Iemanjá is the god of the ocean. And they come down onto that rock in the middle of the beach, and they have their Macumba to pay their respects. Ordinarily that's on the 2nd of February here in Brazil, and they pay their respects to Iemanjá as the god of the ocean, of the seas. She's a powerful looking goddess too, I'll tell you, when you look at the images of Iemanjá. And that's where this beach got its name from. I'm glad we got a little lull in the action, because this is the first time in 8 days I've had the opportunity to share that history of how this name came and where this beach got its name from. Back then there was nothing, and they would see them on the rock doing their ceremony and paying their respects, doing their Macumba, and that's how this beach got its name, how it got recognised, and now it has grown and evolved into a bustling, hustling, fantastic community that loves surfing. Sanoa Olin, already an Olympian, but look. Moment of intensity, moment of focus, some words to herself. Powerful.
Yeah, you can tell she's ready.
Yes.
We got finals right around the corner with 5:42 to go. At the moment, two surfers representing Team Portugal, Francisco Ordonez and João Mendoza. 1 and 2, Ryan Kainalo sitting on a 5.5, so a good start. Is this a 4.78? Love this kid's style. He surfed with a lot of speed, sees a section, fins free, nice and controlled.
I like that. He's like, not yet. We're not going to celebrate. Just keep it under control. I need more. I can do more.
Here goes Mateo. His forehand is lethal. Quick snap there. Comes around a big section. Nice open face carve. Still generating tons of speed. Blows the tail. Beautiful finishing turn there for Mateo Cadenas.
Exactly the wave he needed. Ryan Kainalo, similar type of situation. Another good ride for him. Both. This is going to mean that everybody's kind of got their two rides, and it'll give us a better perspective on really where the lay of the land at this point in time. 4 minutes 40, so plenty of time for everyone to get another wave. We've just made our way through the lull, an unusual lull, and now the sets are coming. Oh, we're going to get fireworks in the back end of this one too, Chris.
Just how we like it. 4.5 to go. Waiting for scores to come through.
Kainalo
jumps into second place with a 6.40 paired with a 5.5 on his opening ride. So that means João now needs a 6.24. We're still waiting for that score for Mateo Cadenas. He would need an 8.27. He might have cut his requirement in half with that last wave. The finishing turn was brilliant.
It's got to be 6, hasn't it? In that 6 range, perhaps?
I think it'll be around there, yeah.
Well, there it goes, 5.2, so a little under the 6. Maybe the first turn was a little underdone. Second turn beautiful, last turn fantastic.
Well, he's just made his job a little bit easier. Now he needs a 6.7. Here's that last wave from Kainalo.
Beautiful big wrap, board looking loose underneath him, goes to the air, slides the front foot up, spins it beautifully, and watch this. He goes, yeah, I don't know, it was okay. I'm not overwhelmed. I can do better. Cadena, first turn, nice whippy turn. Beautiful turn here too. Little tweak at the end of it. This turn was the money turn. Flares the tail. I love that turn. Beautiful style on this young man. 5.2. Felt like it might have been a little higher, but maybe the size of the wave held that score down a little bit, and then the face itself wasn't super critical.
Well, the judges are signifying that they want to see these turns done in really critical parts of the wave, if they're available.
Mm-hmm. Brazilian up to second, Portugal down to third. So really for us, an action replay of sorts in terms of how the first semi played out with the two Japanese surfers. In the end, only one going through. And in this instance, though, the Portuguese were holding on to first and second for 15 minutes or so of this 20-minute heat. And Ryan Kainalo just going into second. João Mendoza down into third, but he's got the first priority and he's looking for a 6.24. Third place looking for a 6.17, and second place looking for a 6.11 to go into the lead, as you guys can see there. So here come the waves. 2-minute warning about to approach, and action about to happen.
The good news for Mateo here is that the other three surfers are kind of engaged in a little battle over here. Well, as I say that, João sees that flash of the white jersey out of the corner of his eye. He goes over there to potentially block Mateo. So he does. Subtle defensive maneuver here from João, but it might have been a mistake. Unless something big happens through on this inside section, he's going to wish he had priority back. Does get a little ramp to work with, but does not get the completion.
Oh,
Francisco Ordonez now powering his way from the outside straight to the beach. Another big hammer there. Shows the judges his fins. He's fired up. He should be. That's going to delete that 5.17 and add yet another big number to his 7.33. He's going to extend his lead with that last wave.
100% he is. João Mendoza, I agree with you 100%, Chris. He wishes he had his priority back, and he let the other guy go that one. That wasn't what he was waiting for, and he got sold a lemon.
Down to a minute. Kainalo now out the back with priority.
That's with 1 minute, and you're in second place, and you've got first priority. We know where he's going to sit. We know what he's going to do now. Mateo might be able to sneak away from that focus now and get something for himself. I'd like to see him go on the backhand, though, because we've seen how lethal that has been during the week.
Quick setup, generating some speed. Looks pretty similar to his previous wave. He's got to hope for a big finish here, building up speed. Nails the end section, whips it around. Perfectly executed frontside reverse, tail high, finishes on the sand. Was it a 6.70? 30 seconds now. Kainalo trying to defend his second place position. He takes to the air, lands in the flats, whips it around himself, feeling confident.
Just looking to improve on the 5.5 and build some more pressure on João Mendoza. João's got the first priority, but he's only got 7 seconds. It doesn't look like he's getting a chance. The head goes under the water. One Portuguese, one Brazilian, look like heading through. That's it. Time's done.
All right, 3 scores to come in. Every heat has come down to the wire.
Oh, so exciting. White, blue. There's the red score, 6.07. So he improves a little bit.
So now it's blue versus white. There's the indication. He's got it.
Pumping, driving, going 100 miles an hour, throws to the air, gets the air reverse, 6.07 for the judges. Improvement. No, sorry. That was Francisco's right-hander with that beautiful backhand surfing, improved on his 5.17. Still waiting on the score of Ryan Kainalo. We know he's safe. We know red and blue through to the final.
Well, Team Portugal, at least something to celebrate. Francisco went out there and went off. 13.40 total. Ryan Kainalo, he did his job as well for Team Brazil, 12.23. We lose João Mendoza and Mateo Quidenes, but nicely done for both of those surfers, making it to the semis. This level is huge. Big things from both of them in the future. And in your future, more surfing. Jess and Shannon will be joining us for the call. We'll be right back after these brief messages. This is the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stick around.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know. I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me, you know. By 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
Welcome back to the action here. It is finals day for the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. The event has been running here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil at the beautiful Praia da Macumba. And the surf has been going off throughout the week. We've done some changes to the scheduling to accommodate for the lack of swell, but we knew today there was going to be a fresh swell coming in, Jess, and thankfully for finals day it has arrived. And that means that Sanoa Olin of Canada, Zoe Chait of the USA, and Candelaria Rosano of Nicaragua have an opportunity to get themselves maybe more excellent scores on the board before trying to get themselves a final placing.
How good is the decision making as well from, contest director? It's pinpointed the conditions to a T. It's all vibing and hyping up for this very moment. And I also loved hearing the story about the origins of this place from BL in that last heat. I thought that was really interesting to understand the feeling and the mojo that happens in this area of Brazil and to try and translate it across to the excitement that we're seeing in the surfing. Here's the replay of Rosano.
Opening ride.
Yeah, first wave. Just nice connection. She's done pretty much the same thing every single heat. It's a really good tactic. She gets that one turn down. She knows it scores well, and it takes the pressure off her shoulders going into the rest of the heat. She starts off with that flow straight away.
Well, scores in for her opening ride of 5.17, sets her up with that lead. Sanoa Olin of Canada and Zoe Chait of USA have yet to get their opening rides on the board. You can see Surfer in green just having a little paddle away from the pack. She's already got that first score on the board. And for Conde out of Nicaragua, coming into this event, making it into the semifinals where we only have the 3 surfers on both heats with 6 total. She's now into the top 6. It's the very best placing that any Nicaraguan surfer has ever had in an ISA event. Previously, her older sister Valentina had an 8th place finish in 2017 in the girls under 16. That was the previous best result. She's just bettered her sister, and if she makes it to the finals, it'll be the very first time for a Nicaraguan to make an ISA final. We're going to go down to the beach, though, to catch up with that winner of that last heat. 15 minutes remaining. Let's check in with Mitch.
Yeah, Francisco Ordóñez moving through into the boys U18 final. Muito parabéns. Congratulations. Big victory, but going up against your teammate, I know at the end strategy played a big factor in making it through. How difficult was it to manage not only your expectations but his in the end of that one?
Yeah, it's always hard to go against the teammates, especially when you're competing with teams, you know. So we started making our game. Each one, like he did his game, I did my game, and in the end the strategy came in, and I tried to like I tried to sorry. I tried to make Ryan like go on a wave so Joao could go on a set wave, but I couldn't. So yeah, but still good. I'm still happy for the team.
Big preparation as always for the team. I think most importantly, one thing that I always notice is the time management that you have in a lot of heats. Going from 15 up to 20 now in the semifinals, how big of a change was it for you competing here in the semis?
Yeah, it's better. I like it better 20 minutes because you can start with a wave and then wait for another good wave and not have like 4 backup or 5, like search for another 7 or another hit. So yeah, it's better. It's a adjustment I got to do in my strategy, but yeah, it's good.
And obviously, you have high expectations for yourself. Oscar Ribeiro has been a medalist a couple of times here in the boys U18, but coming into the event, Portugal is always well prepared, and we see the team unity. Can you talk to us about the week so far? We've seen you at dinner almost every single night at our hotel.
Yeah, we've been training every day here in Brazil and trying to make the best for our team. Everyone supporting the rest of the team, and some of us couldn't make it further in the comp, but it's still going really well for the team and one of the best comps for Portugal in the last year. So I'm really proud to be a part of the team, and congrats for the team also.
As you should be. Big congratulations. Let's hear the cheer right here at the end for Portugal.
Bora, bora.
3, 2, 1.
Jeff Capricorn!
Team Portugal hoping to go all the way with those gold medals into the finals. And I love seeing the group together, giving that cheer, that war cry.
I was thinking exactly the same words there, and I was thinking...
The look on Jess's face just now, to me, was like...
You read my mind, Shannon. I was thinking, yes, Mitchie. Yes, Mitchie. He almost converted to the Portuguese team right then. That's how strong that war cry was, and you can hear it, the stress, but in a good way of the voices of those competitors. Incredible. The best part about this ISA surfing.
Kandi, looking to get herself another ride. A 143 was the backup score for that last big section she went for, and she fell during the interview. Finds another one. Just a little shrug. She's obviously feeling it today.
I don't know if that was, or she was like, what else can I do? Or she was like, oh, I thought it was going to be something different. Kind of, I don't know. I kind of didn't get the completion off her. Like, I didn't get the feeling that she was celebrating the completion. But let's have a look at here. Replay. Jumps up onto the front of the speed for the start, but then hammers that back foot down. She's like, what else could I have done with that section? I think she remembers the last time she put a hook up like that, how it scored on the scale. Let's see how it's going to play in these semifinals, because we were speaking about her blasting through that ceiling of 2-wave combo in her previous scores. And look at that. Camera crew, the whole staff here have been on point all week. They're absolute frothers. They love surfing. They're down here first. They leave last. And they're just, everything about this contest just breathes passion of Brazilian surfing. So a big shout out to the staff as well. All the locals that have been on board looking after all of the ISA crew here too. Big ups for them.
Yeah, it's been a huge week for everyone behind the scenes, the staff, the local organizing committee that's been putting in so much work, just even adding little extra touches, little flares to the contest site as the event has been going on. That local committee has been eyeing off everything possible to continue, just bringing in that extra touch as we headed towards finals day. And the judging panel has been going back and forth between both sides of the draw. They have been running double podiums throughout this entire week and doing some incredible work with really solid days in front of them. And we've got a score from the panel, a 5.77 for Rossano, as they're sitting up in a solid lead with those couple of fives.
Yeah, I love it as well. That's the readjustment. Different round, same surfer, similar turn, different score. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing her push for the performance.
Zoe on her forehand now. First wave, halfway through this heat. Into that first turn, gets a little more power out of the second one, lines it up well under the lip for that third, And she's got that combination to put herself in the conversation, looking for a 4.68.
It's this constant feedback of ping pong between the surfers and the judges. I feel like when I watch these heats, they'll serve a ball across and then the judges either smoke it back towards them and say, you know, nah, we want more, bring it again, or they are appreciative of the spin or whatever approach has been served at and they reward them. So they're asking of Zoe right now, or Zoe's asking them, where does this sit? And they're going to give the feedback to Zoe, and then she's going to adjust on the next turn, and we're going to see how good of an athlete she is in the moment. Can she work on this? Let's see where this comes into the score as well. Nothing super critical, kind of didn't have enough speed to make that last end section really, really crisp, but she gets the completion. She's going to want more. She's going to hear this response. I don't think it's as good as Rossano's one, but let's see Sanoa's.
Sanoa opened up with a 4.67. First wrap to set it up, unleashes on that second turn, but just gets sucked over the falls with it.
There's like this weird lump. BL talked about it in somebody was riding out of the end jam section, and it was perfectly placed and timed until there was this weird kind of reverberation of the energy of the ocean, and it's playing into this right-hander as well on this part of the bank. Every now and again it almost breaks all the way back out underneath those rights. You can see it there on the left-hand side of your screen, and you've got to preempt that. The best surfers we saw in the earlier rounds, the Japanese surfers, Anon Matsuoka did it and Tenshi Iwami did it. They preempted the inside section, and that's their precision in small wave capabilities, and that's why they're so good in conditions like this too.
Coming up in the next heat, it's going to be a great one for our second semifinal on the girls' side of the draw. We'll have Sarah Leiciaga for France, who got away pretty much with a buzzer beater to take the advancing position out of her main round 5 heat. She'll be in the water against Kohai Fierro of Tahiti and Anon Matsuoka for Japan. So that's going to be a great second heat coming up for the women's semifinals. And Jess, this is the last semifinal that we're going to be surfing through coming up in the next one, that second semifinal. After that, we've already decided the top surfers, the top 4 boys for the under 18s, the top 4 boys for the under 16s. By the end of this, we're going to have the top 8 U18 girls. We've already got the top U16 girls, and we're going to be running straight through the finals for the rest of the afternoon. And it's shaping up to be a really fun day of competition. We've got a small score of that 2-point ride on the board for Sanoa to back up her 4.67, but the 4.77 for Zoe Chait has dropped in and has her right there in conversation. At this stage, I mean, Kande's done really well to get the backup score, but it's really anyone's move to take those top 2 positions now.
Yeah, I wonder what Rossano's thinking to herself out there, thinking, wait, I did a really similar turn in that previous heat, and I was getting into the 8-point range. I would love to hear, hopefully, if she ends up with the heat win interview, how she's able to adjust. If she can get the win out here and reset for this level of competition, she's the one that rose the bar pretty much, apart from Sierra Kerr in the 16s. She's the one that's been raising and raising. So the judges are right, okay, we want you to perform higher. We know you can. We'll reward you when you do. Let's see it. Show's on. Finals are almost set.
That's right. She was able to walk away with 2 high 8s on the board, or a mid-range 8 and a high 8 in her opening heat this morning, which put her into a mid-range 17.63 or something heat total. At that stage, she had taken away the highest heat total of the event. It then was bettered by Hans Odriozola with a 17.83 just a couple heats later on the boys' side of the draw. But for her, coming away with that heat, I could kind of feel like, all right, you want to see those performances from a surfer. You really want to see those great, excellent performances, those excellent heat totals coming through in that 16-point plus range as much as possible. But also in a day like this, you don't want someone to peak too early. You want to be able to see them kind of growing in that momentum. And at this stage, with the scores on the board, Rossano's doing a great job because she's sitting in that leading position and she's got the 2 most significant scores of the heat. But I am curious to see how she's able to maintain that momentum, given that she had such a phenomenal start this morning. Now, Olin on her backhand into that first snap, carves around for the second. The future Olympian coming through into the finishing section for Team Canada to put together a better backup score on the board.
How much distance did she cover too to get that wave, to get the backup score? She paddled all the way from the very furthest left-hand side of the screen peak, across the middle peak, and straight underneath into that right, just to find something that's better than that 2-point ride. You can tell she's put in the work fitness-wise. She gets that set-up carve, that wave so flat underneath her board, so she really has to just push it to manufacture something better than that too, and she does. And I guess, once again, it shows how hard she's been working over the last, well, it's been years. It's not been an overnight sensation for her. I remember herself and her sister coming to Australia on that leg of qualifying series events as really young competitors and just collecting all the information and experiences. So she's obviously been working on it for a very long time. In a 3.33, she does better it, not by much, but it's still a little, a tiny step towards that final at the moment.
That's right. It puts that 3.23 requirement on the board for Zoe, sitting in that third place position. Sanoa has had some great competitive experiences recently, making it into the finals with her sister Matea back at home in the QS in Tofino. And to be able to see her kind of, like you said, coming up under her sister, who'd had a lot of great success for the Canadian team. Sanoa was that surfer that just had that road being paved kind of in front of her. Like she could just kind of walk through, not easily by any means, but just having seen the example that her sister was setting, where for Matea, it was kind of those groundbreaking performances for someone out of that region of the world, where we were starting to go, oh, right, okay, Canada's got really solid surfers, competitive surfers specifically, and Matea was the one really kind of opening up our eyes to see that in the women's field. And now for Sanoa, she's been able to walk in just behind that and kind of in that pathway of grace that her sister has opened up, and now to be able to see her with this success, specifically competing really well here at the Junior Championships, into the semifinals, top 6 in the world at least, should she maybe bow out if she's unable to hold on to that advancing position. But she's also got that qualification for Paris 2024 out of her Pan American Games, and that is just such an awesome result for that Canadian surfer out of Sanoa. Down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, Jess, and there's a lot going on pretty much all around us. The beach is buzzing, but in the ocean right now, it has gone dead quiet.
I'm interested to see that Rosano is sitting next to Sanoa, though. In that second position for Sanoa, I would have thought that she might be trying to paddle towards Zoe and maybe force her to make an error in the next play with priority with the time on the clock. That would have been my thoughts, but instead she's been chased down by the heat leader from Nicaragua, already breaking ground for her. Rosano all the way through the semis, very, very close to having a spot in the final and one of the first, or the first medal for Nicaragua. But interesting that they've been able to just leave Zoe alone. And I mean, we know what Zoe can get on one turn. She's been getting 5s already.
1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. And for Zoe, she is so capable of getting that 3.23 on the board. Not a big requirement, but she hasn't. I mean, it took her a long time. It took her 11 minutes to get that opening ride of the 4.77.
Here we go, Shannon.
And the set is coming. Jess Grimwood up and riding now is Zoe Chait on her forehand, only needing a 3.23. Perfect execution for the opening turn. Finds a connection for a second one. She's feeling it. She also knows it only takes 2 waves to get herself into that advancing position. Will she be able to get there? As we take a look now at Kande, who's able to not hold out of that last turn. Nearly does, but she falls. So that's not going to improve the 5s that she has on the board. So Noah's going to be out there with priority, and we're going to have a score to drop through for last of Zoe, but first let's watch last of Rosano.
She kind of just blocks Sanoa on that one, or Sanoa sold her on it. It's not really going to convert. This is it. This is going to be, I think, maybe the best score of the heat so far. Look at the bottom turn on it, the spray. She connects with that section really well. She floats over the second. Actually, it could have been more critical at the end, but really, really tight surfing. I think she gets it easily, a 3.23. Let's see, though. Does this happen before the hooter? I'm not sure. We'll talk through it anyway. Nice setup wrap, smooth style.
Great first turns from Sanoa, looking for a 6.27 to try and take herself into a leading position. Anything above a 3.33 increases the requirement on Zoe. And she'll bow out. We do have a score to come through, so that was up before the buzzer. We're now waiting on that final exchange between Chait and Olin to see which of those two will be getting that advancing position moving forward.
I reckon Zoe just fully blew up that whole heat in the last 10 seconds. I reckon she goes to the lead. Rossana goes to second. Sanoa goes to third. And then what does she need out of third from that last performance? We don't know because Zoe doesn't have a scoring. So,
but at least right now for Sanoa to overtake Candelaria, we already know she needs a 6.27. So even if they were to bump down into second and third, Sanoa is still going to need to equal that 10.94 heat total, and it's going to stay in that 6-point range. Zoe goes into the lead, a 7.17, powerful surfing, very reminiscent of an India Robinson's forehand. For that last wave of Zoe Chait, she's into the lead, Candy down into second. That means Sanoa is chasing still that 6.27 to get herself that advancing position to match the 10.94 on the board. Scores are in, and it's just a 3.27 for last of Canada. And in favor of Nicaragua, we have our very first Nicaraguan finalist ever at an ISA level event. Congratulations to Candelaria Rossano for advancing through. And Zoe Chait takes away the win. 2 waves surfed in the last 9 minutes of this heat, one of them about 45 seconds before the buzzer sounded. What an incredible performance for Chait taking away the lead. Let's go to a quick break. When we return, France, Tahiti, and Japan in the water looking for those final 2 spots in the girls under 18s final. Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and it's been a big week of surfing for France, Tahiti, Japan, and so many other nations of the 46 in total that have been here competing. Now in the water, the second semifinal for the girls under 18s with Sarah Leciega for France, Kohai Fierro of Tahiti, and Anon Matsuoka for Japan. Jess, we've got a set approaching as the buzzer has sounded, and it's going to be Kohai on her backhand for the opener of this heat. First turn on point, finds that second maneuver as well, throws a lot of spray. She's going to be setting herself up with a score on the board, and we'll see if Sarah and Anon are able to get a piece of this first set rolling through as well.
That was so epic, that second turn. The spray, that tells you how much speed she was carrying through those rails. Really, really nice surfing from Fierro.
First wave underway for Team Tahiti. Couple good turns on the board for Kohai. We're waiting for that score to drop through. Sarah and Anon now looking for their opening rides. Each one of them putting together good performances as we're in the under 18s already this morning specifically. And we've got scores that have come through for first wave of Kohai. A 7.17 on the board. There on screen we can see the results from that previous heat, with Zoe Chait taking away the win and Candelaria advancing through for Team Nicaragua into the finals. And we've got 16 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got a paddle for Sarah, and we're going to go down to the beach though quickly to catch up with Mitch Salazar and Zoe Chait. After a great win, she is into the finals.
That she is in the final, Zoe. First-time surfer for Team USA. Big congratulations to yourself. One of the few surfers from Northern California that in recent years has really stood out in both amateur competition and worldwide. For you, you managed to not only make it through with only catching a pair of waves, but you were holding on to priority for a long time. Can you tell me about the last few minutes and what was going through your head?
Yeah, that's something that like me and all the coaches here and my coach Matt Myers back at home like really try and work on is like holding priority and like knowing when to kind of make a move and go for a wave. So I was happy I executed that pretty well.
Yeah, it seemed like your beach break surfing has improved a lot too. Going to Southern California all the time to be able to compete over there. How much do you think that's translated into competition here at the ISA level?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for me because I do enjoy bigger waves. So it was hard to kind of like find the joy in like going out every day and like surfing grindy like Huntington or even back at home like the jetty and stuff like that. But I started to do it and I saw it start to pay off and then I started loving it.
Want to talk about you being a scholar too. I know you're an honor student back home in Half Moon Bay. Talk to me about the importance that you feel to be able to do that besides your surfing career.
Yeah, I feel like being like a well-rounded person is kind of important to me. So it's been cool to actually, I'm going to school this year part-time and shout out to like all my friends in all my classes who are probably watching. And it's really important to me to be able to have good grades and surf every day.
Your dad travels with you everywhere. I don't think he's here at this event right now. Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad and my brother Brody. You guys are the best and thank you so much for supporting me. Like this year has been kind of tricky like competitive wise, so it's good to make the final here and yeah, shout out to you guys for always believing in me.
Best of luck, Zoe.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch. 7:30 a.m. back at home, Jess, in Los Angeles, well, in California specifically, on the west coast of the United States. And so the crew up bright and early, kids getting ready for school in the morning and paying close attention to Zoe's success in this event.
What a beautiful way to wake up in the morning too and see her take a heat win right at the last second. Here's the replay for Fierro in the blue. Beautiful surfing, deep bottom turn, clicks with the lip, drops down with nice timing. Oh, I love her humbleness. It looks like it's something that she does every single day. A 6.93, a 7.17. Oh, she is looking good for these finals at the moment.
Just connecting with every wave that's come through so far. The 7.17 to open, a 6.93 for that single big turn on the second wave. Has her sitting with a 14-point heat total already with only maybe 7 minutes gone in this heat, 6 minutes. As we take a look now at Anon, she's been patient. Whips it up on her backhand for that first turn, and she's going to put a score on the board. That's going to leave Sarah Leiciaga with that first priority next to her name for Team France.
Fierro is just, she doesn't look like she is forcing or pushing at all in her performance so far. It just seems really graceful and really in tune with these conditions. Here's Anon's last wave though. How quick she recovers, very late under that lip there, and normally under any other circumstance, most of the other surfers we've seen that late to the section have gone down, but she just kind of resets halfway back down onto her board and recovers and flattens out. So look at that reverb that's running off the shorey as well. There's the Tahitian crew. Oh, I mean, 14.10, still 13 minutes. Like we saw in the last heat, anything can happen. So we went from 0 to hero, pretty much. Highest wave score of 7.17 for her. Match that up against Kohai 7.17. You can see the importance of that real critical turn on the one section that's out there today. That's where the 6 is from pretty much for both of them. Opening section was Zoe's one on the forehand, and the bulk of that 7.17 for Fierro was that second maneuver, really critical and tight in the lip.
Here we can see Sarah starting to take a move. As we go into that kind of pulled back view, you can see how separated the two packs are. Sarah on her own with priority. The other two sitting close together. Anon's first wave of 4.33 sets her up with a nice start. Like you said, a lot of surfers have been going down in that kind of section when they're that late to it, needing to turn around. As we take a look here at Kohai, two-turn combination, really well timed, kind of places that first turn, but doesn't go so deep off the bottom that she's able to tag that second section real seamlessly. So she's going to have another score to drop.
Yeah, I don't see it replacing that 6.93. I think maybe just a a good indicator of her confidence, and she's waiting for something a little bit more special than that. Let's have a look at the replay, though. Nice little angle here. Scratches into it. Sets up. Like you said, Shannon, not a deep bottom turn. Has to go kind of halfway up the face to get enough speed to hit that section. Times it really nicely, though. You can tell the gracefulness in her surfing. Just really smooth. Looks really composed. She's kind of in her own zone out there at the moment.
Yeah, so much flow coming from her. 3 waves, all successful as well. Just a 3.77 for that last one as Sarah gets blasted off. Hope that her knees and her ankles are okay, because that just looked like quite an awkward fall. Seems to be okay. She's going to literally just shake the water out of her ears, either side, get some drops in at the end of the day, and she'll be putting herself back into position. But that's going to hurt, being that she's taken so long to take off on that first wave.
Yeah, similar section to Anon's as well, and Anon found a 4.33 on it. So for Sarah, she's done it in the earlier round where she recovered from kind of a sleepy start, and she just needs to get back to what we've seen from her, that backhand attack, really, really solid. She looks really comfortable in it. Maybe she can hunt down one of those rights. You can see a nice bit of distance between the competitors at the moment. Anon's, I think, paddled to the west of the contest bank, so she's kind of scooted out to the right-hand side, and then Sarah and Kohai are sitting here, and they've got the option of going either the left or the right that comes through at this part of the contest bank at Macumba, and Anon, who's on the other side, kind of only has that right, so maybe just showing that she's going to go to her strength. Maybe, yeah, well, I'm just going to leave it in the hands, actually. 9 minutes, 40 seconds. I'm going to see if she does stay up there and hunt down that right, because we've seen so many different things happen within the last 30 seconds.
There's been so many different changes happening within each of these heats. Down to 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Coming up next, we're going to be into our boys under 16 finals. This is our last semifinal of the day. It's been a huge week of surfing. As we see a quick paddle there for Sarah, she's unable to get into it. And Anon has put herself down the beach, eyeing off these rights. Whoa. Powerful connection as she finds that final maneuver. She's got a big smile on her face. We saw that from her early this morning as well, when she was taking away that heat victory off of her first one, and just a huge smile, finishing off on the inside in her profile on ISAsurf.org. She says she just loves surfing more than anything else in the world, so she is out there having an absolute blast.
Look at the back foot push off that grip pad each time and whip it, and just really accentuate those kind of smallish turns in her standards. But on the scale of this heat, they're going to be, or that's going to be a really good score. She's going to put the pressure on Sarah big time now. I think, let's see what it locks in as. I'm unsure with that angle on it, and on her back end it was a smaller wave, but I mean the accentuation of the end, the little flick that she was giving her towel pad on that back end, I think is going to bring it up a little bit. But look at her, she's got a definite plan too. You could see her just scooting straight back over to that side of the bank. She's going to the backhand. That's her comfort zone. There's Team France. Oh, look, she's up again.
Anon putting together that finishing maneuver. She's got 2 scores now to drop to improve on her 4.33. Sarah just hasn't been able to find herself with any kind of rhythm out in the lineup so far. Second takeoff, again, just to fall quickly. You can see her just kind of push some water there with her hand, sensing that frustration. She's got 7.5 minutes to turn things around, but first let's look at these replays.
Anon's just turned this whole situation around for herself. Look at this precision that she surfs with on her backhand. The Japanese surfers are so quick to reset mentally in these heat situations. We've seen it throughout the whole event so far. She posts the best score for her. That previous ride was a 6.17. There's still another score to come in for the last one, which was similar, might replace that 4.33. And then Sarah's got a real task on her hands, because she's got nothing on the board. She's got a couple of takeoffs, but we've seen her backhand too. So there's like this goofy foot of surf off at the moment. And does Sarah hold her position and stay out there on the right that she's picked, or does she chase Anon down there and try and find something? Like Anon's just replaced that 4.33, a 4.67. So a combination situation at the moment for Sarah, but still 6 minutes, 40 seconds. 2 waves, pretty much 4 turns. 4 turns will find her in the final.
She could easily get there. She gets herself onto the right wave. Sitting on second priority right now, has a look at that, is unable to get into it. You can see that Kohai is also heading way down the beach, sitting farther, looking for those rights, as Anon's kind of sitting in the middle of that pack. And we've got a paddle here. Our surfer in the lead is in the blue jersey, off of 2 strong scores with a 7.17 and a 6.93. And we've got a surfer. It was Anon who's moved herself way down the beach to that right. She slips off for the first time within this heat. She won't be improving on her score line.
Oh.
Sarah, deep in the takeoff, appears from the foam, wraps it into a great looking opening carve. This is the moment that we needed for her to be able to sort of start building that confidence within this heat once again. She just needs a couple waves to get herself back into the equation. Where you think that will go in the context of the 4.67 to get herself back into this?
It's right around there. It's a good move. She had to go. She almost looks a little bit tired on the takeoff there, kind of gets gobbled up by the whitewater for a second, and then she gets to work on the rail. Smooth transitions. The wave doesn't really give her a lot to work with, but she still makes it count. She's gonna have to reset. You can see the expiration of the exhaustion maybe or the frustration from her, but she's got the talent. We've seen it throughout the whole event. She has this incredible capacity to analyze everything that's happening for herself and her teammates. She was the translator for most of her teammates as well in all the post-heat interviews, so she has expended a lot of energy to get to this point in the semi-finals, but she's still got surfing ahead of her. If she can realise that her turns will match up against Kohai's 7s, then she's going to be back in it. Here she goes.
Up and riding once again. She's got space away from the rest of the competitors as well, and she's right back into this. That's the moment. So we saw her click, at least getting those 2 turns on the previous wave. We're still waiting for the score to come through from the judges to know how much of that requirement and the combination situation she's clicked away from. Incredible forehand attack from Kohai. Beautiful opening wrap, goes in for that snap and finishes off with that end punch on the shore break. Now Anon up and riding with a big section in front of her. That was well timed. The wave stood up perfectly for her to offer her that critical bowling section. And she's going to wash that one off, paddling back out. Chasing a 7.93 right now to get the lead away from Fierro, who's sitting up in first. And we have scores to come through for so many of these last waves.
Oh, that was so good. It was a great adjustment. Mid-top turn, she kind of like parallels out with the lip to float and lip line down. Nice extension of the forehand there. Clicks into the second section and nice third turn as well for her. So battle of the goofy footers at the moment. And this thing, now that is a much more solid section. That's a big hook from her. And I think that has made things a lot harder for Sarah once again, because it's great for Anon, terrible for Sarah.
Great for Anon, terrible for Sarah. Well, Sarah so far, she's done well in those last 2 waves. She put a 3.4 down and a 4.43, which means her requirement went from being a combination situation down to a 6.41. But as you said, with scores to come through for Anon, looking to improve on that 4.67, it's likely to see that requirement grow on our 3rd place surfer in Sarah. And we do have another score to drop in for Kohai as well. We'll see if she's able to improve on the 6.93, which was just that one single maneuver. The 7.17 was a combination of major maneuvers. And we've got a score in for Lass of Anon, making it very challenging now on Le Siaga out of France to get herself in advancing position. She'll be chasing an 8.81 now because Anon Matsuoka just dropped in a 7.07 and bettered her situation overall.
So instant feedback from the judges is less is more still. Generally, that's what we're looking for. Critical, committed, risky sections being absolutely hammered. And Anon finds that with 1 turn. So Sarah, amazing points for her to get herself back out of that hole that she dug herself into with those 2 throwaways, a 3-4 and then a 4-4-3. That's incredible mental strength to pull yourself back within the time in the heat with 2 minutes to go. But Anon, she just didn't stop hunting and didn't stop working, and she found the 7.07 and now makes Sarah chase. She's pretty much got to surf into a 9. So if Anon's got a 7.07 for that 1 hook, if Sarah gets 2, she's got first priority. She can be back in it too. At the moment, Fiera is just looking a little class ahead. I also think she's kind of taken her foot off the pedal a little bit. She knows she doesn't have to expend every bit of energy at this point, and that if she can hold on to that spot, find herself in the final, that's the time to push your foot down and really, really rev that engine out to max capacity. So I love that too from her, seeing that from Kohai and seeing that from the Tahitian team. Maybe they planned it, but getting her to just dial it back a little bit. If she's in that leading, commanding position, there's the Japanese team. They're feeling good. They're chanting. They're cheering. Let's see if Fanon can hold on. Just under a minute to go.
She's done very well with that 7.07 to put herself in a convincing second place position. And for Sarah to have to hear, that she's now chasing nearly a 9 with an 8.81 on the board. We've got these two sticking close as ever together. Kohai is just going to make sure that Anon's unable to take away maybe that leading position, which would put more pressure on her should Sarah get a score as well.
Danger zone. We saw this in the first semi-final, and they left Zoe alone. We saw the same thing happen, and Zoe went from third to first. So, you have to make a decision at the end of the day. There's 3 decisions to make. You sit on your own, you sit on green, or you sit on red. Or you just, you come in and you leave it up to the gods. But you have to make a decision. It looks like it's working out for Fierro, and she's been the outstanding surfer from this very start of the semi-final to the very end.
Yeah, that's it. What an incredible performance from her. Opened up with a 7.17, backed it up quickly with a 6.93, and has not needed to do anything else to keep herself in that leading position. It's going to be Anon Matsuoka of Japan who holds on to that second place finish. And we have a big scene now set for our under 18 girls finals. Coming up next, Jess, we're going to be into our under 16 boys finals with Lucas Skinner for England, Guilherme Lemos of Brazil, Hans Odriozola of Spain, and another Brazilian in Ryan Coelho will be hitting the lineup. When we return, Chris and Mitch to call the action.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. By 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
It all comes down to this, the boys 16 under final. Starting off with red, this is Lucas Skinner from Team England. Beautiful right-hander here. We know what he's about to do. He pops it, locks it. Consider that a great way to start your final. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Now we see Hans Odriozola. He was dropping hammers in his semifinal. It looks like his momentum is staying with him. And he uses the backwash there to add some drama to that floater. Snaps the finish, a 3-turn combo for green as well. Just like that, we're straight into it. Let's keep it going. Here goes Ryan, Team Brazil. Ryan Coelho. Big backside snaps there. Coelho, big. Wow. For the first time in my life, a little bit speechless here of that 1, 2, 3 4-punch. Everybody involved now. Guillermo Lemos, huge backside whip. Adds another. Yep, there we go. Mitch, I mean, come on. What more can you ask for an opening exchange?
Yeah, that was pretty nasty as we see Skinner, second ride for him in just as few minutes, Chris.
Yeah, I think you got the memo that this is where it's time to peak. He sees a section. Gets a little wild through that inside. It'll serve as a placeholder for his backup. We're still waiting for that first score, which we think is going to be a banger.
Hans now. Yeah, this is a big wave right here, Chris. You talked about him gaining momentum throughout the day. Couple searing turns right there. Was a little off rhythm on his first wave. Backwash right there, manages it. And once again, we just see the Odriozola brothers handling the pressure well. He's already going to have 2 good scores in the first 3.5 minutes.
Let's keep the train rolling as we see Brazilian local from right here in Macumba, Guillermo Lemos. And the hits just keep on coming. Ryan Coelho, big backside hook to start this wave. Driving down the line, hoping for something here on the inside. It's a no-go zone, so he's going to have to settle for that one big turn out the back. The judges now with a lot to chew on. This is your boys under 16 final. Introducing Lucas Skinner, Guillermo Lemos, Hans Odriozola, and Ryan Coelho. Brazil, Spain, Brazil, England, represented well by these 4 young surfers. Remember, this is 16 and under. The future of surfing is happening right now, right here. First score comes through for Lucas Skinner. That's going to be a 7.83. Massive number.
Big point of difference right there on that air, Chris. In comparison to his others, just a little bit more hang time. I felt near excellent. They're keeping that scale quite low considering what these kids are capable of. Great way to start off this heat.
Well, they know what the possibilities are. 20 minutes, 19 seconds to go. Our surfers reset themselves in the lineup. That gives us the chance to go down to 88 world champ Barton Lynch.
Thank you, guys. Here with Kohai Friero, the winner of semi-final 2 in the girls 18s, through to the final, mate. You must be super stoked. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been 7 days of intense competition, and making the final today I'm really happy and I'm relieved, and I'll give it all in the final.
And you're from a family of surfers. I know mum and dad surf. Both your sisters, competitive surfers, goofy footers, and you've watched your sister live through the highs and lows of competitive surfing. Has that helped you to feel comfortable in this environment, you think?
Yeah, Bahine is really a big inspiration towards us. She's been doing a lot of contests, and yeah, I'm just trying to follow her path. And yeah, I've been doing a couple QSs, so it's been a training, and now I'm here and I'm ready.
You're ready. Good to hear. What happens now between this interview and the final? What do you do?
Well, I focus and just stay in my own little bubble, and then going to my final and do my best.
All right, and some words for everyone at home in French. I'm sure they'll be waiting to hear from you.
Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, à ma famille, mes amis, et puis je suis là pour représenter le Fénois et je vais faire de mon mieux dans la finale.
Congratulations, Kohai. Go get ready. We can't wait to watch it.
Oh, the women's finals are going to be amazing. We know that for a fact. Proof is right here. The boys under 16 out in the water, lighting this place up. Macumba local, Guillermo Lemos, started off with a 6.5 and confidently finishes his third wave ridden. That's going to knock that one right off the map. Some other updated scores have come through. Hans Odriozola with an 8.13. Backs that up with a 4.57. Ryan Coelho, 4.67 and 3.57. Here we go. Hans again. This kid grabbed momentum early this morning, and he's hung on.
How?
It's like he's riding a bucking Bronco right now, and he's just controlling it. Big finish there.
Wow.
Hans Odriozola.
He's clicked into another gear.
He really has.
Today,
the golden gear, you might say.
I don't even know what to say. That first turn right there was just incredible. Fully upside down. Excellent commitment to the one turn right there. And I just have to say, the last 2 days of competition, Chris, have potentially been the greatest day of junior surfing I've ever seen.
Agreed.
yesterday, given the conditions, how small it was, how difficult it's been just to be able to compete. And then today, been very fortunate just to be able to see an increase in size of the waves, a consistency, and every single heat's been competitive. And you can't say that at every single event that you're at. But just this final alone, first 8 minutes, and we've already seen an excellent score. We've seen Skinner take to the air on his very first wave. We've seen the two local surfers be able to bang out a couple of big sections right there. But if we're really nitpicking it right now, I feel like Lemos still has more to prove right here in the final. That wave on the forehand was good, but it wasn't excellent, and that's what he's needing right now in order to win this one. Here he goes again, the local boy.
Well, he's obviously hunting a ramp, staying the high line, building up speed. May have identified something. He gets it. The launch pad lets him down. I like seeing surfers telegraph their maneuvers like that because it just builds the excitement. There was just nowhere to land.
And I don't think there's any other way to win the final either, Chris. It needs to be all or nothing right here, and all of those requirements are always for the lead in a final. So that necessity right there for Odriozola, the 4.8, no doubt in my mind that he's getting it right there. And Skinner, I'd have to say, not only the strongest surfer we've seen in the U16s, might be in overall of the event. Here he goes again.
All right, setting things up. You know what he wants. Big snap there and flies off his board. The first real mistake that I've seen from Lucas Skinner.
I'd agree.
In the past 8 days. But he's got plenty of time, still 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Never count out this young Englishman, as we see now surfer in right, Ryan Coelho, representing Brazil. Quick snap there, throwing tons of spray. Kind of mid-face vertical snap. It was committed, but it might have just been a little late.
Yep, definitely mistimed right there. And I like to call him the alchemist. We have a great author here in Brazil, Paulo Coelho, as we look at Hans right here on the forehand. So this is the 8.13. Great timing, just excellent read. Look at the way he was able to manage the backwash right there. Just beautiful surfing overall. And when it comes to not only managing expectations here in the final, but just reading wave the way it should be surfed, that was perfectly done. And then we see Skinner right here. This is a 7.83. Look at the hang time he had right there on the rotation. Unfortunately for him, it was really just the one maneuver consequence. The first turn was more of a setup. Here he goes on the backhand.
Live action. Big snap to start. Secondary setup maneuver. Another jam there, but goes down again.
That's 2 in a row now. He needs to settle down a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, maybe just a little overhyped. Never want to tell someone to pull back, but
you do.
In this case, well, he does have a 7.83. So maybe he's just feeling like, I'm going 110%, no matter what. All gas, no brakes. And if that strategy pays off on his next wave, if he finds a ramp.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But he hasn't competed against these 3 guys yet. So there's a different type of pressure when you're going up against the finalists rather than people that are losing out in the quarters or the semis. The way they approach you, they've already been able to study you a bit more, especially today. And with these kind of conditions, I think the smart play is keep him off the rights. Don't let him go to the air. Make sure you're always being on the outside of him on the right-handers and keeping those options open to yourself, especially if you're the heat leader right now, Odriozola, who has first priority. And guess who's deepest in the lineup to catch that one right over there, Chris? It's him.
You can see him sharking around just a few feet in. And that was Guilherme Lemos. Obviously, a hard paddle for that last wave, so he was in second priority there. 13:26 to go. Hans Odriozola in the lead. Now Guilherme Lemos drops to fourth priority, so Skinner climbs 1 position to third priority. Coelho in second priority, and White needs a 9.86. Skinner needs a 6.71. And of course, this isn't for advancement. This is for hardware. This is a gold medal heat. Will it be Guilherme Lemos? Nothing doing. Situation is going to stand for now.
It's a smart play, though. You're in second place, fourth priority. You need something excellent. He's got the air game to go with it, and he's the only local surfer still in the finals, Chris. So might as well use that kind of strategy that you have of being able to move around and understand the lineup better than anybody else find those little and the small nooks and crannies out there that could benefit only you in these last 12 minutes.
A beautiful day here, Praia de Macumba, 1 o'clock p.m. local time here in Rio de Janeiro. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left here in our first final of the event.
Let me ask you something, Chris. In the 30 years that you've been, or maybe a little less, covering surfing, trans world, and broadcasting, how many people have you known that have actually won a major event at their home break?
I mean, Huntington Beach, U.S. Open, Brett Simpson, Kanoe Igarashi.
Yep. John Pipe,
Florence,
but how many
Pipe.
times did it take him? So, I mean, few and far between. I'd have to say a handful, maybe.
How many English surfers have you seen win gold at the ISA level? Here we go, Lucas Skinner. Nice section to work with there. So a big two-turn combo for England's Lucas Skinner. He needs a 6-7-1. But remember, this is for medals. There's no second place advancing. This is for everything. Give it everything you've got. Here we go.
Well, great first turn right there, and a lot of emphasis with the power, and just a great read at the end too. The variation was there, the power was there, excellent flow. Needs something close to a 7-point ride. There's no doubt to me that this is good surfing. Is it in the mid-range of the good though? Is it close to a 7-point ride? I feel like it's right around there. I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody take the lead on this last one.
So we're 10 minutes, 45 seconds left here in our 16 and under final.
And he's no doubt been the most active surfer out of the U18 so far today. Every single heat that he surfed, he's caught at least 6 or 7 waves, Chris.
Yeah, his opening ride gave him a big confidence boost, maybe even overhyped him a little bit, because we saw him make a couple mistakes right after, but he's cleaning things up. There's Team England.
That's his sister right there in front with his dad, Big Ben. Here he goes again, another insider.
Let's do it. Hunting a ramp. He sees it. Launches it. Straight into the flats. Can he get up? He cannot. So just a little out a little in the backseat on the landing, but here we go. Guilherme Lemos coming through to the inside. It's foamy, so he kind of has to work his way through some thick soup. It's really hard to say. He has to work his way through some thick soup to get to the section, but he did it.
A major froth on that one too, as Skinner right here took to the air, and another point of difference on this one, no grab, so was looking for the rotation right there, which would have added another element of difficulty right there, as waiting on this last score for him, the previous one, and this one, unfortunately, Lemos gets hung up, and judges never like that, Chris, when you have to pump mid-face on the wave. It's not going to be detrimental necessarily. It ain't going to decrease points, but it ain't going to add any. We got a new heat leader now.
Yeah, the last wave from Lucas Skinner tells us the judges are rewarding good, clean, powerful surfing. A combination of major maneuvers. Scores come through. It's an 8-point ride paired with a 7.83 for the first time ever here in Brazil in ISA junior competition. We've got an English 16 and under male with the lead, but watch out. Guilherme Lemos now has entered the chat in a big way, but he needs a 9.33. That would be the best score of this final, nearly of the day.
He improves, though, I feel. So as long as he diminishes the requirement of the 9.33, job well done there by the local boy. And as you can see right there, excellent coaching in the shoreline. Was able to even give them a thumbs up and say, okay, I got you. I know what kind of message you're sending me and what I need to do out there in these last 8 minutes. And I feel right now the play for Odriozola, Chris, he's going to be waiting for that 7-7, the one wave to get him the score right there. As it does seem like there is a set approaching. A lot of these waves seem like they're going to be breaking on the outside, though. It's really just all on the inside still. Double up right here for Skinner.
Oh no, here we go. Lucas Skinner, lightning fast, opening snap, gets a second, once more, finds the section, Blast his fins out. That one's for you, England. Hans Odriozola now answering back. He's got a section to work with on the inside. A two-banger for Odriozola representing Spain. Our Brazilians now, third and fourth. This is Ryan Coelho setting things up out the back, hoping for this wave to build some momentum for him. Third turn, but he goes down. That is a score of non-consequence. He's trying to get rid of a pair of fours.
This was an interesting wave right here, Chris. Had a lot of potential. I mean, fully goes for it on the first turn. Not even a setup. There he does get a little hung up, though. It was kind of a miss time. And then he cleans it up on the end section, just throws the tail. So going to be interesting to see whether or not he improves on the 7.83. He has 2 scores, one in the excellent and one very close to it. And then Coelho here on the backhand, he's the one that had the most struggles just to be able to find the clean face. And once again, with a fall right there, he's going to stay in fourth. And then this is the wave that I was interested to see on the replay. 6.07 for Lemos, so it doesn't improve. I just think the froth on that wave kept the score down, but the surfing was ridiculous. Just needs to be on a better one right here in the next 6 minutes. And then Hans, he doesn't improve either, Chris. 5.03, so maybe pull the trigger right there a bit too early. And guess who's lurking around in the background? The heat leader with second priority. He's going to be moving over and keep him some company here at the end.
It's going to get testy out here with 3 surfers needing big numbers. Ryan Coelho currently in a combination situation with 5:50 to go. Guilherme Lemos needs a near perfect 9.33. Hans Odriozola has a shot at gold if he gets a 7.70 or beyond. We've seen him do that multiple times already today. He knows exactly what he needs to do, but he needs a magic wave to come his way, and he's got a friend in Lucas Skinner you see shadowing him right now.
Ain't no friend at that moment.
He's basically sitting in his back pocket.
Oh, look at the confidence right there from the young kid from England, too. He's like, all right, I got the lead. Excellent heat total. 5 minutes to go. I'm feeling good right now.
I don't want to say it, but I got to say it. We're 5 minutes away from what could potentially be one of the biggest moments in the history of English surfing.
I feel
surfing
even
in
worldwide,
general.
yeah. I mean, you look at what Brazil has done in the last 15 to 20 years. They've changed the game, Chris.
I'm not superstitious, so you know what? I'll say that all day long.
But don't discount Hans, though, or even
Never.
any of the other kids.
I would
Hans
never.
Odriozola is the only surfer in this event who's made 2 finals in a row. 4th place last year, and he was easily one of the standouts all event there in El Salvador, and at least a 2nd place guaranteed right now for him. Feel like he still has a chance, but he upped the ante. Chris gets his best score, 8.17, so Skinner now forcing Hans to get an 8.
Here we go, Guilherme Lemos. He needs a magic section here on the inside if he wants a shot at a 9.67. The wave kind of just went weird from the jump, and here we go, speed burst. Gets the backside air reverse, but no landing. That's not going to be a 9.67. Inside of 4 minutes now.
Well, he's still in contention. 9.67, I mean...
I'm never counting anybody
No,
out.
we've seen 9 pluses out there today.
Can you imagine the feeling right now in Team England's camp?
Oh.
I mean, they can't breathe.
Ben's going to cry. Ben's going to cry if the kid wins right now in these next 3.5 minutes.
Well, this could be, won't be, might be. Great section on the inside. That wave was crazy. Thing was all over the place.
And
it
Hans,
looked good, though, from the jump, right?
That worked out in Hans's favor, Chris. It worked out in his favor tremendously. 8.05 is what the requirement is at the moment. And 3 minutes to go. We saw his older brother, Kai, get a buzzer beater a few heats ago in 8.9. And I see a couple of waves coming through. What a final so far, Chris.
The atmosphere is electrified up and down the beach.
It's real.
Brazil right now got to be a little bit worried. Their surfers are in 3rd and 4th. They're still getting medals. Now it just depends on what color, what material.
Team standing wise, they were right there at the beginning of the morning. This is great for them. So it's going to be a tight race to see who's the overall team gold medalist. But as of right now, individually, they're in 3rd and 4th respectively, Chris. And there's young Hans.
The kid's got nerves of steel. So if I'm Team England, I am just focusing all my positive energy on red,
Yep.
Lucas Skinner. 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from a potential gold medal here at the ISA World Junior Championships. That would be history in the making.
Yep.
The first time ever, surfer from England getting ISA gold.
Great Britain does have a world champion on the WSL side. Martin Potter did win for GB. But ISA level, and I just want to say nowadays, to be a gold medalist, a world champion, you got to be something ridiculous, Chris. And I think we're seeing a star in the making right here. As I said to you a bit earlier in this week, first time seeing this kid surf live. I knew what I was seeing on social media. I didn't know what to expect in person, especially after the injury. I have no doubt in my mind right now that this kid is the real deal.
Yeah, Lucas Skinner is the truth.
And how about this? 2 Europeans in the 1 and 2 spots too. You know, they've kind of had some struggles in the last 6-7 years, I'd say. Few surfers on the CT, few surfers really in the spotlight of surfing globally.
Yeah.
And as of right now, they got the top 2 right here in the U16 final.
Oh man, here we go. Set is rolling through.
Might be a good wave.
Inside of a minute, Lemos misses that little right.
Well, Hans has just got to get to his feet in time. Ooh!
Uh-oh, here we go. 50 seconds. Hans Odriozola needs an 8.05. Is this the wave that will get Spain gold? Hans winding up. Clicks it. Comes down with it. Perfectly executed front 3 for Hans Odriozola. Was it an 8.05? Are you kidding me? We couldn't have dialed that up any better. That right there was clutch surfing, but was it enough? As we see Lucas Skinner now. He's fading left. He can improve on an 8. If he does something wild in here, goes for the pop shove, it's a no-go. So here we go again. Edge of our seats, waiting for a number to drop. Lemos, one final chance here, stalling for the ramp. Sees it, gets it.
Dang.
Blows his fins
Nearly.
out, just missing the landing.
Look at that smile, though.
Oh, I mean, this is too much. This is too much. Team England right now, just unbelievable.
I gotta watch the replay before I make a decision on this, because just give it to these kids too, Chris.
Look at this emotion.
No,
Pops.
Look at the level too. Who surfs this well after competing 3 times today and maintaining that composure right here when it matters too?
This is either going to be the most triumphant celebration or a heartbreak for the ages if you're Team England. 8.05 is the requirement.
My thing is that it was a big wave. Like, the section was big.
Big air too.
Yeah, and I mean, Skinner, give him props, those 2 8s, but he was always pumping down the line, and the sections when he was meeting them were always a bit smaller than Hans's. This is a much larger set wave on the outside, and it was just the one maneuver. And they're obviously making a decision on this one right at the end.
I mean, I could see it coming in at an 8. I could see it coming in at an 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of right there.
I could see it being a 7.5 too, just under, but that's why you have a 1.2 spread, the top and the lowest. I mean, tail high, get a rotation. It was strong. It was clean.
It was emotional in the moment.
And dramatic.
But the judges, I feel like they have that incredible ability to take the storyline out of it and just judge that wave, that maneuver.
You're just looking at colors too. So don't matter who it is, don't matter what point of the heat it's at either. But as of right now, the decision is who's winning.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, either way, surfing wins. Because we
For
just
real.
saw an incredible
For real.
final. And there it is.
Wow.
Your gold medal stripped on the strength of a massive air. Hans Odriozola from Spain wins gold at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Are you kidding me? A buzzer beater for the ages. That knocks Lucas Skinner into silver medal position, which is incredible for Team England. Lemos, bronze. Coelho, copper. But what a finish there. It came through at an 8-1-0.
I mean,
it doesn't get closer than that.
16-2-3, 16-1-7. But as you said, surfing wins today, Chris. We've seen elevated performances by everybody. U16s, U18s, it doesn't matter. To me, the last 2 days, the best I've ever seen out of junior surfers under the age of 18.
Fully agree with you there. Here's the triumphant parade. We got more finals coming up next. Do not go anywhere. The women take to the lineup.
Welcome back to the action. We are about to get underway with the girls under 16s final here at Praia de Macumba in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And we have just seen the buzzer beater of the ages going in favor of the Spaniard, Hans Odriozola, to be able to take away the leading gold medal position. But out in the water right now, we've got two Americans up against an Australia and a French woman with Eden Walla, Linnea Mons, Sierra Kerr, and Clemence Scorch in the water for our girls under 16s final. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Jess Grimwood to call the action. And Jess, we've had to just kind of gather our senses, but we can't for long because we've already got live action. Out in front, Clemence on her forehand into that first big turn, blows that tail out the back, ditches those fins, and she's going to have a score to drop in on the board. Quick look for Eden as well.
Nerves are fried. My nerves are fried. What moments of celebration. Literally the most clutch performance. The most standout surfers, obviously, in that final, particularly for me watching throughout the week of competition. Both Hans and Lucas were the above all standouts every single day. To have the gold stripped of you in that fashion hopefully can feed into his desire to just seek victory from here on out for Mr. Skinner. Silver medal, though, something to be very, very proud of. But for Hans, I mean, unbelievable composure under pressure. That was just such an emotional scene at the end of that final. And yeah, like you said, we're straight into the next one. One score to come in already. Clemence got one turn on the board, and let's see what these under 16 women can do.
Speaking of Hans specifically, last year he found the copper medal in the finals for the under 16s boys, so back-to-back years for him as a finalist, and now he has walked away with that gold medal finish. And in an outstanding performance, he was also holding on to the lead for the majority of that heat, but lost it to Lucas Skinner and regained it off the strength of an 8.10, and we've got him down on the beach ready to go with Barton Lynch. Let's catch up with your brand new gold medalist.
That's right, guys. Gold medalist, World Junior Surfing Champion for Spain, Hans Odriozola. Well done, mate. You must be feeling over the moon. Copper medal last year, gold this year for Spain.
It feels amazing. Can't even talk. I'm so happy to win this contest. After last year's copper medal, wanted to make better than last year, so pretty happy to win, and let's celebrate.
Tell me, how did you handle the pressure? Because you're in second place, you got a good start. Then Lucas Skinner, you and he have been standouts the whole event. Great to see you in first and second. But it came down to that buzzer beater. How did you stay composed?
Oh yeah, I wanted to say congrats to Lucas Skinner. He's my good friend, and he put a really tough job for me to do. And super happy to be able to get that wave and make the air and get the score.
You are an amazing young surfer, mate, with a great future. What words have you got for your friends and family at home in Spain? I know you've got everyone here, but for the people at home in Spain?
Pues un saludo a todos y esto es para todos vosotros. ¡Vamos!
Thank you, guys.
There's no one better to be in the middle of that than Barton Lynch. There's your champion, Shannon. I'm overcome with emotion for that young guy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So exciting to see him finishing off the cheer there, and all hands in, all hands out for Hans Odriozola, your 2023 ISA gold medalist for the under 16 boys. And what an incredible performance, and what a kind payoff to his competitor and Lucas Skinner as well.
Yeah, that's what a point of such a well-rounded human. Zoe Chait made that point of being a fully rounded individual, and that's what Hans has just displayed there as well. Humble champion, deservedly in that gold medal position. Let's celebrate. Congratulations, Spain. On to the women's final, still in the water right now.
Unreal. What a way to start out the finals specifically. We're now into the girls under 16s. We've got two more after this with the boys and girls under 18s. At the moment, it's Clements in the white jersey out of Team France who has set herself up with that leading position. The only score on the board being a 4.83 for the 14-year-old coming out of that Hossegor region of France, getting to surf among the absolute best within her country. Some of the best surfers in the world traveling to that region of France year after year after year. So the environment that Clements has been growing up in has been groomed him as a Grom to be now competing for that gold medal opportunity has been top notch when it comes to that global surfing conversation.
Yeah, and what this situation, this energy tells me at the moment is that we've got this major set coming through now at the 19-minute mark, which means it's going to come down to the wire again, I reckon, like the boys. Here we go. Eden, up and riding. Big looking section ahead, goes to the rail, cuts back, looking for something critical to open up on her forehand. Gets to the rail, transitions, nice click inside too, similar to a semi-final surfing, solid, reliable forehand attack. She's going to post her first score. Let's see how it matches up to Clements' 4.83.
Yeah, taking a look at it here, Jess, your thoughts on a second look?
Yeah, I like that she didn't have to two-stage that cut back. She kind of just hits the foam lightly, collects a bit of speed, has to go to that tick-tack of the rail and just clicks where she needs to. It's just smart surfing from her. It's going to put her into a good base for the next 18 minutes, but I think in this rotation you always get this in surfing and in heats. Obviously there's a swell period, and this set is hitting now, which means this is going to be another fireworks final.
Another fireworks. Clements now up and riding on her second ride. Just goes to twist that tail around of the board, and she'll fall out of that wave, get herself quickly back into position. Eden with an opening score to drop through for the 14-year-old out of San Clemente. We got three 14-year-olds in the water. Linnea Mons from the east coast of the United States from Atlantic Beach in Florida, also 14, all up against the phenom in Australia's Sierra Kerr, the 16-year-old in the water, who has been very consistent in her performance. You can see Sierra as someone who's been an absolute talent as a free surfer from a very young age. One of the best aerialists of her time and of women's surfing overall, one of the best barrel riders, but that competitive strategy has had to kind of grow in her. We've seen her now competing for Team Australia for a couple of years, for the World Junior Championships. We've seen her in the qualifying series as well, and to see her really continuing to grow on that competitive side is showing that she's going to be someone that's very hard to beat for any level of competition for the next 20 years. Now we'll see if she's able to bring home that gold medal, as we saw a quick replay for that second wave of Clements where she falls out. But we've got a 5-1-0 on the board for First of Eden, and now Sierra up and riding. Check off the lip for that first turn, sets herself up with a lot of speed into the second.
What is she thinking here? I thought she might have had a different idea and then realised there's mum and dad there too. There's Lenny Smith, the whole Australian team, all the other ladies that are still down there supporting, the rest of the management team around them. in the middle there holding the flag, Kira Buckpitt. They would have been talking through all the different possibilities, maybe getting Sierra into the zone as well. I know she feeds a lot off those friendships. She's still, you have to remember, a 16-year-old young woman.
Linnea now on her backhand, getting her first wave underway. Big open-faced wrap to start. Into that second carve. Has a little more power with it. Now setting herself up for the third. Gets a bit caught. And does manage to regain that momentum coming into the finishing maneuver. And the opener for Kerr drops in as a 7.00. Takes her straight into the lead.
Wow, the feedback from the judges that Sierra will be getting right now is really nice. Really, really composed opening surfing, confident. She obviously has this level of power and this physical presence over these conditions today. You can see it as soon as she takes off. She looks more settled. She looks really strong, and she's showing that control that she has over her craft and in these conditions. I like the last one of Mons from the Team USA. She finishes it and she gets the completion, rides out literally probably 5 foot from the Australian team, and there would have been silence from the rest of the competitors' teams, and that's also hard to process as well as a competitor. You know, there's all this screaming going on the beach around you, but you finish up a ride in front of a fellow competitor's cheering squad, dead silence.
Little different than competing for like kind of an individual event where you're on the qualifying series or a pro junior, anything on those lines, a WSA event back at home, the juniors kind of development squads, where everyone's, you know, cheering for their own individual friends and family, but overall you can kind of hype up the beach too. Here, that hype is only going to reach to maybe your camp, well, definitely your camp, regardless of kind of what's going on. And then you'll kind of see some of the other teams that maybe start to pick who they'd like to be winning if they don't have their own surfer out there. But like you said, the surfers and the support crews of the other competitors in that water, they're not going to be making a peep when you do something exciting out in the lineup, because they're going to be focused on the fact that their surfer's now going to have work to get done.
They might give you a little polite
little
peanut gallery clap. Here goes the replay for Sierra's 7-point ride. Kind of a check snap, throws heaps of spray still, and then almost goes to lay back and jam that section, but decides, I think, to complete the maneuver, rides on out. Feedback for her is solid surfing, looking in control in these conditions. 7 points on the board. One other thing I was going to say is, yes, for sure, only collecting congratulations during a final like this from your actual team. But if you're the only person from that continent, I dare say that other teams will be joining in to bring that region more power in the final, because we saw that a lot with the Latin countries. Lots of the teams kind of join forces and help push those surfers through. A massive thing over here, you know, the Alice Tour and Latin surfing is huge. But, I mean, for the boys, we just saw the Europeans. They really, really, really dominated in that last final.
They certainly did. We're down to 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, and halfway through this heat, roughly 25 minutes on the board for each of our finals today, which is great. It's been a huge week of 15-minute heats for the main rounds, for those elimination rounds as well. And now to see the clock go up to that 20 minutes for our opening heats today, now into 25, really gives everyone that time to kind of spread out a little bit more of the potential for maybe the surfing to the talking, rather than that hassling and that quick turnaround that we've been seeing in those 15-minute heats. And after such a huge week, to be able to see, you know, out of 365 surfers, our 16 finalists decided, has been really, you know, an incredible journey just to get us up to this point, and now to be nearly finished with competition this week.
Here's definitely Shannon, but here's the moment. I'm so interested that the ocean's gone flat right now at this time spot in the final, because when I've been watching it throughout the last week of competition, there kind of is 10 to 15 minutes between actual sets. There might be a couple of in-betweeners when there's 1 or 2 waves, but generally that biggest set ran through at about 17 or 18 minutes, so you can expect, oh, here goes Sierra.
I've been riding on her forehand. A lot of backwash to do it to start. She channels up into the air, goes for that straight air and a front rail grab. She'll fall, unfortunately, but you could see that she was maybe looking for that on her 7-point ride originally, ended up going for the turns. Now she's gone for it on the second.
Yeah, she's got a definite idea in her mind of what she wants to do. Let's have a look. You can see her eyeing it off so much, the lump and bump to contend with. Jumps onto the accelerator, almost gets the pop, but just not quite. She just doesn't pop cleanly out of that lip, but here we go.
Linnea on her backhand, combination of major maneuvers, but gets bumped off the finish. Eden Walla now answering back on a solid-sized wave. And she'll go down on that finishing maneuver as well. So for both of the USA surfers, not able to capitalize on the end section. Clements has a look at this one. She's now sitting with that first priority next to her name. She got a 4.83 on the board to start. We got a 5.10 that dropped in for first of Eden. We got that 4.77 for the opener of Linnea. Throwaway scores are going to drop in for those that last exchange between the two Americans, so they won't be chipping away at their requirements in any ways, and it's going to be leaving Sierra Kerr with a nice lead in that front position, but Clements sitting with that first priority next to her name. She's going to have pick of the lineup. Team Australia down on the shoreline.
I can feel the nerves from here. You know, it's not gone all Australia's way, this contest. Generally pretty well respected in the ISAs across the board in all divisions, in every discipline. They're always renowned for their team strength. Obviously, board riders is a huge part of Australian surfing culture. So when it comes to team aspect or even the Aloha Cup in the ISAs, Australia is always very hard to beat because we practice it every single month and every other weekend. There is the Portuguese surfer coming up in the next final, Francisco. Looking focused, a little bit nervous. It's hard having these cameras shoved one shaka away from your nose, and it's a big part of the learning curve for these young juniors to become even better performers under pressure and professional surfers. 9 minutes on the clock, Shannon.
Yeah, they've got a long journey ahead of them if they want to be a professional surfer of having cameras shoved in their face. So better to start learning it now at a young age, how to handle that little bit of extra attention on them in comparison to what they would have at maybe any other event running back at home. But as they start to become those shining stars in professional surfing over the next 5 years, they're going to be experiencing a lot of that. We're down to 8 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Team Australia in that kind of tense support crew down on the beach. They have had a good jump on the leaderboard for a lot of the week. They haven't been leading throughout the like every single day, but they've been in that leading position multiple times. And coming into finals day, they were holding on to that #1 ranking position for the team standings overall. A win here from Sierra could do greatly to help them within that conversation. But for Team USA, they jumped up from 6th into 3rd overnight. The strength of these surfers advancing through and now into the finals for both Linnea and Eden is going to help Team USA in that points conversation as well. We had a couple Brazilians make it into the finals. That's going to help the local contingency. And there's really kind of all the doors open in that points conversation. So we really aren't sure who's going to be walking away with that team gold medal just yet. As we've got a wave approaching. Surfer in white has first priority. She's been holding on to that for a long time. Sitting quiet as well. Now up and riding. Wanting to shake out that first turn. Start to build some momentum as she pumps down the line. And she goes into that final maneuver and she can't hold on to it. Nerves getting to her maybe. As we see Linnea have a look. She'll have to kick out after just kind of having a look at that wave. She'll be down in that 3rd priority. Currently sitting in 2nd off the strength of a 2.67 that dropped through for her last wave.
I reckon this is going to really come right down to those last few minutes again, Shannon. I think it's just going to be, it's just up to the ocean at the moment, and that's what I was saying before, what you get in surfing and in finals. They're waiting for the opportunity to perform at this stage. They're just waiting for the chance to open up. Here's a set. Here's their opportunity. Can they convert? Let's see.
Now Clemens has just dropped herself a 3-point ride up into 2nd place position. As Kerr is now up and riding in the green jersey, pumping, driving down the line, setting up for a big snap off the section. Hits that oncoming whitewater and throws a lot of spray. Power. She's going to replace that 1.03. Now up and riding. Mons on her backhand for Team USA. Only needing a 3.27 at the moment, but she goes down incomplete. Eden Walla with an opportunity to get herself up and going, wearing that red jersey out of San Clemente, California. Hits that opening section and just ejects quickly. She's going to want to grab that board and get herself into that higher priority rotation. And it's our surfer in second, Scorch, out of Team France, who's currently sitting with that first priority next to her name. So big exchange there.
I'm interested to see where that score drops in for Team USA. I think that was the biggest wave. I thought that was one of the cleanest, bigger turns that we've seen. Maybe it looked a bit more accentuated because she's a little bit of a smaller athlete, but definitely a big section for her. It's going to go well again with that 5.1. Pairs nicely. Let's see the other numbers though. Sierra's is going to be good. She placed it and then kind of cracked into the end of that section. It didn't really give her the feedback I think she was waiting. She kind of set it up and waited for it to hit her back almost, and realised that it kind of went soft and she had to just force the manoeuvre back around. But let's have a look at the replay. You can see jumps, nice little lines, set up hops, places it there, kind of slashes it down, and it kind of just didn't really hit her back as hard as she was going to hit it. There's a nice little snap, a little bit caught in the fluff of the lip too, but similar section and much bigger wave. Here's the replay from the lady from France from a different angle too. If she had got that second maneuver, that would have been looking really nice. I think this is the same wave for Clements. First turn smooth, little bit of setup rail work, nice amount of spray. Second maneuver would have been so nice and critical for her to ride on out of, but she doesn't get it complete, so she retains priority.
Scores dropping through for all of those last waves. Clements, we knew, was that 3-point ride. She's in third as Eden Wallace back into second with a 5.43, and Sierra Kerr has maintained the lead with a 5.20. Linnea now up and riding. Her last scores a 2.67 and a 1.
Ooh.
Looking to ride out complete. That two-turn combination is going to help greatly to chip away at that 7.43 requirement that she needs to take away that gold medal position from Sierra Kerr.
Okay, so what's the last of Clements' of the three? This is last of Mons. Similar setup carve maneuver. Clicks with the second turn though, gets the completion, looks sharp off the top. I'm seeing it go in those 5s or 6 ranges. Could be completely off the money here. I mean, you have to appreciate the differences in the scales of the divisions, first of all, and the girls and the boys' situation. So 5.2 and a 5.43 for Eden Waller and Sierra Kerr, those similar kind of forehand turns on one section. I can see those two. Let's see where Monza's goes though. I kind of see it going above it. I see it going a little bit above those 5s. I think it was better on the end. It was more critical. If I compare it to Clements' 3, if she had landed that second turn for that 3, she would have been in the 6s for me. So I'm putting Mons up there too.
All right, so scores to come through for last of Mons. Eden Wallace sitting in that silver medal position with a couple of 5s at the moment, the 5.43 and the 5.10. Scores to come in for her teammate in Linnea. At this stage, they're both going for that gold medal. They're not going to be helping each other out until one of them is secured, maybe in that gold medal position, to then help the other get into, say, silver. But at this stage, it is all on the line. Every single surfer wants to walk away with that gold medal, and Linnea drops in a great score, a 6.23. Jess, you nailed it. Well and truly into that better range on her score line. Just shy of her requirement to take away that leading position, which would have needed to be into the 7s. And she's only a 6-point ride away from taking gold away from Sierra. That puts Eden Walla down into bronze, and in copper is now Clements Scorch. As we see Sierra under priority here on her forehand,
Whoa.
Just letting loose on the inside, and finally gives that claim.
Yeah, that's going to really twist those bolts and nuts for the rest of the ladies in the lineup at the moment. They're only needing pretty achievable numbers out there until Sierra throws down a turn like that. Let's have a look at the replay. Really dynamic, in control, plenty of speed, same line to set up as her other waves, but gets the fin bust out the back. Looks in control. Nice little celebration claim as well for her. Number to lock in for last Sierra. She's got her fingernails scratching on the gold medal at the moment.
interesting for Team USA. Do you help the other person in a final, in a gold medal contention final? I'm not sure at this stage. They would have had conversations about it. I know Australia's been in that situation before, and it's all for the gold. It's got to be. 1 minute to go. Sierra has her hands on it.
Jess, you've been in finals like this at the ISA level before.
With
at
an
that
Australian,
stage,
yeah.
So at that stage, was the conversation between you and who were you out there with?
Me and Philippa Anderson at the 1 minute mark. She tried to help me. It was against the Peruvians and the Ecuadorian surfer, but you don't do it until the minute mark. It's all gold, and it's all for yourself at this point in a final. 40 seconds. Sierra looking good. 7.6 for that last turn.
Wow.
On the scale of Monza's last wave, you can see where that's come from. Australia nervous, 30 seconds. Don't count out the other ladies yet, but it's got to be something really special.
Well, we've got a former medalist from the ISA here in the booth to call the action on 4 new finalists for your under-16s division. None of these girls made it into the finals at last year's competition.
Oh, look.
And now you can see that moment in the countdown. The ocean has gone quiet, and the celebrations are beginning with 5 seconds on the clock.
Oh, the congratulations already from the fellow competitors. It looks like the gold medalist, Sierra Kerr, the Australian, she's fully grasped that gold. She's put it around her neck. And a nice display of sportswomanship from the other medalists. Congratulations, great performance from those young ladies and young athletes as well. But it's been Sierra Kerr who's surfed well and truly above this under-16s level the whole time, and she's pushed the scale, she's pushed the judges to respond to her, and she's pushing the performance.
That's exactly right. Residing in Coolangatta on the Gold Coast of Australia, the team, the Erie Kunji's down there. But of course, splitting time back in California, where her mom is from. And that Team USA, she would know Linnea, she would know Eden. They've all been in that crew together. But here we go with the Aussies starting to celebrate in the water and keeping all heads above the water.
Coco Cairns and Kira Buckpitt trying to drown her at the moment. Charlie Stokes is in the water. Fletcher Kelleher's in the water. They're all just gone, look, phones up above the shorey. They've gone full ball celebration mode, gold medal to the Australians. Sierra Kerr, everybody's on board now, wondering if mum and dad are going to jump in. Sunnies are above the shorey. Great moment for them. Josh Kerr also celebrating. Tears. Just a huge effort from her, well above and beyond this division at the moment, Shannon.
And incredible for her to be able, after last year, she made it into that, finals day conversation for the under-16 girls, but Sierra wasn't able to get herself into that top 4 position. Now coming in as her second year representing the Australians on the world stage for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and she has walked away victorious. Jess, you said it so well in the standard that she set. She continued to bring more to that judging panel in heat after heat, and now she is your 2023 under-16s gold medalist, the Australian Sierra Kerr. We are going to see so much from this woman in the future. She is already blowing minds around the world. We've got more action to come with Chris Cote and Barton Lynch to call the under-18 boys final right after this.
Bit of destiny there for Sierra Kerr, our gold medalist here. We're live from Rio de Janeiro. We're straight into it. This is your boys under-18 final. Ryan Kainalo starting in a big way, big front 3 for Team Brazil. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. We are ready to rock and roll.
Whoa!
We brought the right foursome to the party. Here we go. Francisco Ordanhas, Team Portugal, powering his way through. Straight to the beach. Took
Beautiful
two
surfing.
polar opposite style of waves, but maybe equal in the eyes of the judges if you're looking power versus progression. Either way, That's an excellent way to start this heat for both those surfers. Kai Odriozola, Team Spain. Ryan Canalo from Brazil. Francisco Ordonez, Portugal. And Tenchi Iwami, Team Japan. You gotta love this international super heat.
It is
The whole
indeed.
world is represented here.
It's a super heat. Ryan Canalo gets the early start, a 6.17 for that air. Here he goes. But watch it on the replay. Driving a big wide stance. Slides that front foot. Made it look easy, really, for a 6.17. Great start. What's going to drop for this wave? Judges still considering it. Foam climb. This is a sharp, beautiful top turn into a little closeout one. Kind of rushed. Felt a little rushed at the back end there, but still, that's a starter. It's, if the 6.17, I was about to say it's a 4 something there, so 4.17 makes sense.
Pretty spot on there for sure. I mean, in looking at the replay, this is why I am the worst judge ever. I get so excited for every single wave that comes through. But you watch the replay, break it down. You're absolutely right. First turn, set up. Second turn was great.
Yep.
Third turn, little rush there. So judges right on top of it. 4.17. Kainala with a 6.17. I like that they're leaving some room above that 6.17 because we know the airs are just going to get bigger and better from here on out.
100%. The indications are that that's what they want to see. And we saw that in the 16 boys with that buzzer beater from Hans Odriozola. Now his brother's out there. What a day it would be, or is anyway, regardless of the results, for the Odriozola family. We send out our respect and appreciation to Mum and Dad because they've done a great job of breeding a couple of champion humans and a couple of champion surfers, obviously. One of them's a world champ right now, too.
Right. That medal is going to feel great. Wear that thing on the flight home. Wear it for the rest of the year. Why not?
Why not?
That's your new bling. ISA gold.
Real bling you didn't have to buy. You just had to earn the real bling.
I mean, and the path that these young surfers have had to get through to get here. I mean, what Sierra Kerr has done all week long has been so impressive. I mean, stellar surfing from beginning to end.
So if we look back while there's a little lull and we go the 16 boys, the standouts were Lucas Skinner and Hans Odriozola, first and second.
From day one.
Day one. We look at the 16 girls, standout, number 1, Sierra Kerr. She did it all week too. So the script has kind of gone as we've seen all week, and the best are standing up. And they've stood up all week, but when it really counts, they've still done it. And they've handled the pressure of their nations, their teams, and their own expectation. And congratulations to both those gold medalists and all the finalists. Once you make a final, you know you've done your job.
Yeah.
And all 4 of these guys, Tenchi Iwami, he's really put himself on my map, on my radar. He is an incredible talent for Japan. Powerful. Can't wait to hear from the post-team interview
Yeah,
with
it's going to be a good
Kerr.
one. So we're inside of 20 minutes, 4 surfers in the lineup, 4 medals on the line. At the moment, it's Kainalo in that gold medal position. I'm Chris Cote, and as you know, that's your 1988 world champion, Barton Lynch. We are so fired up to bring you the action here live from Rio, the best juniors event that I've ever seen. And every juniors event that I've seen on every level has been incredible to watch. But it just feels like we're entering a new era for junior surfing.
We are indeed, and it might be the era of European nations because we've seen some incredible performances from them in this event, but across the board, all the nations, all the kids, the level going through the roof. Here comes a big set. 4 young men out there with their dreams on the line.
Turn it up. Let's go. 18:50 on the clock. Kainalo with the only score of note for now, 6.17. Here we go. Tenchi Iwami from Team Japan. Hometown, Chiba.
Oh!
Late to the lip there, goes down. Kainalo looking for a backup. He's out. Green now, Francisco. Similar situation. That was a weird set.
And you know what we've got? We've got the tide has come in, and so what it's done after this, we'll have a look, is it's moved the swell in. It's not, the sandbank hasn't got the length that it had. Squared up on the inside now. And so the waves are shorter, and we noticed on the first wave of the set, do you see the bump and lump on those waves? It indicates that in those lulls, the high tide and the water moving around creates some bump. You need to wait for those waves in the latter part of the set, which takes some nerve because they're going to have a cleaner face.
Kai Odriozola could have something to work with here on the inside. Watch out for that backwash. He gets around it, gets into the air.
Oh, he's excited
That
there.
was a little scary. Nearly got credit carded by his board. Luckily, there was enough distance that came out unscathed, right back on 1740, and let the party begin. The Irukandjis always bring the sting, and Sierra Kerr is your gold medalist. She's with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. It was only a matter of time until we saw you get gold here at the ISA. First of all, congratulations, Sierra. I just want to ask you about this week overall. The air in the first round, the final, got really slow out there, but you put up a couple of big scores. Throughout the entirety of the event, consistency mattered. How were you able to maintain a consistency when the ocean had different things?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely super hard conditions, especially the past couple of days. It's been super small and grindy, so just been, just trying to get through to be able to get to today. And then today had pretty fun waves, so I was frothing to be able to put on a good show.
Second-time competitor here at the ISAs. What's the biggest change from last year into this one?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really know too much about how the comp was working last year, and then this year I kind of knew what to expect. And I've been dreaming about getting the gold, so I'm frothing.
Everybody knows you as a social media sensation, great aerialist, somebody that really pushes for progress in women's surfing. Do you ever feel like you need to tone your surfing down when it comes to putting on a jersey?
I try to comp surf as much as I can, like I free surf, but I guess you have a different kind of pressure when you're comp surfing. But I just try to do the best I can and just surf it as if it's a normal surf.
And Team Australia, obviously, first gold medal right now, but you're in contention for the team gold medal. How big was this performance for you, and how much energy did you get from everybody on the beach supporting you?
Yeah, for sure. We came into today with a lot of people still in the comp, and then just throughout the day everyone kept getting knocked, so I knew that I probably needed to get the gold, and saw everyone on the beach supporting, and they're such a good team, and everyone was frothing. So.
Big congratulations, Sierra. Anything you want to say to the people of Australia as you're getting the first medal for them at this event?
Yeah, thanks everyone that supported and watched, and hopefully we get the team gold.
Many more in the future for young Sierra Kerr, ISA gold medalist here in Brazil.
Congratulations to the young phenom, Sierra Kerr. She does it on a skateboard, surfboard, golf club. What can't she do? I don't know. I think she can do anything. She is Superwoman.
Now she's got some gold to invest. She's is somewhat of a super young lady, isn't she? And we all expect it. It's hard going into an event. Look at the backwash there. Look at that movement through the lineup. Did you see that? So back to Sierra. With big expectations on her shoulders. She handled that pressure. Every heat she did something that blew our minds. And in the final was that last turn, the 7.6, beautiful forehand, wafting top turn. During the break, though, we saw the Brazilian get a 7.67, a smoking. It was a bit slow at the start, got the wrap, pumped down the line, got a really beautiful air reverse on it. We'll see it at some point here in the rewind, and here we go. Action.
14:30 left to go here in this final. Kai Odriozola, relatively quiet to start with a 190, and now that is how you pump up the volume. Kai Odriozola with a two-turn punch. Both turns impactful. Lots of speed. Spray flying everywhere. That's exactly what Team Spain wanted to see.
Exactly what his little brother would have been sitting on the beach hoping and praying for. Here he goes. Let's have a look on the replay. Drops down the face patiently. Early bottom turn to get there in time. Beautiful spray. Beautiful turn. Again, second one perfectly timed. For what that was, you couldn't do better. It looked like the recipe the judges eat up every day. Here we go. Goofy footer from Portugal. Impact of the backwash there. Replay. There's that wrap. It's a little slow at the start. Signals what he's going to do. Pauses, waits for the timing. It was a really hard section to hit. It was not obvious where to do it. He made it look super easy though. 7.67, wide stance at the end, stood there tall and proud. 2 scores of consequence and in the lead with 13:20 to go.
Well, if Kainalo wins, of course, that is that's going to feel like an hour from now.
Yes.
If he does win, this beach is going to go berserk. Team Brazil in contention now for a potential gold medal. And Ryan Calnalo, I would say, of this foursome, for me, probably one of the big stories in our 18 and under. I think it's a little murkier in the 18 and under division than it was in the 16 and under division.
I agree.
Where the standouts were very clear from day one.
100%. And the judges, 8.07 for Kai Odriozola. That is a massive score for him, and a 7-point ride for Francisco on the right-hander with those beautiful clean backhand hits. This one's tight right now.
Now we've got a heat on our hands, folks. This is the final, so no more advancement, no more jumping into second place. It's all about the gold.
And I think I'd rather be the Spanish surfer Kai Odriozola. He's in fourth priority, but he's got the highest score. And he's moved away, and he's found some space, and he's found a wave.
Here we go, a little crumble to start this wave. Kind of struggling through the first turn, not at all during the second turn. How do you regain your composure and throw up one of the best turns of the day out of nowhere?
So beautiful. At the start, I went, oh, well, this wave's not going to count with that foam climb.
I was giving up on him.
Then that second turn was just so creative. And it's rare that a normal type of turn on the wave face has that type of creativity.
How do you do this?
There's the foam climb. He doesn't give up. He sees foam and he just flares that tail and just sits in that perfect stature and stance. And it just felt so beautiful to watch. Here's the 7.6, the 8.07. So is that second score better, or it's very similar, do you think? One turn, but maybe the one turn was better than the other two?
I mean, the technicality that he had to get up and under, go vertical over the foam, and then have the presence of mind to blast the tail out through the top and then slide down weightless.
Yeah, just pause in that stance and that style so beautifully.
I mean, it's going to be a great compliment to his 8.07, regardless of what it is.
And he needs a 5.77. We say he goes into the lead. I'm talking for you, but is that fair enough?
I trust you. You've been here for a minute. You're right. 6.17. So just over the requirement, but enough to get Kai Odriozola from Team Spain in that top spot. If this is a male Spanish sweep, you got to think that their potential to reach the top of the overall team standings is going to be pretty interesting.
These moments when you get yourself into the lead in a moment of historic value for you, it's going to change your life, and you've got to sit there and somehow you're just praying. You're going, well, I don't mind if it goes dead flat. It can go dead flat for 10 minutes. I'll be happy. But if it doesn't and it's consistent, then you need to be making the right decisions in the right time under the pressure of a lifetime. That's when you see the championship qualities come through. As it stands, he's moved well away because he's in fourth priority. And that's smart, strategic move. The other three are kind of quite close together. Tenshi really hasn't got started, but he's got first priority. He's got enough time. We saw 15-minute heats, and he was flaring in 15 minutes. 10 minutes with first priority, still plenty of time. So no one's out of this one yet, not even the Japanese in fourth. He's still a good chance. And this has been a fun time for the world's best junior surfers here in Rio de Janeiro. And smiles all around as the generations enjoy.
I love this by the end of the event. I mean, all the teams just start commingling, and it just becomes one big beach party. Of course, a couple finals left to get through, so there will be drama. But we've already had 2 gold medal finishes.
And we've seen the cream rise to the top, as they say, as we talked about just a little while back in the 16s. These guys, have all been in incredible form, but as you said, the 18s hasn't had that 1 or 2 standouts. There's been a field of 10 people, most probably, who have all could be in this position right now. Fair to say, though, Kai Odriozola would have come to mind very quickly out of that 10.
Yeah, I think Kai and Kainalo.
Yep.
This is a 7.6.
He's been relying on the airs, pumps through, hits it at an awkward time, but just travelled great distance across the wave, out into the flats, made it look easy. great to see these replays. Here's the 7. Look at this turn. Just 2-turn crisp combination. Bang, bang. But you can see the difference, can't you, between the 7 and the 8 right there.
It's cleaner,
Good.
sharper.
Yep.
Little
Bigger
more
face,
power.
Flare, like spray flying into the air.
So far, so good for Kai Odriozola. So now he's thinking, okay, what can I do to improve on a 617? And why not just shoot for the stars, go for the 10? We know that's what he's thinking. He's
100%.
that type of surfer
100%.
that given the opportunity, he can do it with his power, he can do it in the air.
The other thing that you consider now, he's going with a traditional strategy of staying away from his opponents when he's in 4th priority. But when you're in the lead, you might want to go and get right near them and force them to lose their priority and get around them and in and amongst them just to put pressure on them.
Shake them up.
Shake them up, and I feel like that might be the right thing now.
Here goes Kainalo. Nice backside whip to start. Gets a second turn. So that was really good surfing, but the wave wasn't great. So it didn't give him much of an opportunity to get super radical, but it will be a pretty good score. Looking to better 6-1-7. Here we go. Kai Odriozola. Quick snap there. Can't get around that section.
Nervous times for all included because anyone can still win. Even Tenchi, you know, an 8 and a 6-5, call it, he needs. He needs a 2-wave combination, but he hasn't had a wave. He's just waiting ever so patiently with that priority. These guys all look, if I'm Kai, I think now at this point in time I'm going, you know what, I'm getting down amongst them. I'm going to let them know I'm here. I'm going to let them feel me and make sure that they don't feel like they're just a little bit opened up from me at this point in time. It's good to have that distance if you want to surf or you need to surf. I suppose the thing he needs to do is improve on the 6. So maybe you improve on the 6 and then you go join them.
It's like my friends in my 20s. They were there to force me to make bad decisions.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do, is go over there and get them in trouble.
100%, mate. Well said. Here we go.
Kainalo now off the bottom, straight off the top. Nice speed burst there. Gets into the air, whips it around. Fins engage. Front 3 locked and loaded for Kainalo, but watch out. Tenchi Iwami, surfer out of Chiba, Japan. Sharp start there. Late hit goes down.
That's what happens when you sit with that priority for so long. The body starts to seize up. The mind gets involved.
Board's
Looks
buckled.
like there could be a problem with his equipment and things just not going the Japanese surfer's way. Does this improve on the 6-1-7? Nice first turn. Comes into the second, slides it down. I feel like I've seen it before. It didn't quite excite me the way those first couple did. But the judges, they live outside of that emotion that you and I have trouble avoiding. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a chance it improves, but I don't feel like it goes up into those high 7s and starts to threaten Kai Odriozola at this point. Have been wrong before, though.
That's a rare occurrence there to have a board buckled by going up to do a late hit.
Yeah.
And his looked like his heel and the lip kind of met at the perfect time. Creased his board. So he'll be coming to the beach to grab a different board. He's sitting on a pair of 2s.
Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and it feels like one of those finals. But he's got enough time for 2 waves if he gets back out the back quickly, and it's a short paddle. And those ones you steal, as we saw in the boys' 16s, those ones, Lucas Skinner looked like the man. He used priority to block, fell on the wave, opened the door, and Hans took it. Here he is making that way in. 4 minutes on the clock. These lulls playing into the head. He's over there now with them.
Yeah, that's a when it rains it pours type of situation for Tenchi. He was sitting out there.
What were those splashes of water about?
Oh, that's Stoke. That's Stoke from Ryan Kainalo because the score comes through. He now regains the lead. A 7-7-0 for Kainalo. That puts Brazil in the top spot with 3 minutes and 43 seconds to go.
Wow, big score. I didn't see that coming. I suppose I'd seen the airs before, so I wasn't quite as influenced by it. Judges loved it in that moment. 7.7. Got to improve on the 6 for Kai. He's in second priority, so he's going to have a chance here.
Odriozola now could have a good runner to work with. He busts his fins out and has the presence of mind and skill to get around the section. Big flex towards the judges. Right behind him. He's been quiet for the last couple of minutes. Ordonez now. He needs a 9.37. That was a beautiful backside hook.
Wow.
Everybody's fired up. Kainalo again, after he just got some good news, bashes the first section. Gets around it. Late hit.
The energy's flowing.
Oh, yes. You can feel it. And Tenshi's back at it already with 2:45 to go. He's going to have to restart his heat on a fresh board, and this is what happened to me last time I was in a surf contest. Did great all the way through the semis, made the finals, got lost at sea. It happens.
You got to peak at
I'm
the
not
right
putting
time.
myself in this class. Trust me there. But for Tenchi Iwami, I mean, a great run to get to the finals is what we call in the surf world a shocker. It happens to the best of them. But Ryan Kainalo, the reverse of that, he's going to be throwing sevens away.
Let's look at the R, 730 for the surfer in red, waiting on a score to drop. I don't see it as that, personally. There was that little air on it, wasn't great, and then it had that shoulder. We'll see it again on the replay, and we'll break it down for you. Early bottom turn, whips it around. Just didn't, it kind of felt a little, as airs go, little pedestrian, couple of nice turns, tries to sell it positively, needs to get back out there and have another chance. The judges will tell us, though, 7-7, putting the Brazilian into the lead, and you said it, the Beach are going to go nuts. Waiting on a score for green and blue at this point in time. For blue, it was a two-turner. Here's the replay. Nice tall wall, just a speed snap out of it. Then the backwash got, that's the one before. That's the 7.7, heading towards 8s for that. And this is the one we're waiting on the score. Speeding down the line, then into that last turn. The last turn underwhelmed me. He finished on a bit of a low. I don't see it beating those top two scores.
Right, it was kind of like a fade out.
Yeah, exactly.
You got excited the first, oh no, here we go again. Oh, no. Everybody just chill.
That's right.
Inside of a minute, Team Brazil is about to go nuts. Ryan Kainalo with a 7.70 and a 7.67.
Surfer in second with first priority. Got 40 seconds and the priority. Will a wave come through? Will he get a chance? Japan haven't really got started in this final, but great for Tenshi Iwami to make it.
Oh, here we go. Kai Odriozola.
Losing priority,
That was
perhaps?
almost going to be a shout out to his little brother who had the buzzer beater earlier on in the 16 and under. Here goes Iwami. He snaps it, goes down, 15 seconds left.
Kai Odriozola down to third. Francisco Ordonez, 7.87, up into the second. The Brazilians are about to celebrate, Chris.
Parabéns, Ryan Kainalo, gold medalist here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. He did it all week long, and he did it when it counted. A hometown hero from our host nation of Brazil. The flags are flying. The team is going berserk as they should. Ryan Kainalo has done it.
Third and fourth in the 16s, and now gold in the 18s for Brazil. Going to help them in those team standings. Look at this young man celebrate. A moment to himself, staring out to sea, no one in your visuals, and your dreams have come true.
He just cut his path with a machete to gold.
7.27 on the last wave as well, so throwing
away sevens. No worries for
Yeah.
Ryan Kainalo. I mean, this kid has huge potential. Realized today, do not forget this name, Ryan Kainalo. He will be a contender for Olympic gold, World Surfing Games gold, the championship tour. He's right there. I mean, he's on the precipice of huge, huge things. This is just the beginning. And when you begin with gold, big things follow.
Absolutely. As he makes his way, I can't wait to watch this. Congratulations. Look at him swimming out to meet him.
Oh, yeah.
Congrats to the coaching staff and everyone a part of this victory. Gold for Team Brazil.
You gotta love it when the host nation gets gold, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Teco Patarats, they're losing it. President of the Brazilian Federation, former professional surfer and champion himself.
no surprise that a Brazilian surfer wins, right? I mean, they've been dominant at every level in professional surfing and now in amateur surfing. Although it feels weird to call this amateur surfing because they are surfing at an elite level for sure. Brazil's Ryan Kainalo gets the ride up the beach, the ride of his life. He's about to have a gold medal draped around his neck, representing Brazil in a huge way. Congratulations to our gold medalist for our 18 and under division here at the ISA World Junior Championships. And we're not done yet. One more final to come. The women's 18 and under heads into the lineup. We're going to bring Shannon and Jess in on the call. We will be right back.
Welcome back to the action here. We have just seen Brazil's Ryan Kainalo walk away victorious with a gold medal here on the shoreline. Back at home in Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, they are celebrating because their boy has taken away